Shit, bro.
It's Clown World.
This
It's
is
like,
where,
I'm
this is
laughing
where we at?
I'm laughing as I'm saying it because it sounds like a troll, but it's not a troll. Welcome to Clown World.
The first one's free. The first joint's free.
Gonna also
Minds, man.
they're gonna set up trucks that drive around areas where people are low educated. They're gonna convince people to get their ouchie. Just like the ice cream truck, right?
Come take your ice cream, little children. You want some ice cream?
Disgusting.
Maybe they can call it Mr. Vaccine. They call it Mr. Softy in Europe. Call it Mr. Vaccine. Use the same song though. That'll bring all the kiddies. Fuck man, these people are insane.
Yeah, it's funny, right? Actually, I've been so there's a couple of Muslim guys at work, right? And I've basically been trying to talk them through their own Quran. So I've been showing them all the verses on the Quran where it's like, yeah, by the way, it says the earth's flat. And when I'm talking to these two guys, right, they're like, they get it. They're like, oh yeah, so the Quran says the earth's flat. Okay, cool. Yeah. And obviously they think that the Quran's like better than kind of modern scientists and all the rest. All cool, yeah. And then literally in the very next sentence, they're like, I wonder if Elon Musk's going to go to Mars. And then I wonder if the whole previous sentence even happened. You know, and you just think like
Right.
People are so dumb they can't put this jigsaw piece in, like, take it out of the puzzle and see that the puzzle isn't there anymore. So, like, okay, so if this piece isn't there, this piece isn't there, there's no jigsaw. They still think the jigsaw's there. It's crazy, and it's the same with the V stuff as well. So, oh, by the way, the testing doesn't work, and oh, by the way, they don't even know if it spreads properly. And people would be like, oh yeah, testing's a bit of a joke, but the narrative's still legit. Oh, is it? Okay.
People are getting blood clots and falling. Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I've talked to a few guys now that they just blatantly tell you, I don't subscribe to the official narrative, and but I'm gonna take it anyway because I need to travel. I want to go on vacation.
Yeah, I've heard people say that as well.
Wow. I mean, wow, right?
Yeah,
So-
all the wow.
So basically, they told us from the beginning, you don't do it for yourself, you do it for others, right? You can kill the other person, so you're not doing it for yourself, you're doing it for the others. And now everyone is doing it for themselves because they're egocentric, because they think they can't go on vacation. Nobody's doing it for another. They're doing it for themselves.
I know one guy who was like, oh yeah, I don't really want to get it, but my missus wants to go to Greece. So I'm going to get it so my missus can go to Greece. It's just like, mate, it's not worth going to Greece for.
Yeah, it's really not. Like,
Just they don't do it for another. They're egocentric and they're doing it for themselves, and then using the argument, no, I'm doing it for the other. I'm doing it for the other. No, you ain't. You just want to go on vacation. You egocentric bitch. And I'm angry about it. Just lying to themselves.
even the pro Fauci ouchie people, like just blatantly for it, they'll even admit like, well, it is only 60% effective, and there's like a 1% chance that you'll get fucked up by it, and there's also a 1% chance that this virus will fuck you up. But I think it's worth it. It's like they're literally saying like the anti Fauci ouchie arguments, and then being like, yeah, I'm for it. It's like, wait, what?
Earlier, I wanted to say, kind of with crypto's analogy, it's sort of similar to when a fraud is exposed. I think Breax was one of them. There's still people that are calling up that want to invest. Like the phone number's not even working, but they're still trying to get a hold of a broker to invest in the thing. Like, stupid.
I've had a friend like that where like we would literally have conversations about subjects, and then he would just start talking as if not like we didn't even say anything. Like the like what Crypto just said about telling people about the Quran, saying the Earth is flat, and then they just start talking about Elon Musk going to Mars as if you didn't even say anything. It's like, it's shocking. It's like, did we not just talk about how it's all bullshit?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Insane.
Similar to, you could tell them that was a fraud and it's shut down, and they still want to call up and invest in it. Like,
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Everybody knows about the Nigerian prince that emails you, offers you $1 million if you just give him some cash, right? Then we had this uptick of Bitcoin, right? And people are like, oh, Bitcoin is through the roof again. I need to make some money, bro. And then I hear people telling me about how they invest in some kind of business where they just paid €1,000, and then they have this number on a screen telling them that they earned money, right? They earned some money because I'm like, bro, this is a pyramid scheme you're in. You're just giving him money, and it shows you a number on the screen. Get your fucking money out of it. And just like, no, he's legit. He's paying me. People are stupid. They're just, if they've been shown a screen with some pretty numbers and lovely colors, they believe it.
sorry, Mr. Madoff's office number has been disconnected. Can somebody find his secretary for me? I really want to give this guy my money.
I'm telling them, get your money out and just some Bitcoin and put it in a wallet and just keep it safe, right? Don't give others money that promise you dividend. It's a pyramid scheme. No. Look at my screen. It shows I've got my money. Get it out.
It was actually the first thing I did when I started on Binance. I put money in and I withdrew it immediately to prove that I could actually get it back.
That's funny. Is this real shit? You had to test it out real quick.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Can you
like
imagine
right after
that?
I have people say that to me. When I'm talking to people about crypto, and they'll be like, "But is that real?" Like when they,
It's
if I
that
show them
feeling
the balance and stuff, they're like, "Is that real money? Can you take that out right now?" Yeah. If it wasn't, I wouldn't put my money in there. Like, what do you mean?
It's that feeling you get after you handed the guy the money and he goes, "Okay, wait right here. I'll be right back."
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then he emails you a screen with a number telling you have dividend.
No, I'm saying you're standing there for a few hours waiting for your bag of weed to come back, and it ain't.
Yeah. I was like, he takes a picture of the blunt he rolled with the money that you.
Yeah, here's what I did. Your weed's really good. I'm testing it right now.
It comes back with a clip for you. It gives you the already smoked clip. Like, here's a little roach for you. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, man, I'm convinced that just, normies, they just worship the doctors, man. It's like people in their preacher, They just believe every word they say, and
But only the doctors that continue the same narrative, not the doctors that don't. They don't believe those doctors. That's the funny shit.
right, yeah.
Oh yeah, they're giving
They
out
think-
dangerous misinformation if they don't conform to the narrative.
Of course, and they should be banned and removed, stripped from all their credentials, and sent off to some other land or something because they're not following the mainstream narrative. Like the fuck. I had this very discussion the other day with due to my job. It's like all the doctors that came out because I'm laughing at Fauci. I'm like, what's your man Fauci looking like right now after all his fucking emails and he still can't answer shit, looking like a silly retard. The highest positioned physician in the country straight sounds like a retard all the time. Every time he speaks. Okay. They're like, well, he's a physician. He knows what he's talking about. I was like, bro, are you serious? What about all the other physicians for the past year that have come out and said this is nonsense? What's going on with them? We don't trust those guys? Oh, well, those guys, everyone has their different agenda. Oh, but I thought you just said all physicians should be trusted until you encounter ones that should not be trusted? Why? What's the difference between them and the ones that you trust?
You already know the answer to that, right? So.
Yeah, of course. I just like giving them that question so they could look at me and just say, well, yeah. It's like, it's so sad.
Some people try to say that it's almost abusive that we don't take our children to the doctor. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You take your children to the doctor all the time because they're sick all the time. There's no correlation there. Like, you give them these pharmaceuticals all the time and they just keep getting sick. It's really working, isn't it?
Yeah. It's working out. And then keep complaining about having to take your kid to the doctor all the time. That's what you choose to do.
My father-in-law, he was a little upset whenever he realized that we really weren't taking our children to the doctor. But he works for the government. He can control himself pretty good. But he was red. Like, I could tell he was upset. Anyway, after he left, about 30 minutes after he left, I get a text. He sends me a picture of a compound fracture in a femur and says, would you take the children to the doctor if this happened? I instantly text back, no. I waited about 30 seconds. I said, I'd take him to the ER. You think I'm a damn idiot? He never ever has bothered us about it again. I thought it was pretty funny myself, though.
Excuse me, you're a flat earther. You made that up. ERs don't exist. I've never heard of it, so you must have made it up because you're a flat earther.
ERs are dangerous misinformation.
Busted.
Have you noticed they don't just say, like nowadays, they don't just say that's wrong or that's, you're incorrect. They now call it dangerous. It's always danger. They have to make it emotional. It's dangerous. Dangerous? Or to have an opinion you don't like.
Yeah, they're sharing their pain.
Pathetic.
You don't agree with their narrative. That's painful for them, right? So, therefore, it's dangerous, the shit that you're spewing. Because it sounds different.
And that's what they're bringing up the populace, especially the younger, in public schools, to react on. Is just emotion. There's no logic, reasoning, or rhetoric. They've trained them to be emotionally based decision making. So that's the way they're going to change the language so that they can invoke, their indoctrination. It's pre-programmed into them now.
It's fucking sad, isn't it?
Like when I was listening to Homegirl the other day, I was just like, wow, like, imagine your teachers are listening to this, or your parents, or like, I don't know what her situation was, but like somebody in some form of, with some form of common sense, in some form of quote unquote authoritative educational type scenario, listening to this, like, wow, this is a person who is coming here to represent the globe, and their argument is, you're making things up, like begging the question, how do you know that? Oh, because I've never heard of it, and you're a flat earther, so you must have made that up. I mean, that's the state of the logic of a glober in 2021. How pathetic is that?
pretty pathetic.
I mean,
Just to be
and he
pedantic,
told us, like, did you Google
isn't
it?
that their reasoning and not their logic? Hey, wouldn't that be
But-
their flawed reasoning and not logic? I mean, just to be pedantic. That's
But if you
reasoning,
have
right?
logic, if you don't have the logic, then I guess you don't have the means to get to that reasoning, right? Like, I mean, he even told her, why don't you just Google it?
But she
Why
did.
wouldn't you just?
She did,
She
and then
might-
she understood that she was wrong. She was berated
Yeah.
by a flat earther and didn't want to see it. Right? That's the cognitive dissonance.
I don't know what you call it, man. I think it's a level past cognitive dissonance. It's like Super Saiyan cognitive dissonance. It's ridiculous. And I thought, wow, this is where the globe is at now, huh? This is. I hope she comes back. Oh my god. That's almost as bad as this clown telling us that perspective is something you flat earthers made up. Oh, really?
Yeah, art schools don't exist.
Yeah, yeah.
Flat
We
earthers
made up-
invented art schools.
Yeah, bro. I mean, obviously. Jeez.
Yeah, I guess pretty sad at points, isn't it?
So apparently Randy is going after the famous flat earthers. Oh, the flat earth leaders.
Oh, is he? We got ruined by Witsit the other day, so I'm not sure how that's going to work out for him.
Who are the flat earth leaders?
Apparently Bob Nodell. He called them out. He called them out saying Randy shifted for money, right? Because super chats pay better when you're a lying globe-tard.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, and
Randy's
then
the one
he
that
I don't actually agree with Bob on that.
Randy's the
ahead.
one that got Brian to shut down his YouTube channel, right?
Is he?
I don't know.
I'm pretty
I don't
sure.
think Brian ever
I'm
shut
pretty
down
sure-
his YouTube channel. Not that
Yes,
I'm
he
aware
did.
of.
Brian Mullen. Brian Mullen.
Oh,
Yeah,
Brian Mullen.
Yeah,
Nah,
I'm pretty
that's
sure that did-
no, it wasn't Ranty. That was George. George. That's how I say his name.
Tachuk or whatever his name is. Is that
Yeah, it's Hut Nick. I don't know how to say his freaking name. George.
Just say
Sorry.
random N, T, and Ch sounds until
Yeah.
until you're done.
Yeah,
No,
that was the guy. And he
had a
fully
whole rant.
confessed to that on Nathan's show too. He went and called his board and tried to see it, check on his credentials and all this bullshit.
Aww.
And we gave him a nice, good berating for that. Pathetic clown.
I listened to that show like 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while
Anyway,
ago.
Roger's trying to tell us.
Oh yeah, it was about Randy. He had a whole rant I think it was a comment that he was trying to leave it alone, and he didn't want to enter this space again, but it was Bob Nodell luring him out because he called him out of the money, and now he's going to go after all the flat earth leaders. And then after that rant, he posted his Patreon.
Brilliant.
I need the money to take out the flat earth leaders. Here's my Patreon.
Do you think Ranty's just being really clever with this, and he actually is a flat Earth, but he realizes now he can make way more money pretending to be a glober?
I don't know.
I wouldn't blame
Sleeping
him
Wolf.
if that's the case.
But Sleeping Warrior was here the other day. It was like 2-3 days ago, and he says he was friends with Ranty because they live right, and they did some observations, and he said that that would be the most logical thing, that he did it for the money, and he fell out with lots of flat earthers, so he went back to the globe. At least that's what Sleeping Warrior says.
Yeah, it's weird because I was watching the Whitsit debate the other day, and it's like all of the logic that he must have understood as a flat earther suddenly wasn't, like, suddenly he didn't understand any of it anymore. So Whitsit was basically calling out all of his presuppositions.
Or he didn't understand it in the first place and was pretending then.
I mean, that could be the case, but it seems unlikely to me. But yeah, I mean, why not? Why not?
I mean, you're right. I don't know either case. I mean, it's basically, I can't see you just forgetting all the shit that you knew, you know, unless you didn't really know it.
I mean, it's such a monumental shift to become a flat earther in the first place, right? In your thinking, because you're just like, okay, now I'm actually going with empiricism. I'm going with what I can do for myself. I'm rejecting, what the guy on the TV tells me. Oh, now I'm going back to it again. Really? Really? You're going to go back to all of those authority fallacies that you were calling out for years. You're going to go back to those popularity fallacies that you were calling out for years. Doesn't make any sense.
And then claim locally flat water.
So you think he's just chilling?
Maybe. I'm not going to accuse anyone of that because I don't know. I don't know the guy. But it certainly seems logical to me, at least, that let's say that if I know I can make 1,500 getting super chats as a flat earther, and then I go over to the globe side and I make 4.5k, that's a lot of people are going to do that,
But this is also a trick, right? This is what Sleeping Warrior also said, if I'm not mistaken. But I also think this is that he wants us to engage with him, right? Then he has videos to show, live streams to do. If we engage with him, and just like Bob did, right? Bob called him out. Yeah, now he has some material. Now he can earn some super chats by live streaming about it. If we don't engage, that's that. It will bleed out.
I'm gonna drop for a little bit. Hope
Cool.
for the best. I hope somebody shows up so I can congratulate. I'll catch you
around,
guys
man.
later.
Yo.
Yeah, brother. Yep. Oh, yeah. Later.
Bless up.
There's nothing wrong with making money, guys. Only, yeah. Such a weird thing, having so many observations and explanations about perspective and the Riley criterion, and then flip-flop, going to the globe, claiming locally flat water.
No, we're meant to live in abundance, and you're correct. There's nothing wrong with having wealth, unless you're hoarding it, unless you're not doing anything positive with it. If it's just you're accumulating it just to stare at it or think you're bringing it with you in the end, then you're failing others. But if you've got it and you can spread it around a little bit and brighten people's lives up, and then that's the key, right?
But this is what we get, right? And then you get these globers saying, yeah, these flat earthers just want to make money off of gullible, low IQ people. They just want to lure them into a trap and earn money, right? Which is
Yeah,
ridiculous
they're
because,
jealous.
yeah, who's making the most money? Is these globe-tart zealots. I think if none of these debates will ever happen on Fight the Tight Shirt or McToon, then what do they have, right? It will just bleed to death.
As long as you don't put yourself in the poorhouse, spreading it around, that too. You know what I mean? Like once you do start accumulating wealth, you can't throw it all away. That a fool and his money is easily parted. But yes, I do understand what you're saying. And there's jealousy and there's anger and all that crap. Sometimes it's better to not let anyone know how well. The book I'm finishing up, well, I'm a bit of a stoner, so it takes me a minute to do stuff sometimes. And I have a really good memory, so it's not like I'll forget what I've already read. And I usually listen to the audiobook as well as reading and double reinforce it. But in the one book, Hustle Harder, Hustle Smarter, he explains how sometimes he avoids certain situations because if he doesn't, it'll all be about how he did this for that one and didn't do that for this one. And
Right. Are smart people, right? I don't get it. Renty is a smart guy.
yeah, I don't get it why some people do the things they do. I think Max Egan is one of them. He said some stuff about FE and then backtracked, and it's like, oh my lord, that doesn't help you at all.
See, changing the subject here, Jeff Bezos is supposed to fly into outer space in a capsule and parachute bound. He talks about the outer edges of the atmosphere and then parachute back down in a capsule with some gay friends. Did you guys hear about that? That's supposed to be July 20th. He's supposed to do that.
Yeah.
It'll be raining and
that's
windy.
right.
It'll be raining and windy
That's why
July
I'm
20th.
boycotting Amazon. I'm not buying anything from Amazon anymore.
And I
It'll
want to
be
see if they can
raining.
use it. I want to see
The
if they can
weather
use
won't
the
be right
kryptonite.
that day. They'll have to delay it 4 years.
No, what they're gonna do is if it happens, I want to see if it's gonna be fisheye lens they're gonna use because it's supposed to be the outer edges of the atmosphere, so technically not space. Because you're still you get pulled back down. So I want to see how,
Yeah,
if they film it at all.
62 miles.
How many miles was it? 60?
62 miles, 100 miles, 100 kilometers, 62 miles.
Yeah, well,
The very edge of the Earth's atmosphere, the beginning of space. He's going with his mystery guest that spent $28 million seat. Works out to be $3 million a minute or something stupid like that.
yeah, well, could be it's his ticket out, right? They blow up the capsule and then claim it's just too unsafe for commercial space flights, and then push it back a few years. Right? These people get out of the game sometimes.
Yeah, but I like how that it's not mainstream, right? They don't really publicize it, as the way you think they would, right?
Oh, they will. When it happens, they will, right?
No, it's in the mainstream.
It's on
It's
the
mainstream. It's
it's
being
on the
pumped big time.
on the internet,
No,
but it's not on the TV. You know what I'm saying? You don't hear anything about it on the TV. That's what I'm talking about.
it's on the TV.
Anything about it on the TV.
It's been on the TV. It's been on the TV. They've been doing CNN pumped it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Look at it
Oh
then.
yeah, they pumped it.
Tell you what hasn't been on the TV is Fauci's emails, but they'll certainly tell you all about Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh, but it's all connected. It's all connected. We found these emails. I mean, come on.
All connected, exactly. It's all connected.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I believe any of the narrative. I'm just saying it's funny what they choose to talk about all the time and what they omit.
Oh yeah, as long as it divides us, that's what they want.
Yeah. Yeah. We should all be boycotting Amazon now because they're just adding to to the woes, and they're making all that money and then they're lying to the world.
Well, every time one of them dies, they leave it all behind for the rest of us.
Have you seen the Chinese thing with the three Chinese astronauts? So funny.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, there was a scene where I'm gonna post it.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Let me get it. 1 second. Yeah. So you see the three.
Three of them saluting.
No,
you can tell it was a blue screen at the back.
Yeah, I just posted it in the live stream. You see them in the cabin, in the capsule or whatever, and then you see a pen just floats into screen, and this guy just points at the pen. He doesn't even he wants to touch this, but he doesn't touch the pen, and then you see the pen spin around. So fake. This guy just.
Wow. That embarrassing. Wow, man, that's terrible.
Yeah, and then
you can't even get that.
Yeah,
right.
and then you have scenes which I'm not very certain about that, but the guy that made the video claims it's exactly like zero G planes. Yeah, it looks indeed as if they are falling, right?
Ah, right.
Just look at it. It's so the pen is the most funny part. It's so funny.
They've got no shame.
See, I'm not a fan of the. See, those things are really hard to decipher because, like, you can't use those as evidence because you don't know what they're doing. Because, like, if you watch the pen, it casts a shadow on his arm, though. So that's so it's neither here nor there because I just can't use them. They only fuel the people. It doesn't subtract from what they're proposing, right? It doesn't help our cause, honestly. Those videos, because for everyone that's fake, there's another one that looks pretty fucking real. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. The Glovers, they don't. They, you know, that shit don't work for them. That fucking nasty stuff.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
They talk their way out of it all the fucking time. It's like it's not worth it.
Yeah, I understand because the bias is that flat earthers are batshit crazy conspiracy theorists. So of course they're going to deny space pictures, right? And when you show them a fake space picture, they're like, you confirm their bias that we are conspiracy theorists. So I get it. I wouldn't show it to a newbie.
Yeah, you can't show it. You know what I'm saying? It's something that only we can really look at because we have an unbiased eye. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no. I would say flat earthers are biased against space stuff, but
Well, a more objective eye. Put it that way. I can look
yeah,
at it
okay.
and tell whether I can use that. You know what I'm saying? I can't use that one. You know what I'm saying? It was some of them you just can't use. Like the one where the guy's standing upside down though, and the other one's looking in the camera. That one's and the screen fluctuates for the other guy, but not the other. It was weird. Some of them, you know, funny as fuck.
Mic check.
Yep, I can hear you clear.
I just watched that clip that he shared, the Chinese pen of truth. Man, at the end of that clip, it's like three mechanics. Well, you need to do an oil change. We need to.
Yeah, it's so funny. Yeah.
I don't even speak the language, but I know what he's saying. We're glad to be here on the International Space Station. This is an amazing time for China. You know.
Yeah.
It's their space station.
Oh, that's a Chinese space station.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it just magically appeared overnight. Okay. Sorry, I thought they hooked up to the one that's going 17,500 clicks and all that.
No, they were banned. They were banned from joining the International Space Station.
I make special wonton space station for you.
They're on I think they're on a 20-day mission or something to connect the modules that are coming up slowly. I've sent a little video link to an article and a video link to the inside of their module. It's quite nice in there, even though they're
Okay.
not up there.
I'm gonna go check that now.
Yeah, it's going to be a small station which fits better in the pool, right?
Yeah. They're going to be eating a lot of lettuce, by the way.
The CSS.
Hmm.
And one burned up during an uncontrolled loss of orbit. Well, isn't that lovely?
Yeah. One burnt up. Really do insult us. They really do insult us with that. Everything burns up into space. Honestly. They never burn up though, do they? When they
It didn't burn up on the way there, but it burned up falling back in. Durr.
Yeah, exactly. That's really fucking stupid as well, yeah.
Well, that does it right there. That does it. It's what a masterful fraud scam. We need $500 million. We're doing X, Y, and Z. Oh shit! It fucking lost orbit and burned up. Sorry. Well, no, yeah, we spent the money. We really put it up there, but it fell back and burned up. And sorry. Give us another, 750 million. We could probably make it work this time. Protein crystallization, fluid dynamics, base combustion, and monitoring of cell growth in microgravity. Oh my god. They're calling themselves astronauts, and it ends talking about low Earth orbit. The one guy's name there, the ISS former commander. And then even says they'll pick their astronauts for both political and scientific reasons. Oh my god.
What's up, gang? I feel like this is my morning crew. Let's do a quick run through the names. We got Old Dude, Crypto, Morvis, Lucky FE, FE Batman, Elbow, Dope Man, Damsel, Crypto, Anonymous Researcher, Vlad, and there's a couple guys on Deafin. How you all doing? I had a decent chat in the VC check-in with this guy who DM'd me about the ISS and pretty much just dropped it all on him. Didn't have much to say. He had to go to make that appointment afterwards, apparently. But it's nice when you get through to somebody every once in a while. It started off him thinking like, oh, flat earthers are so stupid. I don't even know how they could possibly think this. And then you hit him with curvature, rotation, gas pressure without a container. And he doesn't really have much to say back. So it's beautiful.
Quiet again. It's so quiet again. Well, good. That means I can say some dumb shit. Let's see. What do I want to talk about? Shit that interests me. Let's find out.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they raise you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hoes, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, it got you working to the bone. Do you know how they raise you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains, cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all the time, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, FE baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong, that's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let a disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, make it sunny. Such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper please. With no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-nine core scientific. All the sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all, so no. Like a seamstress, you never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy. All of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest. No need to panic. Problematic. Anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done. It's so tragic. You end the sneezing. All snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. This crunch time, your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see the ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a wrap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some
you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Get of sight, get of mind, news believer, you are blind. Yeah. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Boxing to your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny. Begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. Let me know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison, wear your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, freebacks fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny. Begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. Let me know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived. Never, ever to be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny. Begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. Let me know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boot of tyranny. Begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. Let me know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Please state your name for the court.
KYZ.
And this, KYZ. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Your Honor, honestly, I don't even know why the I'm here. Okay, she wake up in a cold sweat and the nightmares made her upset, and the cycles of the psycho, they just spiral from her childhood. She got that mama drama like a baby daddy Tiger Woods. Bikini pics on Instagram, she claiming she misunderstood. She wiping tears with a motherfucking Vogue magazine. Sweetie, gotta sell your soul, pay the price of a dream. Pulling up to Mickey D's, buy a 5-piece credit card decline. She can't even fucking eat, yeah. She dance on a pole, shaking her ass. Go to the bank, wearing a mask, pull the gun. Where's the cash? Give me the cash, yeah. Jump in the car, foot on the gas, trying not to crash. They wanna ask how you got stacks. She looking down, try not to laugh, yeah. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girl with the devil in her eye. She an angel, but she broke her wings. Self-suicide, can't fly. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Maybe God is a woman, maybe she'll have some mercy. She'll see I'm a bad girl only because people hurt me. So drug dealing, trying to make a living, gotta pay the bills. Need to make some money, gotta feed the children. Popping pills, wanna hide yourself and wanna hide your guilt. She's so tired of her crying, she don't wanna feel the feels. Bought a couple lot of tickets, trying to win 100 mil. She for real, she been ready for the kill, for the kill, for the kill. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. When they die, when they die. Bad girl with the devil in her eye. She an angel, but she broke her wings. Self-suicide, can't fly. Bad girls go to heaven when they die. Bad girls
there really is nobody in here. Holy crap. Well,
What? Hello. Mic check, mic check.
no, I was saying it's really, really, really quiet in here. It's like there's nobody
Yeah,
in here.
for like an hour. Where is everybody? Are they again in Nathan, Oakley, or
I don't know why it would be.
yeah, I don't know. When that guy makes a show, everybody's running in, rushing in. But I didn't get an invite.
So what kind of information you got? Get. You always got some.
Well, I just managed to verify my account in this physics server, and I'm asking them to explain to me why the helium gas has a higher pressure at the top of the tank than the bottom. You know, like it's upside down in comparison with the other gases which we breathe, the air.
What? Well, wouldn't it be hydrogen be similar then?
Um, I don't know about that, but I would suppose that one too, you know, because helium and hydrogen, they are
Have the
like,
same properties technically.
they look like the same element, but it's going through some sort of transmutation and stuff, you know, like a different state. Yeah.
Well, the thing is with hydrogen, I don't think you can I don't think you can inhale that one. That one I don't think you can breathe. I know helium you can, but
Yeah.
you can't. I don't know if you can
Yeah.
do it with hydrogen. I don't think you can.
Mm.
Because that's what
Well,
the that's what underwater welding divers use. They use helium to breathe.
oh, they use hydrogen torch?
Well, they use helium to breathe because the oxygen will
Yeah.
just will kill them basically. So they use helium, and the torches.
I
I
see.
think it's just a plasma torch.
Yeah. Interesting. And you know, I posted the question in there, and they're asking me, "Oh, but what is your source? What is this and that?" And I tell them, "Dude, this is like I've seen this 20 years ago at a company, which was like not advertising, but neither making a documentary. They were doing some technology research. They had some patents." And they were looking like, you know, having this technology, uh, like sell the IP, you know, intellectual property. And that video and documentation just gone, you know, someone bought it. So, yeah, I don't have it.
Interesting.
But yeah, in that time, I wasn't like interested to save it or, you know, yeah. It didn't make much sense to me. But I remember I've seen this video how they were talking about gas pressure gradient in a tank. And it is, this gradient is negligible, you know, but it is present. And then I had a talk, for example, a few days ago with a friend of mine. He's an engineer. And I explained to him, and he told me like, "Dude, you're trying to deny Pascal's laws about gas pressure and stuff. And I said, no. What do you mean? And he said, like, yeah, I mean, when you learn those laws, he said, the gas pressure is equal on the walls of the container, is equally distributed. And I say, well, that sounds like an ideal frame, ideal gas. But do we really have those in nature? Like, yeah. So, yeah, I'm positive, like this gas pressure gradient is like crashing theory of gravity, like just like a cockroach. uh, this guy Kosho from Gem Panda, he said he's gonna try to test, recreate this experiment, and he will show me his data, what he's getting. I'm curious.
super flat Earth.
That stuff is flat.
This is crazy. Hey, where's Get Me Get? You still here? Nope, nobody's here. This is quite dead. Quite dead, I tell you.
Platypus.
This is the end of the globe. This is what it sounds like. It's quiet. It's peace.
Mic check.
You good, bro?
Cool. I'm gonna play a numpty clip.
We have a new globe-tard goober on the scene, Michael Marino, affectionately called Eminem. We'll just call him Moron Squared. 5 March 2021.
Yeah. I think that the experiments we do agree with my hypothesis that the Earth is globe.
Ay, caramba!
Earth is globe isn't a viable scientific hypothesis. It's a fanatical religitard declaration. You're in a simple category error. Scientific hypotheses and experiments only deal with natural cause and effect how-why questions. Earth is globe is just a brain-dead declaration. Numpty.
And have you heard of the scientific method by any chance?
Yep. And the method is based on what I am talking about, which is inductive reasoning. Probability.
You serious? Yep, he is. From the King Cheese, philosopher of science, Karl Popper, in Conjectures and Refutations in 1963, via Wiki. As mentioned in the section The Problem of Induction, Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science. Uh-oh! Again, from Conjectures and Refutations, Karl Popper, a philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth. Clown.
You have an observation, observe phenomenon. What's
We
the
observe
next,
the moon.
What's the next step?
The next step is you make a hypothesis about why you think that observation is occurring.
It's not why we think the observation is occurring. We already know that. We opened up our eyelids and witnessed it. The hypothesis is concerned with what caused the effect we just witnessed. You have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I'm talking about the moon. Like the moon is the observation I make, and I guess the hypothesis is that the moon is an object.
Yeah, this is the same nonsense as your Earth is glob hypothesis. You'd fail 5th grade general science.
Experiments can be observations. They can be repeated observations. They don't have to be you physically constructing a machine.
Are you serious? This is nothing but a doofus law of identity violation. Observations or experiments. Observation is the action or process of carefully watching someone or something. Whereas experiments, according to the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. Duh.
So that process you just now described of manipulating the independent variable,
yes,
you do not need to do that yourself artificially. If the environment, nature, automatically changes the independent variable, that's sufficient.
Wrong again, numpty.
Look at you, big dummy.
A researcher must manipulate the independent variable in a scientific experiment. From Open Text BC, notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. Back to the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. From Colorado State, independent manipulated variable, the variable changed by the scientist, what the investigator is testing. From Rutgers University. In an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. In an experiment, the independent variable is the variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. From the Institute of Physics, independent variable, the variable that is deliberately changed by the experimenter. From the University of Southern California, independent variable, the variable that is stable and unaffected by the other variables you are trying to measure. It refers to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator.
Fatality.
If you would have said water was made from chuckwagon boll weevils, it would have been more coherent.
I'm certainly capable of being a scientist if I tried to.
Hey! Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Mic check 1 2.
What's up, Don G?
Not much, little G. I was just trying to go live earlier.
What's up, Don G?
Trying to go live earlier over Flat Earth Science versus Pseudoscience, and nobody can hear the audience through the stream.
You'll fix it. That's cool though.
Yeah, that's why I came over here. I was seeing if the very person that runs this server or the YouTube channel, if I maybe could help me out.
Okay, here comes the fun.
Here comes the fun.
Here it comes.
Here we go. Get your strap in.
Get your flat Earth hat on now, because we never have it on.
Okay, remember, folks, do not go willingly into the weeds with these people. Stay on the topic.
I will just bring them right back to Curbs, and now my favorite is Gravity, because I just raised an egg with salt.
Who was it that couldn't speak out here?
Or moved through with density. That density is a force. It moves an egg.
Mm-hmm. And we have a independent variable that we can manipulate.
Absolutely.
Well, I can speak. Oh, hello.
Hello. Who was the other one that couldn't speak?
Nah, it's all good. They unmuted me.
All right, but I mean, I could give you DC verifies. That way, you won't have to listen.
I mean, that's up to you, man.
I got you.
I wouldn't
man. I
mind.
got you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wait, elbow. Elbow.
Yeah.
Elbow.
Where in the
That's your
Bible-
name, man? Elbow? I'm gonna call you
Man,
Elbow.
we got an
Hold
Make
up,
it very
everybody.
good, yeah.
Hey, for you new people, hold up. For you new people here, try not to interrupt when somebody's speaking. Just let them finish, and we're going to try to take turns here. So,
Just laughing your
like Blitz,
ass off
like
uncontrollably.
Blitz, like you just did,
Muted.
like you just
Wait, like you just did, Blitz. I wasn't done talking, and you started speaking before I was done. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
So try not to do that.
Like that
you
one
just
right
did
there.
it. You just fucking did it again. So just relax, take a deep breath. You don't have to speak every second. There's a silence. Just hold on. You'll have your turn. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead.
So as I was saying, Elbow TV. Are you a Christian?
What has to do with the Earth being flat, my friend?
I just wanted to know where does it say your God believes the Earth is flat?
What does it say? My God.
Yeah. What's the quote?
Okay. I mean, okay. We do have a religious
Bible
channel.
Earthers
We
in
do-
here. They
Yeah,
want to
this is-
answer his question.
We do have a religious channel,
but this is not the religious room place. So we can stick to science here.
It is irrelevant to what we do here, but if that's your cup of tea, that's fine. We can get into it. There's no problem. Like, it's not a problem. We can discuss the Bible, Quran, Torah, whatever you want. Then we try to keep it like scientific. You know what I mean? We try to keep it left-brained. If you want to get into like a religious / spiritual discussion, there's no problem. Like, we have no problem doing that. We do that like all the damn time. However, like on the live stream channel, we try to keep it to like cause-effect relationship and try to prove things.
And
Like,
the Earth
period.
itself. Stick to the Earth itself. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the Earth measures flat. You know, you experience the Earth as flat. We practically use it as flat, and that's pretty much it, man. I mean, it's stationary as well. You don't feel yourself moving. Now, scripture wise, man, I can tell you what's a ball? A ball is a type of form, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's a
All
shape.
right. So if you go to scripture wise, in the beginning it tells you when God created the heavens and the earth, and the first day it said the earth was formless.
Okay.
So flat isn't a form. Flat is an observation of the surface. Also, we go to another scripture where that says it's made like a compass. I haven't ever seen a compass that's pretty much ball. Well, actually, they have created some, but most compasses at the time were created at a circle. And the person that wrote that same scripture actually know the difference between a ball, because he said he'll toss you like a ball. So he knew the difference between a sphere and a ball. And there's so many other verses, but I really want to get into scripture wise. But we could definitely get into the science part of it.
Face of Earth is another one that's just straight out says flat, because you can't have a face on a ball. That's the end of that, really.
I mean, we do have topography, though. You know, we got mountains, hills, valleys. But, especially what they say to us, 70% of the earth is 70+% of the earth is water. We haven't measured that or anything like that. But water doesn't conform to a surface. It conforms to a container, but I've never seen water conform to, at least actually bodies of water conform to a ball. Have you?
What does that mean?
Meaning that water will always try to find its level. So it always, larger bodies of water will always try to stay level at one point. So if 70% plus of the earth is water, what part of it is a ball if its water tries to stay level? Like, whenever you see out in the ocean, it always look like a horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if that's always happening with water, what part of it curves?
The whole way.
Have you ever seen water curve?
You probably can over a vast stretch of water.
Every
pulls
time
it towards the center though, so it sticks to the ball.
Well, then this is the issue. Then you will have to then validate gravity for me.
You
What
don't
is
believe in gravity.
Jump up and down.
Well, not everything goes down, does it?
Yeah.
What?
Everything goes down?
Not everything goes down, does it?
Well, it depends what side of the globe you're on. Whether that.
Wow. So if I drop a helium balloon, it's going to fall down?
No, it falls off.
That's density. That's.
Oh,
science.
density. So, so let me guess. So the helium balloon is less dense than the air around you, right?
Yeah.
So are you less dense than the air around you?
Am I less dense? No, because I'm
Right.
pulled-
So if you're not
down.
less dense than the medium, therefore you will go down. Now, if you were more less dense than the medium, then you will float. Let's say a ball in regular air, it would just it'll fall, right? But you throw it in water, change the medium, make the medium denser. What happens to the ball? It will go up until it finds, right?
Yeah.
So there we've proven that gravity has nothing to do with it. It has to do with a density relationship. It's also called specific gravity, if you want to know. But it's also called we call it relative density.
That doesn't explain why the water sticks to the ground, though.
Because
I mean,
it's
hold on,
not
hold on.
as
Yeah,
dense
you have-
than the air. I mean, actually, water does go up once it gets into become a vapor.
Yeah.
Therefore, then right.
But
So
you
the
were saying
water
it
does go
sticks
up.
like the ball.
Yeah, you still haven't validated gravity. What type of gravity are you talking about? First of all,
The gravity that keeps water to the earth.
is that
You see, you're
what are you
starting
talking
with a
about? Mass
preconceived
attracting mass?
notion. There's a ball, man.
Are you talking about mass attracting mass? Gravity as a
Yeah.
force?
Yeah.
Okay, well then that's been done away with about 106 years ago. They replaced it with Isaac Newton's bendy space time.
Squiggles.
Yeah, Einstein.
You meant
I said Isaac Newton.
I got you. Yeah.
Miss.
Yeah, space-time curvature.
Yeah. It's been replaced with Einstein's bendy space time. So gravity now is not known as a force, but actual as an effect. Meaning it isn't a cause anymore. It's only an effect of the fabric of space.
Time warping. Yep.
Yeah.
You got it, bro.
When, space and time are conceptual. How does concept has any relationship to reality? Meaning, how could they manipulate reality?
Are you talking to me? Sorry, I completely.
Yeah. One of y'all. How does concept has anything to do with manipulating reality? You know what's a concept, right?
The concept of water sticking to the earth.
No, it's space time. Space. Is a concept.
Yeah.
Time is a concept. How do they manipulate physical things on Earth? Since it's they're just ideas, not actually something that's real.
Well, the theory's based on the way things work. I mean, we don't have all the answers. I'm not saying we have all the answers, but we can try and quantify them as much as possible. We can try and write them in equations as much as possible.
Well, then again, mathematics is also just abstract science. In other words, they're just ideas as well. I mean, because you can say 4 times 0 is 0, but you got 4 times 0 to the power of 0, it becomes 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so meaning it doesn't have to do anything with reality. Yeah, really interesting, huh?
I like that. Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with reality. Can you give me a little bit of 5 of the number 5?
Huh? 5.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey, I've got -3 apples, and I hand you 1. How many do you have?
I'll take -2, please.
Yeah,
-2 for 5.
Right. So you could pretty much in math do whatever you want, right? So you could pretty much, calculate the amount of force needed for Superman to go over, the Empire State Building. But does that make Superman real?
No.
Yeah.
But we can observe it happening.
Exactly with gravity. They have a story they gave you, which actually is it has a lot of flaws that they can't really they add other stuff to it, meaning black holes, dark matter, things that doesn't go
There's
well with
unexplained
the theory.
things out there. You can't
But we
expect them to know
actually
everything.
right. But they're giving you stories for something they're imagining, right? But we could actually give you something that you could verify by yourself, meaning relative density, which actually destroys gravity 100%.
Yeah, all the way.
You can't destroy something that doesn't exist. So it just blows
It just
the theory
proves,
out of the water.
proves why things move, basically.
Yeah, well, gravity is just a term I use when I watch something fall to the ground.
Right, but gravity doesn't do anything. Gravity isn't really real because you can't prove gravity. I can prove the relative density. I can science the shit out of it.
And like we said, not everything falls down, man. Helium balloon falls up.
Yeah, it's a density.
Because things,
Right.
things don't fall, man. Things are
It's like
trying to
the
reach.
same thing inside water.
I can make iron float
Trying
on
to reach
Mercury.
equilibrium.
I can make an anvil float on Mercury.
It's more density. That's still. I don't understand the point.
Meaning that everything has to do with that's why you don't float up. This is the floor of our Earth, right? That's why you don't go lower than what you are right now. You don't float because you're not denser than the air medium around you. But if you would change the medium, things will be a little bit different. Right? So if our medium was water, then you'll be able to float. You won't go to the ground, would you?
Well, yeah, it depends on my density. Like if I were, what you're talking about, if all the oxygen, if the entire planet was just water, I'd float. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. So if gravity wouldn't have nothing to do with that, it would just have to do with the relative density. You know, the density relative to the medium you're in. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I understand densities, but I don't know how we got to this point. We're talking about how water sticks to the
actually to validate gravity. But there's the whole thing is that you think water has to stick to the earth because you think it's a ball. But if
I'm not talking about. I'm talking how visual gravity.
Let me ask you, if the earth was flat, gravity isn't needed. I mean, the only reason why they gave you the story of gravity because it needs things to stick to a ball. We don't need things to stick to
how
a
do you
ball
stay
because this
on
is
the
a
ground,
container. That's what we're saying. You are not denser than you're not lighter than the medium around you. Your density is not less than the medium around you. If it was, then you will float.
The same with the water. The water's all the way down. That's why it doesn't keep going down further.
And I think you have the misconception that you think that we're out in space. You think that we're a disc in space, maybe?
I've heard this one before. I was talking to I can't remember his name now, but he showed me the image and how he talked about there's more land and the governments are controlling all this land, and along the border there's a large wall.
It's all speculation.
It's
all speculation.
Yeah, that's
We don't know
I can't validate.
We don't know that.
Yeah, that's like the 12th chapter. You're on chapter 1 right now.
Yeah, I am. So, the thing is, you believe the way you're asking how are we sticking to the ground is that we are the floor of what you call the universe, right? But there is no space around us, like you're saying, like we're like a disc in outer space with the sun. We're going. No, we don't. That's
it's not a disc. Then what is it?
We're just the ground, man.
We're
This
not
is the realm we
in
live.
space.
This is the realm where you live. Everything else revolves around us. In other words, the sun, moon, and stars. Look up, man. You don't ever feel that you're going around it. You look at it, and it actually looks like it's going around you.
We film it going around us.
Yeah, and hold up. You know, I think, young man, you're believing that Earth is an object. Earth is not an object. For you to figure out or to be able to tell if it was an object, you would need to measure all the extremities of the entire system. Nobody has ever done that.
That is. Can I say that is such a weird way to word things?
Yeah, it is.
Is it? I'm sorry.
I've heard it before. I've heard my man, I've had a conversation at length about this, and I guess I'm hearing it now, and I'm like, nah.
I feel you too, legend.
Nah. I'm sorry, because regardless of what it is, I mean, if it's
an object to God, then it is an object. We just don't know what the object is. Just like we don't know what the shape is, that doesn't mean there isn't a shape. I mean,
That's true.
women,
That's true.
women have a shape. What shape would we call it?
Some call it guitar, some call it Coca-Cola bottles. I mean,
You'd have to go measure it.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I feel you. I feel the same way. Like when I heard that. I mean, I understand what you mean, Sonny, but it's because we can't tell exactly what it is, so we can't say, well, this is a sphere or a some kind of cube looking thing or whatever.
But it is a thing.
You're right. It's tangible, right? We're standing on top of it.
The ground we're standing on, I can touch with two hands. Like,
exactly.
So it's either a thing or it's not a thing.
Yeah, I get to what you're saying. The reason I bring that up is because I want to illustrate that people believe that Earth is an object. Because a ball is an object. They told us that the Earth was a sphere. So we have this idea of an object, that Earth is an object of some kind. So when they come here to Flat Earth, then they're asking us, what object is it? And we're telling them, and what I'm trying to do is separate that if you're believing that Earth is some kind of an object, there's a presupposition there of some kind. You might not know exactly what shape you have in mind, but you're thinking of Earth as a shape. It's always going to be fallacious.
I get that. That's true. That's why I usually ask people, well, what is the shape of a mountain? Or anything else that's not like a mainstream,
right?
In a coloring book, this shape kind of situation, or in the 3D modeling software where you have like cubes and cylinders and things like this. Like outside of that, everything like in the natural world, what is a shape, really?
And it's funny when you start with like, let's say if you got a 3D, let's say in Blender or whatever, some kind of land, you pretty much start with a flat plane, then you start extruding and everything like that. So it's I mean, it don't start with a shape, it starts with a flat plane. Nonetheless, it still doesn't start with a form like a ball or anything like that. It's just. Anyways, going back to the conversation we were having with them. Something you want to continue?
What were
we kind of we went on a tangent with the whole not being an object.
Right. I would just ask the person we're talking to. I've missed my place, but the nature of water. Water is horizontal when contained. This is always so. Here. So, have you ever seen a measurement of curved water from anywhere? Any kind of
measurement of curved water, no.
Yeah, measurement. Yeah. So, do you know of Earth? Do you know of Earth ever being measured to be curved by anyone?
Anyone measuring the Earth? Not
yeah. Does anyone? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Yeah, not off the top of my head. No, I can't
he said no.
Okay. So, would you say at this point then that your idea or whatever is just a belief that Earth is a sphere? Because you can't verify
makes sense to me. It makes sense to me.
Okay, it makes sense to you, but if you don't have anything to validate a measurement and that has never been measured, then you would have to agree that it's just a belief. Would you agree with that?
Look, man, it makes sense to me that, like, I can just sense it that I got two unicorns parked outside.
Wait a minute, let him answer.
It makes sense.
Let him answer it.
I know. I'm just giving an example of making sense, man.
Yeah, he needs to answer though. So
yeah, but you can say that about everyone. Yeah, it's what I believe. It's like religion almost. The same thing with flat Earth is your guys' religion almost.
Well, you just admitted. No, what we have is I don't have a belief that Earth is flat. I know for a fact water is always horizontal when contained. I know for a fact that you cannot have gas pressure without a container. These are not subjective. These are objective things. The most fundamental, nature of things. where we live here. So, have you ever heard of anybody? Have you heard of anybody ever?
There's no atmosphere.
Hold on. Let me ask the second question. Do you know of anybody that's ever detected axial rotation of Earth? In other words, we're supposed to be spinning at a certain speed, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Do you know
Yeah, I
of
watched
anybody
one the other week. Yeah, they use a special device. Just give me a minute. I'll see if I can find it.
I'll hold my breath.
What are we getting? A special Earth measuring device?
I know what it is, but I'm not gonna say it.
Oh, a spin measuring device.
No, I'm actually asking about somebody actually detecting axial rotation. It shouldn't be. To me, it's kind of funny that
common sense, isn't it?
In this day and age, we don't have any references. They would be everywhere. If Earth was truly a globe, there would be empirical evidence all over the place. Like you could pull a book out of, everyone would have a book somewhere in the bookcase. They had this as a reference. Same thing with rotation. It should be everywhere.
Right. Like they would say the stars mean nothing because they're always moving. They're always changing, so you can't use those for anything. They're just nice and pretty.
Yeah, think about a linear aircraft model on a spinning sphere. What everything would change about the mechanics, the engineering, like.
Yeah, they've measured. They got the gyroscope, the laser gyroscopes. Is that what you're thinking about?
How did they measure axial rotation? Isn't the gyroscope attached to the same thing you're trying to measure?
Yeah, 4 gyroscopes at different locations.
Yeah, show us how that equates to a measurement of axial rotation, and we'll be all good.
This is more about rotations than axial movement.
Axial
this is
rotation?
just
rotations of a tire, or
Earth
what?
spinning. Earth is supposed to be spinning. When was that detected? When was it measured? It should be documented. It should be published. It should be in the public domain. It would be everywhere. Where is it? See if you can find that. We're not going to use something attached to the same thing you're trying to measure, bro. And plus, we're like in 2021 here. Don't they have high-speed interferometry? Like they have ways of measuring motion of like a surface, if a surface is in motion. So the point is, unless you can find one, you don't know of anything that validates the rotation of the Earth. So that is just a belief as well.
I mean, I'll link it in the. I'm just reading it now, so I'm not responding.
That's fine. Someone else want to go on to gas pressure or wherever you guys want to head with this?
I do want to ask him something. You said that you just believe it, right? Or do you know that it's a ball?
I can understand. I feel it's more believable.
Okay.
So it's a belief.
So if we were to present you with evidence that proves otherwise, are you like willing to actually review the evidence with an open mind, with put your bias aside? And that's extremely hard. I understand. Okay. So we have long distance observations. Like the curve of the ball seems to be missing. Okay. Do you understand? I don't know how familiar you are with the subject, but the Earth has a given dimension that they gave us. Just go to NASA.gov, look up the diameter, radius, circumference, all that stuff. I think diameter is it? The radius is like almost 4,000 miles, like 39.59, some shit like that. Anyways, so you just do some basic math to figure out what is the rate of drop of curvature per mile. Which means you're on a sphere, right? So just grab a ball, or you can imagine a basketball or whatever. Just any sphere. If you're on any point of the sphere to any other point, you change elevation. That's a sphere. That's a sphere for you. Or the surface. That's how it is, right? from any 2 points apart, they cannot be on the same elevation. It's just, well, they can, but like if you put one like up top at 0 degrees or whatever, then you know what I'm saying? You get me, right?
Yeah. I'm following
There's curvature in all axes, right? Because it's a sphere, right? So it's a circle revolved about an axis, okay? So there's curvature beneath your feet, like anywhere you go if the ball was small enough. So anyways, this is about roughly 8 inches per mile squared. So for every mile you go out, the drop is 8 inches. All right? Cool. So if you're standing in one spot, it'll be like 8, it's to the square of the distance. So it's exponential as you go out if you're standing in the same spot. But you can imagine if you're walking the earth, for every mile you walk, you're going to drop 8 as you go on. Cool?
Yeah, as you go further away,
Yeah. So an easy way to prove this or disprove this is to pick 2 points, like on Earth, like 2 cities that are like far apart and far enough, so the city or that object is hidden by the physical obstruction of the ball, right? The curvature of the ball, right? So, like if you're here and, exactly, you're getting me. So if you can just get just one photo of something that's supposed to be beyond the supposed curvature of this given size, well, then you've disproven the size that you were given, for sure. And that's been done many times, like long distance observations. A lot of them had nothing to do with like flat Earth, just people trying to take pics of something that's really far away, But there's plenty.
I mean, I can't. When there's obviously some curve there, and you got to equate for light
disconnect
bending.
Yeah, I dropped out by accident.
Oh, that's all good.
Yeah, I was saying there's a wiki. We have a wiki. If someone can link that on live stream real quick, with like a big old sheet of long distance observations where you're not supposed to see it. It's supposed to be hidden beyond curvature.
Yeah, I think world record is 275 miles.
Pretty sure you tried to use a wiki earlier, Morgs. Weren't you ridiculed for that?
Yeah, there's the stories.
No, the wiki is information that we compiled into.
It's their wiki.
Yeah. Right. Not Wikipedia. But anyways. So that's where the fight is at. Like for me, if you can prove to me the curvature of the sphere, I'm down. I will become a ball earther and I'll believe in space. Right? Well, no, I can't. I still can't believe in space. It's a different problem. Space is different, but I'll say it's a ball. If you can prove the curvature of the ball with a radius of 3959, or 4,000 miles, I'm down. It's a ball. Well, that's unproven still, and disproven actually. But okay, whatever.
Yeah, curvature has been debunked a long time ago.
But that's where the fight is at, right? Like we don't have to go anywhere else. Like I don't have to discuss space. I don't have to discuss thermodynamics. No gas. I don't need any of that right now. I just need proof of curvature. Like I love thermo, but
not even our fight, right? That's their fight. You might want to take that up with the Earth. That's not our fight.
Oh shit, Chocolate Sand! What up, bro?
Yo, what up?
What up, man? It's been a while. Shit. Haven't seen you in a minute. I'm good, man. How about you?
I'm cool, bro. I'm cool.
Dude,
busy.
Where you been at? All right, life.
I've been around. Here and there. Keeping busy.
All right, man.
So with you?
Dude, same here. Now life slowed down a bit, so I got more time to hop in here. But when it speeds up, that I disappear. It's like, all right.
Yeah, I know about that.
I'm on my little. I'm on vacation right now. That's why I'm in here a lot.
I guess.
Yeah.
Morning, chocolates.
Yo, what's up, man? Going on?
Any with you?
Not much. Wondering why it's 2021 and people still think they live on a magical spinning water ball. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. Weird thing that didn't change since when I came here like 4 years ago or something. I don't know.
That's right.
Same shit still. Whoop whoop.
Exactly.
So what's your biggest proof? Well, you did say it's a belief, so I can't really grill you on that, man. But what's for you? Like, what in your mind? What makes you believe that it's a sphere, spinning sphere in outer Narnia?
Just what I've grown up with more than anything, I suppose. But having like a ball and a sphere, especially when you put it into like the solar system equation, like I can see the moon, I can see the Earth's outline on the moon, different shapes.
That's funny.
What's the shadow then on the moon?
That's all. I'm not arguing. I'm just correcting. I said no because that's not true.
Are you talking about the moon phases?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
that has nothing to do with the Earth, even in the globe model.
But you can see that the moon is round. Are you saying it's a disc as well?
Yeah, you know what a half moon
lunar
is?
disc.
There's literally like a straight line, and you have a straight half moon, right?
It's not a straight line, though.
No one claimed a disc, by the way.
Are you sure?
No one here claimed a disc. Okay, just to clear that up.
Sorry, did they ever find out where the other half of that thing is, bro? or is that still outstanding?
The frisbee. It's still going around the orbit, dog.
Oh man.
Yeah, looking at the light.
Oh, the transparent moon. I got you, bro.
Check it out. Looking at the lights in the ceiling. Looking at the lights in the ceiling do not tell you anything about the floor you're standing on.
I think they correct you. The moon phase has nothing to do with the Earth and the moon. There's no shadow of the moon, according to them.
Do you see what I posted in the voice text for the live stream?
I don't know if you've looked. Anyway, yeah, never mind.
Courtesy you have NASA.
Yeah, you can actually like see this a couple of times. Once a month or so, the new moon cycle. But if this is the Earth's shadow, then what's going on? It has nothing to do with the Earth, even in the globe model. They say it's because the sunlight is reflecting off the moon, right? And then because of the angle that the light, sun, and Earth has, it appears to light up a different part of the moon. But it doesn't have anything to do with the Earth itself.
But then that is also a story because they haven't validated this.
You said solar system equation. Can you,
Yeah, I caught that.
Can you post that for me? No, I think he's right. There's such a thing. I just want to make sure. Yeah, what he's talking about is.
I'm talking about like the solar system in general. Like I can use a telescope and look at the moon. Look at Mars.
Why do you call that solar system?
I have a P900 and I take pictures of Mars too. It looks like just everything else.
It looks like a disc, does it?
A disc?
Sorry, just keep bringing up the disc. I can't imagine the planet not being a disc. It has to be some
Well, that's
shape.
your problem. You live in space. That's not our problem.
Yes.
Yeah, no one here thinks we're on a disc.
On the flat Earth.
We need to wreck space for him. That way, look, man. This Narnia space cannot exist. Do you understand that? Okay.
The vacuum of space, how they call it.
Yeah.
And because
yes,
space,
no?
yeah.
Can't
Space, which is me and my monitor. But what they call the vacuum of space, yeah, that's all bullshit.
The vacuum of space, where you have a system where one area of the system has a low pressure zone, and the other one has a high pressure zone, and how for some reason it's not flowing from high pressure to low pressure to reach equilibrium. That's
What about weather systems?
We've observed that before. What's
Talking about weather? The weather? Is that what you're talking about?
We're talking,
High and low
we're
system.
talking about air. We're talking about the air, the atmosphere.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
What is the
High and
definition
low
of a
pressure
gas?
controls the weather.
No, you breathe gas, right? It's a gaseous medium, right? That enters your lungs. Air is like 80% nitrogen, 20 oxygen, blah blah blah, right? Trace amounts of whatever else, you know. Anyways.
Yeah.
So do you know the definition, the textbook definition of a gas?
I don't know the textbook definition off my top of the head.
No. Okay. All right. I need to get you mine. All right.
Hello, Cyrus always pulls out the book.
Unless
Gas
I'm going
pressure.
upstairs. Unless someone has got a good definition that can post it.
Substance or matter in a state that which will expand
Yeah,
freely to
I
fill
got
the
the gas.
whole.
I have a gas pressure.
Yeah, at that he actually looked it up. He's actually pretty good. He didn't look at gas pressure. He looked at gas. Yeah, exactly.
Just gas. It's gas. Yeah.
Yeah. He read it right. Great. Read that one more time.
Yeah. A substance or matter in a state in which to expand freely to fill the whole of the container, having no fixed
There you
shape.
go.
Of the container.
Right. Now imagine like a car tire pressurized at several times higher pressure than the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Can you have that without the tire to keep the air in? The high pressure next to the low pressure?
In a tire, you're talking about having a low and a high pressure system.
No, that the,
You
the,
understand
the
how
inside of the tire is a higher pressure than the air outside of the tire, right? But can you have that? Can you have a high pressure with a low pressure around it without the tire to keep the air in? Because this is basically what they're claiming on the globe model. Because we have a bunch of gas here on Earth, and then there's an infinite space vacuum all around us.
So you're
What's
saying that
keeping
there
the
should
gas
be
here?
equal pressure throughout the world?
No.
No, it wouldn't have to be
Well, no, not
equal
throughout
pressure.
the world. No. In the system.
So,
your quote unquote solar system. In the solar system.
Are we talking
How is this going on?
in space or on the planet?
What they describe. Okay, so hold on. This is this. So what they describe as that the Earth is, right? We have gas pressure, correct?
Yeah.
Right. And when there's a supposed lit Kármán line where it goes from space to outer space, right? And that part of the quote unquote space is a vacuum, right? 10 to the negative 17 torr, right?
Yeah.
Right. You can't have that without a container in between. Otherwise, what will happen to the gas that's on Earth?
So you're trying to disprove atmosphere?
Atmosphere is a misnomer. I mean, it's not. That's a oxymoron. You can't have air. Gas doesn't have any inherent shapes.
And in any case, that would be the gas we're talking about. We're not denying the gas. We're breathing the gas.
Right.
We're denying space.
The vacuum of space, all the air that's here would just fuck off, will just disperse into the medium available, into it equalizes. That whole entire vacuum of space is an infinite, according to them, right?
You can't even simulate if you want to simulate
the
a
gravity
vacuum.
holds it in. The gravity holds it in.
Remember when we talked about gravity last time? You can't even prove gravity, can you?
I can't prove it, but I can experience it.
Gravity doesn't.
You can still calculate
doesn't
that.
hold iridium.
No.
Gravity doesn't hold iridium.
Let me ask you this: which direction? Give me a second. Which direction does gas flow? What vector does it go to?
Goes to the lowest resistance.
You just read it.
Goes to every known direction.
Or it goes to the least resistance. If there was a high pressure and a low pressure, it's going to go to the low pressure.
You said it correctly. When you Googled it a minute ago, you said it correctly.
If I were to give you gravity, right? If I were to give you gravity, which direction would that go?
What do you mean down? Goes towards the middle.
Right, towards down, right? So gravity has nothing to do with gas because gas could go everywhere, and gravity only pulls down.
Gravity's pulling into the middle of the planet.
Right, towards
so
the center,
let's say for a minute that
let's say
the
is
planet
down
is a sphere. It's a globe. It's going to pull
towards
from
the
outside
center.
inwards. Yeah.
Yeah, and gas goes which direction?
It expands.
Right, and where's this? What part of the gravity?
That's like saying that a tire. That's like saying that a tire couldn't hold it in.
Give me a second. Where is gravity stronger?
Was it stronger?
Yes.
Closer to the center or further away?
At the surface level, or like
Well, yeah, the closer to the object you are.
Right. So if gravity can't hold the gas at the center, what makes you think that it's going to hold it further out?
Because its density, it weighs nothing.
So how is it going to hold it out further?
Yeah, so if it weighs
How does it
less,
stay out that far and not come in?
if it weighs less, then it would go down easier.
If gravity even
Yeah, but there's
exists, how would it
heavier
even
stuff
get out
underneath
there
it.
in the first place?
Yeah, I already asked him
How
to
would it get out
validate
there in the first place, bro?
Can somebody compare that
Like,
vacuum?
by your own definition, you've just disproven gravity, right? You're the one who read out the definition. Gas expands to fill the container, right? Now you're telling us, if gravity was real, it would just go down. But that's not how gas acts.
It pulls in.
Yeah,
No, it
so
doesn't.
why isn't it?
And it's not going to continuously expand. It's not some infinite force that has infinite kinetic energy that's just going to keep expanding.
Exactly the point.
It's got
You
pull
people
from gravity,
think that
which
gravity
counteracts
is a force.
that expansion.
Dude. You're right when you say it's not a force because your mainstream science doesn't even consider it a force anymore.
But you can measure that force. I'm not saying.
But it's
I'm
not
talking.
one, so you can't measure it if it's not a force. Do you not get that?
But
How you can measure it?
He's talking about the kinetic energy between the molecules, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm talking about gravity's effect on things and how it can. It makes kinetic energy. If I have this can and I drop it,
I already told you, right? You were thinking of mass attracting mass, which makes supposedly gravity a force, right? That has been discarded about 106 years ago, bro. So gravity is not a cause, not a force. It's now is the pseudoscience is
but that's the way I perceive it. I know there's a
you
lot
can
more
perceive it
behind
however you
that.
want. I mean, I could
You
perceive
can
it as
simplify
unicorn.
that.
I could say then therefore it's unicorns then.
I can see this. I'm not talking.
You cannot see this. We talked about this a few minutes ago where I told you about relative density, right? Right. So when we told you I could science the shit out of relative density, but I can't science gravity, meaning not even Newton or Einstein have a scientific experiment on gravity. I mean, they can't have a scientific theory without any experiments. They're just ideas. I told you this is all just abstract. It's just numbers, right? Numbers that are just exist in your head. They're just stories. They're not valid. Meaning, if Hitchens Razor says, if there's no evidence for something, pretty much, if you have no evidence, I could just discard it. There is no gravity. Fuck gravity. Gravity is bullshit.
Yeah, so you're talking about
you
things
can
going
observe
down.
gravity.
Hold on, wait, no. All you're seeing is the effect of something. You haven't validated the
That's
cause
what I'm
of
talking
anything.
about. I'm not talking about anything beyond that.
You can observe.
I feel like we're kind of getting in the weeds.
Hold on.
here.
No.
Hold on.
You can observe relative density.
No, he's not getting the point. Because
You can't observe gravity. You think that gravity is something that's pulling you down. Gravity isn't doing nothing because gravity doesn't exist. You observe relative density. And I proved this to you a few minutes ago. Helium balloon. What happens? Why the helium balloon goes up?
Yeah, it's density.
Because it's
and gravity's effect on density.
Right. Same thing with the ball. If I throw a ball in the air, what happens?
It's going to come back down because it's gravity.
Right. Now let me throw it in the bottom of water. What happens?
It's going to float on top of the water.
Right. So gravity has nothing to do with any of that, right?
Well, it's still having an effect on it, as well as the water.
There is
Skipping the
nothing.
water
You just told me that is. Hold on, I'm still talking a lot. Just give me a second. You just told me that relative density has everything to do with it. Density of the medium compared to the density of the object has definitely have an effect on or cause because
they're both there. You can't say you got density and you don't have gravity, or you've got gravity and you don't have density. They're both
where did gravity came to play?
No,
I asked you. Give me a second. I'm still in the middle of a conversation. I just
if there was no gravity, and the ball would just float away.
Why?
Well, hold on. But hold on.
Why would it float in the water? Just float away.
The thing that's not being addressed is you're saying density, and he's like, yeah, gravity has a role in that. Like, why not answer to that? Try to figure out.
I asked him about it. Yeah, I asked him
about gas pressure.
Well, he's just taking it as, well, gravity obviously plays a role in relative density.
But we just discussed it, and he just actually said, "Well, no, it's just it's denser than the medium." Where did gravity came to play in that? I asked him that. Where was gravity?
May I give a quick definition? Yep. I know it's really fresh. The buoyant force is directly proportional to the mass of the displaced volume. That's it. Boom, Archimedes principle.
So guess what? You don't need buoyancy. Buoyancy requires what? G. So you don't even need it. You just need relative density for any of it.
Dog, you can put in little g with me. I'm cool with little g. 9.81 all day long. Yes, sir, because it's close enough. I can measure that. Yes, stopwatch. I got a stopwatch. I can do it. Okay. However, you talk about big G, but you don't know that. But it's okay. Keep going. Boricua, all you dude. Keep going. I just wanted to define it from the textbook. It's directly proportional to the volume of the displaced mass. Has nothing to do with gravity. It has to do with the mass of the object. You know, like how much stuff you displaced.
Archimedes' principle came before the quote-unquote gravity. So they added that later on.
If I can just point out, the argument was gas pressure, and he basically conceded to the gases filling up the available space, and then he invoked gravity for that, and it got into the weeds and discussion about gravity again. But you don't even really have to, because
talk about gravity in the atmosphere.
But this is the point that I think you were missing is if gas is moving in all directions, omnidirectionally, that means you can't say it's moving down, right?
Actually,
it's moving in all directions.
Marathon, we can actually even go even further. You just hold on. We could go even further. Tell me, in the definition of gas pressure, how in gas pressure, where does gravity come to play? Give me the definition of gas pressure, and tell me in that definition. No. Listen to what I have to say. First of all, you don't have curvature, so you don't have a radius, you don't have any measurement of curvature, you don't have any detection of the spin. Therefore, there's no way you can invoke planet, there's no way you can invoke gravity. So in the definition of gas pressure, where does it say gravity can be a container?
Well, it wouldn't say that in the definition.
It will have to say it if gravity could be a container. Then it says a container. Therefore, there is no gravity involved in it. It just says the gas pretty much can freely move until it bumps a container. Gravity is not a container. You don't even have gravity.
You keep going back to the definition of it's got to expand. It expands to everything.
No, El Boricua, I wanted to interrupt you to make the point that you just made. No.
Go ahead.
Dude, I don't want to move away from this because I feel like you're saying what he just said is irrelevant, but actually everything that you said up until that point was a red herring anyway, because this is actually the point. How gas pressure is defined and how you're trying to redefine it because of your belief in the heliocentric model. Because actually, the proper thing to do, if you were being intellectually honest, would say, well, because I believe in this model, I have to say that gas is contained by gravity. So it would have to be hitting the walls of the force of gravity, and gravity isn't even a force anymore. But you know that doesn't make any sense. The definition is the definition, my man.
I understand, but you guys are saying that gravity doesn't exist. It's been disproven.
You actually.
I don't know what you call the effect.
You read the definition. You debunked gravity yourself, bro.
Hold on. That
Of a
is
gas.
separate. That's again a red herring to the main point.
Yeah.
Maybe read your definition again.
Meaning it seems related.
Of a gas. You want me to read the definition of gas again? Or gravity?
Sure. Sure, why not?
Gas pressure is in the voice text, up a little bit. There's several citations for gas pressure there. Let me see, where did I put it? Scrolling. Keep them doggies scrolling.
It's about the gas definition, right?
Yeah, it's at, here we go. It's at 59 minutes after the hour. So I'm with the thing. You can have as much gravity as you want. You can pretend there's gravity. I don't care. Yeah, pretend all that stuff, but it's not going to do anything at all to the gas pressure. It doesn't affect gas pressure. So since we have to have the walls of a container in order to have pressurized gas, space as you know, or the space as they told you it is, cannot exist. It violates all known physics. And those things are not, those things are irrefutable. The gas laws, the second law of thermodynamics, they've never been violated, ever. So you don't have curvature, no measurement has ever been brought forth. You don't have a detection of rotation. Nothing has ever been brought forth. And the vacuum of space cannot exist in reality. All of those things are beliefs.
Well, that's if you decide to operate on the really is level, right?
Not beliefs. They're second law of thermodynamics violations. Go ahead, have him read the definition of gas pressure at 13 minutes after the hour. There's 4 of them. Go ahead and have him read out loud.
Mark?
Tap.
You took me, sorry. I was reading stuff. What's up?
Yeah, 13 minutes after the hour. Go ahead and read right through them. 4 of them. Go.
Where am I looking?
13 minutes after the hour.
In the live stream voice text, are you there?
I am there.
Directly above the live stream here, there's a hashtag live stream voice text. You need to click on that.
Yeah. And 13 minutes.
If you don't mind reading it out loud for everybody to hear it.
Oh, you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah.
The pressure of a gas is a force that the gas exerts on the wall of its container. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because of the molecules are in motion, the gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container.
That's from NASA.
Observation about pressure may be explained the following ideas. Pressure. Yeah. Pressure is caused by gas molecules. Okay. So that's the definition of gas pressure.
And who said that, QE? All these citations.
Yeah, chemistry department at Elmhurst, NASA, and Chem Libertex. Where's gravity in any of those definitions?
What does gravity have to do with pressure in any of these?
That's exactly my point. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Let's just kill it.
Wow, buddy.
But if you take a pressurized container underwater, it would change, wouldn't it?
We don't care about that. Let's just kill it.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. Take it underwater, put it in a hot tub, and have spin the hot tub with torpedoes. Yeah, we don't really care.
So you reckon because they
15
don't
minutes after the hour, we're just going to kill it. We'll just kill it quick. We'll just kill it quick. Thank you. If you could just shut up for the next 15 seconds, and then we'll kill it properly. From the legend, Professor Frank Lambert, Occidental College, oxy.edu, entropy site. Gas expansion into a vacuum. Mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion and fusion, colligative effects on osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. So, gas is not expanding into the vacuum, the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, meaning that it's decreasing entropy, violating the second law of thermodynamics. Prosecution rests.
Do you understand what just happened, or?
Nah, still way above me.
Your space just got demolished by science.
I mean, it's really simple, right? Like, after you read out the definitions of gas pressure, then you were asked, what does gravity have anything to do with that? I mean, your own words. What does gravity have to do with this? Well, that's what we've been saying to you the past 30 minutes. What does gravity have anything to do with gas and gas pressure? Your words, nothing. Right?
Well,
because gravity is not a container for gas, because first off, you have no evidence that it actually exists.
Yeah, that's
but
the
what we
biggest problem.
do know. Yeah, that's one of them. It's up there. Right? The second problem is every definition that you just read had a word in it. Container. Right? You know why?
Yeah.
Why?
Are you saying that because we can't expand the pressure on Earth, that must mean it's
No, just answer the question.
Why do you think the word container was in every definition read for gas pressure?
Because it's pressure. You can't pressurize the Earth.
No, because it's
normally. Normally.
Without what? You can't pressurize the Earth without
container. It's
but if I were to pump enough fucking things in there, I'm pretty sure I could.
It's a necessary.
And there's high and low pressure areas all over the planet.
It's a necessary antecedent. I'll say it again. The container is the necessary antecedent to even have gas pressure. That's why. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
You can't even measure gas pressure without a container.
Exactly.
You can't measure it. So you wouldn't even know that gas pressure exists without a container.
Yep. Exactly.
So
that's why that statement you were going to make, you can't pressurize the Earth without and you didn't finish it?
Well, they do measure it.
Container.
They do measure it all the time.
Oh, do they? How do they do that? Atmosphere, first of all.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want to tell them about atmosphere?
Yeah, I'll tell them. Yeah, you got a problem with atmosphere because it's a contradiction in terms. Atmo meaning air. Air is a gas. Gas has no inherent shape. Sorry, spheres.
Can I just maybe ask him something?
Holy shit, man! Can you maybe wait 1 second? Wow, I wasn't even done, and you. Who was that?
Well, I mean, it's something you said earlier, and they say this a lot. They think that there should be a constant pressure.
So he keeps
throughout
going.
The entire Earth system, if there isn't gravity to pull on things.
Are you fucking high?
I warned this guy before.
That would only work if the temperature was also constant.
Can you hear me?
Right.
Yeah.
Hello.
Marathon.
I've never had a barometer either, apparently.
What the?
Hello, Martoth. Can you hear me? Can he hear me?
Man. Maybe he can't. Maybe he can't, man. I'm not sure. Maybe he actually can't. Who's that chocolate cracking up? Who's that? No.
That was an epic cluster.
You want to say something about the atmosphere?
Maritas. Hey, Maritas. Maritas.
Anyways, man. QE, man. You want to keep rolling?
I think Maritas can't hear anybody.
Maritoth, drop
Yeah,
by
man.
and come again, man. All right, back to the atmosphere. Your atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo meaning air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, so it's a paradox. Not saying that the gases don't exist, but your term atmosphere, that's a paradox.
And the definition of gas that you read out before said that it's a substance that expands to fill the container.
And that it has no shape either. Was in that definition as well.
Isn't that? Well, if it expands to fill the container, it would take the shape of the container, right? Where's the air on the ball Earth? Where's that? Is that being contained, or is that on like the outside of it?
It moves around due to different pressures.
I thought that we are in open system.
Pressures, yeah.
Different pressure. We're right back to pressure. How do you have pressure without a container? Since every definition
Gravity's
you read,
gravity's pulling on those atoms, pulling it in.
My God!
Now you sound like you're chanting.
Yeah. Gravity that doesn't exist. Even if it did exist,
You keep saying gravity doesn't exist.
Holy shit, man! Even if it did exist in all its current forms,
Yeah.
it doesn't have one iota effect on entropy.
Oopsie.
You're not only violating all the laws, that is Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Dalton's law, second law of thermodynamics, and Brownian motion. You're taken back to the woodshed and just beating it overhead with a nail spike Louisville slugger.
Hey, Quantum, I need a list of all those laws that you read about.
He's not saying it's perfect.
It's better than saying it's a global conspiracy and there's a pile of land everywhere that the government's not telling us about.
What did he say? I didn't catch that. What'd you say, bro?
No, entertain it. Don't entertain it.
Please.
Don't entertain it.
That's what
we're about to go into a rabbit hole now.
Yeah, we need
I didn't
curvature
hear him, I
measurement.
swear.
We need detection of rotation, curvature measurement, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So pretty much screwed there, bro.
That's with the deniability of gravity.
Can I ask a question? You think just saying it repeatedly is going to eventually make it true? Is that what you think it is? Because we could stop talking
that's
about
what
it
you
right
guys
now.
do,
If you showed us actual empirical evidence that it exists, we could stop talking about it right now. Do you have any?
What, the gravity exists?
Yes.
I'm talking about the force that pulls something down.
Oh, of course.
We can all experience this right now, don't we? I don't know why you guys are getting so weird about gravity. Mate, you jump up and down, right? You come back down.
Dude, are you aware that your own mainstream science doesn't consider gravity to be a force? So you're in here right now trying to pass off a rotary phone as it's brand new. Do you get that?
Are you saying there's no force that pulls us down?
Listen, hold on. I'm saying the own side that tells you this story tells you it's not a force. So why are you in here telling us that it is?
You might need some citations.
Because it acts on me.
Okay, well, bring us a citation. We want to see it. Because you're going against all mainstream science.
I'm just wondering, what do you guys think acts on your body when you jump up and down?
Wait a second, bro.
Yo.
You're claiming something. Listen, you're claiming something. We need to see the citation because your own mainstream science is saying that it's not a force. So you're saying it is. So I want to see. Where did you get that? Stop talking. While someone's talking, you got to stop. So we want to see what you're going by in order to validate. So you're obviously saying that it is a force. Show us where it is a force. Where are you getting that information?
Where it acts on us.
Sonny, hold on. Morgs.
Yeah.
26 minutes after the hour, Maritothi's posted 4 citations for you. Can you read them out loud?
And you guys rumpus the fuck out of chocolate, by the way.
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, he usually does the
strictly speaking, yeah.
rumpusing.
Gravity is not a force. Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you guys? What's acting on your body?
What are we
do you
Can
guys
I
call
answer him
gravity
real
then?
quick? Let me
What do you
give you
guys
the
call
proper
gravity?
fucking answer. I got you. It's the space-time curvature that's acting on you. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
You
So we're past
must
that- we're past
update your
that bit, right?
terms, man. You can't weigh stuff in grams anymore, according to Einstein. You must weigh them in the curvature of space-time. So you must give me the rate of curvature of space-time that's on your head or your toes, so I can fucking calculate
So
how much
that's
you
why
weigh.
you guys
And
are
I'm
getting the
dead
same
serious.
answer without even trying to say gravity.
That's Einstein, man. That's your high priest of
your own
scientism. Yes.
Who is George Musa? Who is George Musa? Can anybody know?
Who is George Musa?
Yeah, who is George Musa?
I thought you were talking about Mufasa there for a second.
Is that some famous astrophysics?
Yes, he
He
is.
says.
Okay, well, I have a point with this. That's George Musa, famous astrophysicist, saying that is not a force. And guy called Morg, he say it is force. Okay, I need to listen more, or that guy George Musa.
I mean, look, there's a.
You guys are confused about the definition of gravity. I'm just talking about.
Mark, are you listening to me? The guy, George Musa, the famous astrophysics, said that the gravity is not a force, but you are saying that it is. Man, which publication you have?
Right. So he's saying like a published physicist said that, and you're going up against him. So what you got? You're saying it's a force.
Hold on. Guys, hold on. Everybody.
Can you debunk him first?
Sasha, one second.
Sorry.
1 second.
Okay.
Creation Bear, go ahead and play it. Because I heard you got it.
Gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do, and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
That's a physicist.
Did you hear what he just? Bro, that's George Musa, bro. You don't know about this guy?
Him, huh? Dang, man. I've read it. I've never listened to him though.
Bro.
Okay, so okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say one thing. Well, ask one thing. Why isn't the answer, and this is the answer, for both Einstein and Newtonian, Einstein and Newton, right? They don't have scientifically valid experiments or hypotheses. So gravity hasn't been scientifically validated on either front. Why is that not an acceptable answer for your question? So you guys don't believe in gravity. Why isn't what I said not a valid answer to that?
The question was to you, Morg. And may I add, and I'm a paraphrase. I'm a paraphrase something about Newton. Newton said, and this is paraphrasing, that you practically had to be a moron if you believe in gravity as a force. It's just as paraphrasing.
So is he going to answer the question, or is he going to let you guys jerk him off for another hour?
I think it's just subtlety, man, at this point. Thank you, Marathon.
Hey, Morg, what would you say your hold on, Sasha. Morg, what would you say your confidence level in the globe is at this point?
very high, I would assume.
It is cemetery.
So give us a number.
Probably higher than it was before. These guys are clowns.
He must be high.
Yeah, give us a percentage. Come on.
120.
More.
Oh, sorry about that. I just DC.
He's probably in the morgue.
Disconnected.
Percentage. What is your confidence level in percentage-wise of you being on a globe now?
Which math he will use for percentage?
I'll say it's still pretty high up there, boys.
Yeah, so give us a number, would you?
We got 2 kind of gravity and shit.
Can you give us, give us a fucking number? Just pull one out of a fucking hat or something.
You got me to 90%, all right?
We got you to 90.
Okay.
You got the 10%.
Chipping away.
So, probably some homework, man, is look for any validation, scientific validation of gravity. That's one.
We're giving out homework
Should
now.
be easy because gravity is everywhere, according to him.
Black Swan, Black Swan.
I got some of it right here, man. So I got some in my coffee mug.
You guys are still so stuck on the gravity thing.
But there is no incitation.
Not really.
Actually, you're stuck.
That kind of sounds like you were.
I'm a little stuck.
Except for that one time when you asked us, what does gravity have anything to do with the definition of gas? That was a good line that you had, because that was our whole point. But apparently you didn't realize that was our point when you said that to us. So that's kind of funny.
Yeah,
I
we trolled
understood
you.
that.
Get
You
it?
guys just kept repeating gravity on gas in the definition.
Do you now see how we troll the trolls or people that want to just ask us snarky questions?
Yeah, because we're good.
Yeah.
You're not on the level of this.
Oh, okay, one more question.
But you
One more
can be,
question.
because you do
I was first. Hold on. I was first. I was fucking first. Hold on. One more
I was still talking.
Hello. I think I started. So, Morg, so how many other things in life do you have zero proof of, yet you're still 90% sure of? What other subjects do you do that with?
That's a good question.
Crickets.
What's
please.
the highest level of math you've studied?
Oh, this year 12.
Just one. This year 12. Okay, so it's algebra 2 or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, algebra 2. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Is it possible that spherical objects are flat?
Is that a question for me? Is it like a disc?
No. Spherical. Ball.
Spherical objects are flat.
Ball is flat. Can ball be flat?
All the air escapes the ball. It could deflate. Yeah.
It becomes a disc.
Just messing with
I'm
you,
asking,
Sasha.
can ball be a flat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can what?
How? Can ball be flat?
Not completely flat. If you cut it out, might be flat.
No, I'm saying
it
real
out.
ball. Don't touch it. Don't do it anything with the ball.
If you completely flatten it, it's still. I'd call it a disc.
Are there any flat places on a sphere?
Do you understand the geometrical
I can't see any flat places on the planet,
or
though.
what the word sphere means?
Wait, you don't see any flat places on Earth?
I don't see any
Have you
cliffs
ever
you
been
can
to the
fall
beach?
off.
You ever been to the beach?
Maybe do you want to
Yeah,
go
I've
in
been to the beach.
Bolivia to see?
I don't see any cliff I can infinitely fall off, though.
Fall off.
Why
Why would you fall off too?
Where would that be?
Well, if the Earth isn't spherical, after you get after the wall that the government blocks us in, after that, the wall that we're not allowed outside of.
You ever had a pet?
So how far did you walk away from your parents' house to find this edge that you were pursuing?
Well, I mean, people have been all around the world. Is I've never heard of the.
No, we're talking about you. You said you don't see this. So how far did you leave your house to find this thing that you don't see?
I've gone all around Australia, gone to other countries.
Australia's the flattest.
Right. So nowhere near the ends of the earth, which you.
Yeah, I've never heard anyone else talking about it, though.
Right.
I've never heard anyone else talk about it.
So you're imagining this so that you can hide from reality.
Are you trying to tell me that there's an edge? Are you trying to tell me there's an edge I can fall off?
Okay, so you barely left your parents' house. Okay, great, thanks.
So there is an edge I can fall off, is there?
Question to actually
Yeah.
and actually answer as if it's a fun question. It's so boring.
Yeah.
We sat here for a whole hour talking about how gravity has to do nothing with containment and gas pressure. We just spoke about that. And you're going to seriously fucking entertain him talking about falling out of a container?
No. Thank you, Elijah.
It's hilarious.
Sasha was
what was told.
Elijah, we got more people in here. That's why.
Answer the Elijah question. That's the point. The first question, what Elijah told you, that's the best question. What Elijah did it. Answer that question.
What was the question?
Oh my God.
How do you fall out of a container?
There you go.
How I fall out of a container. Yeah. You're saying you should have edges, though. A container's got walls, right?
Answer the question, how do you fall out of the container?
Well, you can't. You go to the top. Where's the walls? Where's the walls for the container?
No, we can't explore Australia.
Can I reach the end?
Listen, we can't explore Australia past the 60th parallel, so we can't tell you there is a wall there, but there has to be containment because we have gas pressure. Therefore, yeah, you can't say we're gonna fall off something weird.
In the definition.
Now, you believe there's people upside down to you. That's just retarded.
Yeah, and time zones. Like if I ring someone from another time zone, there'll be,
Oh, like a clock. Yeah.
So now
like
time zones? Yeah. Time zones are globe?
Yeah. Like the face of a clock. Is a clock a globe? I forgot. Does anybody find a globe clock yet? Thanks.
No, but if I ring someone from a different time zone, it's going to be sunny.
Yeah, like a clock, right? Like the.
Did you know that time zones? There's 24 of them, just like a clock. Did you know that?
Wow, that's amazing. That's crazy.
Yeah.
The clock's a ball, right?
Oh, so it's actually somebody can show one. I'm not at that computer.
What, the time zones?
Yeah. How they work.
Flat surface, taking the time zones with it. It's a local spotlight. When it gets too far away, it's dark.
Where does the sun go then?
It just goes beyond on the flat plane, beyond where you can see it due to the vision, optics, diffraction limit over a flat surface. It's not going behind a curve.
The size of our known land then would have to be astronomical if it was flat.
It's not floating.
It's like looking down a hallway. Eventually, it merges with the floor because you're too close to the floor. It's just optics and perspective.
He thinks the sun is 93 million miles away and it's gigantic and million Earths fit inside of it.
Sure, he does. Absolutely right. So I just posted some clocks for you since you've never seen a clock, and one has time zones on it. So there's the picture of it. Thanks.
Yeah, that's completely not where I was going, but all right, man.
I know, because you don't understand. Yes, you have an imagination of a ball. When we're showing you how time zones are calculated and understood in reality, they require a flat surface. Do you have a ball calculator for time zones? No, that's the point. Thanks.
So the sun would basically be like one of those hands of the clock revolving over the surface.
Okay.
Man, I think we're talking about gravity and gas pressure. Did you understand that bit?
Well, you keep on talking about gravity. Are you saying that we need gravity to make a ball? If we're on a flat surface, do we need this gravity ball-making force at all? Couldn't it be, I don't know, something else that just goes up or down over a flat surface?
I mean, I'll give you gravity as a force if you can tell me the source of energy you are consuming to maintain this force. Like, because it does work, obviously, on bodies on the surface of Earth. of, such as stuff falling down according to your definition. Thus, work has been done in joules. Okay, energy has been spent. Now, gravity, where did it get this energy from? You see, you built a perpetual motion machine of the first kind right there, which means you violate the first law of thermodynamics. Not the second, no, the first. Which is
all the laws of
energy cannot be, created or destroyed. And you can't get over unity, which is what you're doing, or a perpetual motion machine, which is a system that does work on itself. Well, that's never been observed. It's like, unicorns, right? It's been chased after many, many years, like by inventors, and no one ever showed it. A proper perpetual motion machine never been shown.
Yeah. Self-propulsion, self-propelling.
You can get into weird stuff. It's like, there's like kooky stuff out there, but I can't verify it. But
ask you how much percent on is now.
Second, y'all. Hey, Quantum,
he's more confident now, bro. His confidence in the globe even went up more now. Like
I think so.
A perpetual motion machine now. It's this Narnia, absolute Narnia.
Well,
like gravity, which is stuff.
Welcome to the alternatives to the globe-making gravity scheme. Look into electromagnetism. Maybe we have something electromagnetic determining what goes up or down over a flat plane. That's what I would go with instead of globe-making gravity.
Why? Like, say I was to make up a story, right? And I made it up in my own language, and I was like, "Hey, Lemon, and it's 100 years down the line. I'm telling you this 100 years down the line, hypothetically speaking, obviously. Are you going to say, well, screw all that? How about I come up with something else that makes more sense to me? Or are you just going to say, all right, bro, whatevs, roll your eyes, and keep experiencing the world the way you do?
I'd go with that because you can have charge separation with layering with electromagnetics. And that could possibly lead to an uppity or a downity or something floating up or floating in place or going downward with charge separation. But I don't know.
I'm pretty sure
its layer.
Why don't we just say objects are falling to their natural state rather than this up, down, left, right crap?
So you're saying it's just intrinsic? It could be, but it appears that we have some sort of anti-gravity effects with electromagnetism. So we are able to fight against this intrinsic thing, downity anyway, with the use of electromagnetism. So I would tend to say that it's electromagnetic.
Wait a minute. Hold on. If you're going to say that you discovered anti-gravity, then wouldn't you have an experimental setup for proving gravity?
We have the accounts of the Tibetan people that
I don't like how this is the second time you've answered a question I didn't ask. I tried to say it the first time.
You want to experiment? Okay, fine. I thought that you wanted to think about the subject, but you're in interrogation mode where you just want evidence. Fine. I'll go find it.
No, I want you to actually speak to what I just said to you. Not go do something to win something. I said, hey, Lemon, anti-gravity, wouldn't that mean you would have to manipulate the cause of something?
He's gone.
Whatever. They're always blown away with the ether. Whatever.
Yeah, it's like you can't even bring that up in here. I was getting ready to hang up.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not
you can bring it up. You can do.
I don't mind. I don't mind ether talk.
It was a simple question.
As long as it's not proof.
The ether's great. I smoke weed. It makes nice little curly clouds, and I'm like, oh shit, what's that? Why is it doing that? Like, okay, so what? So what? So what?
And also, if you say anti-gravity, that means that gravity exists?
Right. Yeah, that's
exactly
the part.
what Elijah asked him. Well, then you will have to have an experiment for gravity, and that's when he.
Yeah, of course. That's a good question. Yeah.
Just call it levitation.
Well, you would have to show me that. Like I haven't seen that done electromagnetically. Like personally, like, that's
right. He posted a link in the live stream, voice text for people.
Okay. Frog? What frog, bro? I don't know. I don't know anything about that. What's that?
Just switch on my positives and negatives or whatever.
That's not levitation. It's electromagnetism.
Yeah, it's magnetism. I can make an egg levitate. That's easy. Everybody can do that. Yep. Drop an egg in water and it sinks, and then add salt and it floats. Yeah, okay. There you go. I levitated an egg in water.
That's not levitation, man. It's not. Okay, but cool. Nor is like electromagnetic.
Wow, that sounds kind of like a force pushing the freaking egg up because of a denser medium.
Force of density.
So there's no such thing as gravity. There's going to be no anti-gravity here in this place. So you want to call it anti-density or something like that, then maybe.
A moment of silence for the gravity.
We have anti-curve.
Hello, Ariel.
Sorry. Concave Earth, Sasha. Anti curvature.
Oh my God! Yeah. No.
I mean, you know what?
All right, Elijah.
What's up?
Yeah, man. So we got to figure out what's going on here, man, because this is an issue. Do you want me to go after Quantum Eraser and see what he thinks first, or should I get you to tell me what you're talking about here as far as an object?
I don't care. Whichever.
So, Quantum Eraser, are you there, sir?
I can't be arsed. In 10 minutes. Signature series, Numpty clip. Don't miss it, man. Fossilized brain tissue. I just posted a link. Don't miss it. Go ahead.
Would that be fossilized brain tissue? Isn't that every atheist that comes into the hangout?
Yes.
Amen. That's amazing how I can just tell. Okay, Quantum Eraser, I'm not going to ask you a question now, but there is a possibility that we disagree on something. And if you agree with this other premise that the Earth is an object, we can have a battle royale. What do you say?
Now, as soon as you brought up agree and disagree, you're outside my genre.
Oh, do you know that the Earth is an object, or do you know that the Earth is not an object, QE?
Object? An object.
That's crazy. So.
Define an object.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Right.
Define
Not
it.
the Earth. Thanks for playing.
No, not define it.
Yeah, that was easy.
No, you didn't do shit. But anyway,
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Earth
9
isn't an
minutes from now-
object. Hold on, guys. Listen, Sonny earlier was giving an excellent explanation to somebody. I don't know if that was the same douche that just left, but Sonny not only described perfectly that the Earth is not an object, he then went into detail explaining that it's not even definable and you can't even know its extremities. That's what Sonny did. But then
But the one
Elijah
thing
had a
he
problem
didn't-
with
the one
that.
thing he didn't
No,
do was
Elijah,
define-
Elijah, you're digging
the
a
one
hole.
thing he
You're
did-
digging a big
one
hole,
thing he
Elijah. No,
didn't-
you're interrupting
the
me,
one
but you're
thing
digging a
he
big hole.
didn't do,
It doesn't matter. No,
which
you
is
were wrong.
what you didn't
Nope, you
do
were
was
dead
define
wrong.
an
Dead wrong.
object.
You were dead wrong. Nope, you were the one that said it.
I already know how you feel.
You're talking to each other.
Absolutely right.
And
the Earth is not
I
an
know how you
object, and that's the
feel.
point.
You got your cat paws on your balls, and you're pulling them.
You don't
I know.
understand what an object
I know.
is. The Earth is not. Okay, do you think if I have a handful of sand, is that an object?
Don't ask me a question until I make it.
Yeah, that's my point, is that Earth is not an object. A handful of sand isn't an object. So why would somebody be crazy enough to think the whole Earth, which is not a whole, you can't even define it, would be an object?
And to be fair,
Let me know when. Hold up.
Okay.
Just let me know when you're done so I can respond. Sounds like you're done. All right.
Just to
None
be
of
fair,
that-
no, hold up. Just to
None
be
of-
fair, Just to be fair, I did. Hold on,
No,
I want to
Sonny.
clarify.
No, Sonny, because Elijah was next.
Yeah, I muted you, Sonny. Sorry, man, but Elijah.
So, when you brought up what Sonny said, I guess that was an answer to what I asked you. That wasn't an answer to this question either, which is, what is an object defined at?
Right. Well,
You
the
haven't
problem was
answered
is
it. You
that
just said, well,
Sonny
gave us-
described that. Sonny answered that already. You weren't listening.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
So-
you have to have
okay,
the,
so let me-
you have
so
to
now-
have
so
the
now,
parameters
Sonny.
of the thing you're
So now-
talking about.
So now, Sonny, did you pull up a definition? Did I miss that?
No, but I
I
did
already
state it.
posted the definition. Go
okay,
I
okay,
did
so
state it. Wait a minute.
that
Can't
was
I finish? Hold on. Can't I finish?
But listen. I'm trying to bury him right now. It's my
I know,
good friend.
I know, but see,
you're
by
not making
misinterpreting-
you're not making it. You're not making it easier. I'm not
I know.
misinterpreting.
You misinterpreting what I said? Yes. you are.
Listen, I'm not misinterpreting what you said because
Yes,
I'm
you
not
are.
putting words. I'm not putting words in your mouth. He said you defined object. And you just said no, you didn't.
In my
I'm not
statement,
putting
that's
words in
not
your mouth.
true. That is not true. In my statement, I said that because if you're presuming it's an object, you have a presupposed shape in mind. That is the definition of an object. A presupposed shape.
Correct.
No,
You have to have an understanding of the whole thing. Correct.
No, object is a material thing. Oh, shut up! I'm not talking.
You're dead.
Shut up!
I'm dead wrong, and you're going to eat it for this.
I'm talking.
Well,
definition of an object is a material thing that can be seen and touched. Can you see the earth? Can you touch the earth? Are you seeing earth at the moment when you look at the floor? Yes. So can you touch it? Yes. So it's practically an object. It is an object.
Sonny, can I ask you?
I like the way.
No shit.
Sure,
What about
sure.
the air?
You're just gonna open up more crap with that.
Right. No, Sonny, can I? He said yeah. So okay. Somewhere in the Bible it said something, and I'm paraphrasing, right? No, matter of fact, I don't even know if I can bring that up. But well, fuck it, I'm bringing it up. Excuse my language. So somewhere it says the earth was without form, and obviously then the Creator formed it, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so it in that sense, logically, wouldn't the earth be an object that God
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, it says the earth
is your name Sonny? Is your name Sonny? Is your name
you said
Sonny?
Sonny?
I know
go
your
ahead.
name.
That's fine. I already
The question was for Sonny.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. I'm willing to go along with the definition. I agree with the definition. Okay, so I would be willing to go along with this that it is an object of an unknown size or shape.
Right.
I would be willing to go along.
Fuck my question. There you go, right there.
Yeah, then that would mean you're all wrong. The earth is not even definable. It's not an object. You have to define the entirety of the thing you're talking about for it to be an object. That's why I put the definition
This is the
in the chat for you guys
stupidest
to read.
conversation that I've ever.
Listen, listen. If you
this
think
is like
yes,
a toy
it is
for
stupid.
cats.
Yeah,
This is
I know
like a toy
you
for
keep.
cats,
I know
this
right. You shouldn't have. Right, well, you were wrong when you tried to correct Sonny when he correctly defined what the Earth isn't. If you think the Earth is an
I
object,
said it was.
you need
What I
books
said
on
was
phonics.
it's a weird flex, because it is a weird flex. It's such a weird.
It's
flex.
not an object.
When you're sitting here
Okay,
trying to
watch
say
this. Name
that the Earth
something
is not
on
an
Earth that's not an object. Okay, name something on Earth that's not an object.
Like what? Like my thoughts? My thoughts?
Anything physical on Earth that's not an object.
The air we breathe.
I can't think of anything right now.
There you go. The air.
What was
That's
the
correct. There you
definition?
go. Very good.
I like
Object.
sand. Sand
was
is
the
a good one.
definition?
It's, I can touch. I can touch sand.
How the
Is
fuck
sand
is a
an
grain of
object?
how the
No,
fuck is
sand,
a
you'd
grain
have
of
to have
sand?
a grain of
How
sand
the
for an
fuck
object.
is
If I
a
throw
grain
up
of
a
sand
handful of
not an
sand, where's that object now?
I didn't say a grain of sand. I said sand. You can touch it.
Right. Sand is not an
Okay,
object.
so
Right.
okay,
Grain
so
of
what?
sand is not an object.
So Sonny, what is a rock then?
A rock is a rock. It has a shape.
Yeah, but what is it made up? What is it made up of?
Is a rock an object?
What is? Hold on. What is it made up of?
It's made up of stone, minerals.
Stuff, though, right?
Molecules.
Okay.
Molecules.
So
Right.
So whether you take a grain of sand, or a whole bunch of clump matter that we call a rock, or a whole big thing that we can't put a measuring around, but we call the earth, it's still an object, bro.
No, it's not. That's not an object. You have to have a definitive understanding of the entire thing. This is a huge problem because cognitive dissonance. Yeah, wow. I put the definition there. So let's read the definition.
This material and you can touch is an object.
Let's look what happens right here. Okay, so
this material and you can touch.
In common uses, an object is a material inside the boundary of an object in three-dimensional space. The boundary of the object is contiguous surface, which may be used to determine what is inside and what is outside.
Tell me something that isn't three-dimensional.
Is a single piece of material whose extent is determined by a description based on the properties of the material. Thanks for playing. That was easy.
Is a outcropping of rock that you can touch? If you have a mountain, you have an outcropping of rock. So I touch the rock. What object is that outcropping of rock?
Yeah, you touched a single object. You touched a single rock.
On the side of a mountain. What is that object?
Yeah, the mountain's not an object because you can't even determine its entire size.
No, I'm just talking about the rock. So I'm touching an outcropping of rock. What is that object?
One rock, right? The one rock, whether it's a pebble or it could be a boulder, you could consider both.
No, the side of a mountain, a whole outcropping, a big, huge outcropping of rock.
Not an object.
So,
no, it's an outcropping of things. It's not an object. It's multiple things. Nope.
It has crystalline structure, man, and that's multiple crystals. So, like, you can say a rock. Hey, Sonny, don't cut me off, man. So you can say a rock. Is it an object or is it not an object according to your definition? Because I'm extremely confused. Because it is a single object and it isn't at the same time. If you want to zoom in. No, it's not a single object, for sure. But it is when you hold it in your hand. So you can say, like, the Earth, in scale, like, with the Creator, it is definitely a creation. It's an object with us and everything all on it, yes. But to us, like, in scale, I get it, not really. But it is. But it isn't.
Nope, dead wrong. Not an object. Earth is not an object. Earth is in the waters and under the heavens.
I said in
the waters. Yeah.
In the scale of the Creator, I said, like, in the Creator's hand, it's definitely an object.
Nope, you cannot make terms for the Creator. You can't even search for his understanding. So, is a swimming pool an object? Is a swimming pool? Let's just think of this. Is a swimming pool an object?
No.
Correct. Thank you. Wow. Very good. Thank you. Wow. Okay.
Also, forces are not objects.
No, object is very, like...
I don't know.
It's linguistic. It's not really engineering terms, you know?
Buy a pre-made swimming pool. I could buy
my brain has a hard time dealing with it.
Treat objects like women, man.
I can.
Hey, 1 minute till Numpty clap. 1 minute.
Hey, is this something live, QE, or what's going on?
Never seen
before. Is that live?
We should raid the QE show. We should all go in there.
Yeah, I might go there. See what's going on.
The world is a complex assembly of forces and fields and elements which are governed by all these forces. It's a dynamic system, so it's not an object.
Hey, you got it. Thank you, sir. Well put.
Yeah.
Yeah, but each system can have different little microsystems in the big system, so it depends at which level you're looking at. Like an object, when you a single grain of sand, if you slice into it, it's made out of smaller stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's an assembly of elements which are. I just said it. It's an assembly of elements which are governed by the natural forces that governs nature. And it is a natural object. A grain of sand. It is a natural object. But we don't call it object because we call objects what we sculpt with our hands, mostly.
Correct. Is a car manufacturing assembly line an object?
Yeah.
What do you think, Gabby?
It's a system.
Line an object?
Yeah, on my network map, it's an object.
Yeah, because it's all touching. So the conveyors are touching the other parts of the machinery. So is that an object? What object is that?
The system has objects in it.
But my question is
correct.
It's fractal, man.
You're right.
Fractal. Your question is very fractal in nature.
Yeah, because my question is so in which argument would it be important to say that the Earth isn't an object? Like what is
step one when discussing Earth? Step one is Earth isn't an object. Yep.
No, you just why?
Yes, I just answered the question. Yes.
Hold on. I think I started part of this.
You agree with this, Sonny? Though you agree, like you hear what I'm asking him, and you hear how
What's the reason why? Are you asking why?
I'm saying, do you agree with this? You hear what I'm asking him, and you hear how he's responded. You agree with him?
Wait, how I'm responding?
I want the question clarified.
Yeah, let's ask it again, and I'll answer it again.
If you're not paying attention to the conversation, then I
was listening. Listen,
you hear what I'm saying to him, and you hear him responding. I'm asking if you're rolling.
I think what you asked is why would we go there with an object? Is that what you're asking?
I get what you were asking, Elijah. I think it just gives them space, and that's why I usually say it.
What is the and what argument does it make sense to say the Earth is not an object? Why is this a thing? And he says step one, and then his response was step one, Earth is not an object. You don't see nothing wrong with that?
Yeah, I do see something wrong with that answer. I do. It's a logical fallacy. Now, the reason I bring up that point at all is because I want the person to understand that they're thinking of Earth as an object, that they have this idea of a certain shape in their mind. That's the only reason I bring it up. That's all. That's all.
See, when you
correct, and you used it well, Sonny.
When you convey that to me, it's simple, it's comprehensible. There needs to be no argument. This should always be the point when you're talking to someone.
Right, because the only reason I asked
what you're saying.
Yeah, I ask it because
for whatever reason you made it very difficult. I don't understand.
Sorry about that. I can be kind of long-winded. So I apologize for that, for any misunderstanding. But the reason I bring it up is because if they're thinking of it as an object, then I'm going to ask them, why are you thinking of it as an object? Because it's only to illustrate that they are making a presupposition of some kind of shape. They either think it's a disc in space or a triangle. I don't know what the fuck. They think it's all kind of different shapes. That's the problem. They're stuck in this thing about a shape in their mind, just like the globe is. So I'm trying to clarify and separate that out, that you can't really think of Earth as a shape. We don't know the extent of it. Okay, I heard the definition, that Elbow put up there. I can agree with that, but I think there's some contention with this. I don't know. It's a good conversation, but I don't know. That's it.
I'm with Elijah on that for sure. It's cool to think about, but it's kind of not really relevant. I don't know. It could be relevant. Depends on the argument. But I'm wondering which argument would I bring that up? I don't know.
That's the only reason I bring it up.
The question is fractal.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It is fractal in nature. The question, because it's like, is this thing a single atom? You know what I mean? It's like, fuck. It's like, dude, we don't have an answer to that actually.
Yeah, listen, and I'm not smaller stuff. I'm not bringing it up for any other reason, just to illustrate. Are you thinking of Earth as an object? Yes or no? They're thinking pretty much yes that it is.
Yeah,
and I'm just going to go. So wait, I wasn't done. I was not done.
Go ahead, man. No.
Only to bring up the point that why are you thinking of it as an object? That's it. Doesn't have to go any further than that. I didn't intend for this conversation about an object to go on this long.
Yeah. We can move on. The Globe Earth guy, I think is still here. I don't know.
Hold on, since we're moving on now, Elijah, the point was that you didn't know what the word object means. Neither does El Baliqua. That's why we were in the issue. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it depends on the definition for sure.
If you say so, but I mean,
no, there is no definition. Okay, do you guys think Hawaii is an object?
I was in the middle of saying something. Do you think that was?
Fair? It's okay. I guess Hawaii is an object too, right?
No, it's the top of a mountain. Obviously, no, it's not.
I was in.
It's actually several islands. It's actually several islands.
There's no such thing as an island. You see how I'm going to define it now? There's no such thing as an island.
No, then you don't. Then you're on crack. Yeah, then you're on crack.
Well,
That's
no.
my point.
The land, bro. It's just it's a hollow spot between the
Yeah, you don't believe in words, right?
between two
Yeah,
spots.
you don't believe in words, right? You don't have any comprehension skills. Yeah, so you live in a fairy tale. Exactly. That's my point.
It's
That's what happens.
legitimately
Yeah, that
at
was
top
easy.
of a mountain. Yeah, dude.
No, it's not. They're islands,
Logic,
so that's why
bro.
you're hiding from words. Words have meaning. That's why you don't believe the
What
Bible.
is land?
That's simple.
What is land?
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you need hooked on phonics. I know you need hooked on phonics, bro. Good luck.
You're the one that brought up the object,
I think Elijah was trying to say something.
Hey, I got it. Hey,
Yeah.
like, look.
Well,
I
let
gotta
me
be
know when you
able
get
to
the hooked
defend
on
myself.
phonics, Darius. Yeah, let me know when you learn how to read.
Well, but okay, man. Sure, yeah. I could just drop the hammer and ban you right now, and I wouldn't give a fuck. It's like, so there's no need to insult, right? Like, we can disagree on shit, but learn how to read. I could just fucking ban you right now.
Words have meaning.
Anyway.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyway.
So no need to insult, right?
No, you're
Mr.
insulting
Good
me, and
Christian
actually,
guy.
you were telling lies.
How did I insult you? Now, go ahead.
I'm gonna respond. I am going to respond because y'all are talking over me like I wasn't making a point. And then I nicely asked if he really thought it was necessary to interrupt what I was saying. And you guys carried on. But I appreciate you for falling back. I had to mute him. So my answer is right. The whole room heard how the conversation went. I'm comfortable with whatever takeaway they have. You can gaslight me if you wish, but I don't really care. I'm confident in the exchange, and it is what it is. You can think what you want, no problem.
Man, my bad. I didn't like when we got into it. I actually couldn't hear you because I was talking. So my bad. Like I didn't know I was cutting you off, man.
Well, there is a technical issue because I have Elijah up to 200 and he's still really low. Like even at 200, it sounds like 50%.
Same here. I got him turned up. But anyways, is the Globe guy still in here?
Oh, he left a long time ago.
Wait
a minute. I see him here. Morg is still here.
Oh, he is. Yeah, Morg.
All three are here.
Well, that's good, Morg.
Cyrus, real quick, Cyrus,
Yo.
I didn't insult you, but you were telling lies. You were saying that the word doesn't mean what it means. So that would be a lie. That's why I had to correct you.
I was telling lies. Okay, man.
Well, yeah, you were saying
You
the
like
words
to
don't have
argue.
meaning.
Obviously, like to argue, and I
Well,
never
I'm
said
just
that.
saying,
Actually,
you said that
you're
they're not
stopping me right now.
No, you said they're not islands. They're just the tops of mountains. When they're clearly islands. You said islands don't exist. So you started just
floating.
really crazy.
It's not floating in water, man.
You just
come on, dude.
You guys need to go in
got it, bro.
you guys need to go in a separate room or something.
Yeah, you want to go in a
I don't
separate
know.
room and talk about it?
No, I don't give a fuck, man. Just shut up, dude.
All right.
Just
Earth's
shut
not an
up,
object.
man.
That's it. That was easy.
All right, carry on. Someone else, please.
We should have a meaning of words voice channel.
I thought
Call
Kiwi already
whatever
did
you
that,
want.
didn't
Define things, and sure, if it fits the parameter, then it is. If it doesn't, then it's not. Does not fit the definition. That's it. But you can identify things with different definitions. Yes.
Yes, like I can call an island a mountain sticking up out of the water, right? Like you said, but it's still an island.
Exactly. But I'm correct,
Right.
so you can't say I'm incorrect. But
No, you
I
said
said it
they're
in a
not
stupid way on purpose.
Okay,
You
that's
see?
fine. But so think of it this way, Sire. Watch this. The Earth is literally out of the waters, right? So when we see the ocean, we find land. The land is sticking out of the waters, right? So even a set of islands such as Hawaii, which is actually several small islands, that's not even an object, let alone the whole plane of existence, which would just be batshit insane to think that's an object. Thanks.
So I'm with you. Like the Earth is in the waters, and I understand. Can you prove that
Fair enough.
actually?
Yes, it's provable. Everywhere you go, you'll see waters and Earth. Yes.
Reality.
No, like in totality, right? Isn't that like biblically, right?
Ooh, good one. There, we cannot even comprehend the totality of the earth and waters. Correct.
Correct. I don't know, and like
exactly.
I believe that it's a belief of mine, but I cannot prove it because I've never, went to the so-called end. I don't know where,
No such thing. Right. Exactly. Right.
Whatever that is.
So,
yeah.
Yep. So fair enough, right? So if an island can't even be an object, if a handful of sand can't be an object, you see where I'm going. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to get into what is what is tangible, because that's part of the definition of object, is that it's tangible. When you look at tangible, it's capable of being touched, discernible by touch, material, substance, and then it says definite, not vague.
Exactly. Right, because so otherwise, Sonny, yeah, I'm just going to say, otherwise, Sonny, if that word object has the meaning in which they're using it, that means there's no meaning. That means the word is useless and everything's an object. It's completely pointless. Yeah.
Because that's vague. That's vague. Touching sand and saying it's a shape is vague. That's vague. You can't have an object that is tangible and have it be vague at the same time. Thus, the reason I brought up the outcropping of rock on a mountain. If you touch the outcropping of rock, is that an object? No, because you don't know the extent of it. It's not. You don't know what its finite, shape or size is. It's not a mountain, because a mountain's made of soil and trees and a bunch of other stuff.
Exactly. Would you come across a forest and say, "Look at this giant object"?
Look at the shape of that. Look at the shape of that forest.
Right? Now, watch this study. If I pull a tree out of the ground, then we can say, okay, now let's loosely use the word object. Here's a tree. I'm throwing this object in the back of your truck. We'll take it home and we'll make a satanic worship thing out of this Christmas tree. That's an object, right? Yes. But the forest, boom, not an object. It's over.
Yeah, we'll make a new owl. Sorry.
My favorite object is the wind, because I can make rockets, make chaka 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 go and colonize Mars.
Yeah, so you can touch air. Doesn't have a shape though.
But I'm not making fun of anyone here. But I don't know.
An object. Here comes the stupid stuff by Cyrus. There's iron an object.
Show it to me.
Iron? Yeah, I mean, you can go get some cast iron.
Show it to me.
Go buy it. I don't know. You don't have anything in your house that's made out of cast iron? Sure you do.
I'm right. Show it to me. Right. I'll tell you.
Yeah, a cast iron pipe. There you go. Isn't that an object?
That's an object. Yep. Yeah. Here's the cast iron pipe. It's a single object. Clang, clang, bong, bong, and hit the ground. One object. Yep.
Okay.
You know how they are made? Those
I'm going to take the pipe shape away.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. They're cast.
How?
I think they're spin cast.
Lead bulb shed. Those are special
spinning.
objects.
Yeah.
Spin casting, yeah.
Yeah.
See, no, as soon as we go to
I'm not bad. I'm telling you, I'm not bad.
Yeah.
Right. So as soon as we go to the heliocentric religion, guess what? Everything's objects. Welcome to Satanism.
Yeah.
The sun's an object.
I get it.
The earth's an object, and you're an object. We all are an object. Thanks, Oprah.
Yeah, I think it's part of the same problem, because why did they create a sphere? Because it was the most beautiful object. That's
in their eyes.
Their words.
I don't know. Maybe pyramids look sexier to me. I don't know. Not sure. Sphinx. So molecules are sphinx shaped now. Air, air molecules or oxygen or whatnot.
We don't know what life is, and we want to find out a way to destroy it. It's quite funny.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really.
Do tell.
Did you say life? L-I-F-E?
Life, yeah.
We're very complicated rocks.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Second, To me, life is where like something incorporeal and corporeal come together in a magical way.
Are you having a conversation with her? You're having a conversation with her?
Yes, he is. They're speaking right now. Let them continue.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock.
That's very interesting, right? So it's really not a big deal that millions of people are being murdered all over the world because they're just rocks. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really.
Precisely, Dave Mustaine. Dave Mustaine knows best.
Life is not worthy to be the fifth state of matter.
That's an interesting statement.
Ooh, I like that, man. Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. How much LSD did you do? That is incredible. I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding.
I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
Wow, they're all objects. She even said manganese, iron, and rocks. They're all objects. Wow, people are objects too. You know, objects have rights.
Is all the iron on Earth an object?
It's evolution, actually. I'm glad you asked. It's actually evolution, Sonny.
So do object lives matter?
We're very complicated rocks.
No. It's complicated. You got to be a smart rock to understand.
It is tough to describe life, though, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, think about people trying to describe light. Like that's something that that God or the Creator created it. Like, and we're here and trying to figure out what these things are that were created by some supernatural force or whatever being or whatever God is.
Whatever you,
So I don't think there's anything wrong with the pursuit of trying to ask these questions about it, but for some of these things, honestly, we're probably never gonna know. And me personally, I'm okay with that.
You better be.
Exactly, because I believe I'm gonna find out. I believe we all are gonna find out at the end of this, whatever the end is, or I think
Maybe
that's where
we'll
the
find out
answers.
before the end. Maybe there is no end.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe we'll learn, and then we'll forget, and then we'll have to learn it again, and then we'll forget it again.
Wait a minute.
Maybe we've already learned it before.
Yeah, you need to. What do you mean by end?
Not me. I didn't say it.
I'm sorry, that was a bad joke, but I mean that's where we're going down the line. So eventually, obviously, yes, but there is no searching for God's understanding.
Right on, brother.
I did hear that. Maybe there is no end. I think that's like the absolute everything comes to an end.
Well, there is. You are absolutely right.
Everything.
There's an end. There's an end to this place. Even heaven and earth will pass away, and a new heaven and earth will be made.
That sounds very strange. Why would you say that?
Yes,
Everything
the things
comes to
that
an
God
end.
says are very strange. He says some amazing things that are beyond our understanding. Yes.
Okay, it's just like a Bible quote or something.
It is the truth. Correct.
Okay. Okay.
All this is bye-bye. Sorry, guys. You got a big car collection. They're all going to burn.
They're all gonna rust before they burn. Promise you. It's all gonna rust.
Yeah, me too. Me too,
cycle of life.
Radwin.
Yeah, you have to be.
Yeah,
I
it's
think it
been
looks funny
difficult.
when right-handers write stuff.
Yeah, it looks awkward. I don't understand extremely. Like being left brain is okay. Like it has its place, but I don't understand people that are so left brain that they can't see any other side of
I am extremely left-brained, by the way.
That's what the school
to the
system.
extreme.
Sorry, that's what the school system was designed for, to trap
Right.
people in left brain prison.
Yep.
Absolutely.
It's yes. However, for me, and did you see QE? That's very left brain stuff that he's doing, and you can use their own tools that they give you to destroy everything they told you.
That's true.
Like thermodynamics, you see. So
Yeah,
it's
but that
not
can
too bad to be actually left brain, but you need that spark from from upstairs, I call it. You need that divine intervention, for God to make you be able to see. Then you can use your left brain as an extremely sharp knife. You just cut every conversation, yeah.
But the biggest problem is that too many are fed into this, learn and regurgitate, and the right brain, which is where innovation, creativity, and intelligence comes from, is shriveled up essentially. And I just noted in the chat that I think a lot of us in here who have some sort of right-brained activities through music or through art or something, and that can help offset the left brain prison.
Yeah, I agree. That's a really good point. I think if they're used in balance, they can be doubly freaking effective.
That's the definition of intelligence, Sonny. It's using both of them. It's when you're not so blind. Right brain would be also believing I call it faith or blind belief without any proof. That's bad, because you can believe in the earth or flat, God, no God. That's very subjective at that point if you just go straight right brain. So you need the left brain to check your right brain from escaping into la la land, and to prove things. That's where you bust out the left brain.
If you listen to Ian McGillichrist, The Divided Mind, what they've explained is that the right knows that there is something out there it doesn't know, so it seeks to search and understand.
Okay. Can you want to DM me that? Because I like stuff like that. You want to DM me that, please? That guy
I would do.
You just mentioned. That way, if you DM it to me, I'll actually watch it. That way, because I'm on my phone, so stuff gets buried and I don't check it, in the text chat. Thank you.
That reminds me, I was listening to this lady who was a guest appearance on this podcast that I watch, and she had this philosophy about masculine, feminine. She didn't take it too far, but she said she had a nice thing to say about the masculine is sort of the known, and the feminine is sort of the unknown or the abyss, sort of, and it takes for the known or the masculine to go penetrate into the darkness of the unknown to reveal more of its secrets. And I like looking at it that way.
Oh, cool. That's a cool way to look at it too.
It's like a light.
Yeah.
Going into the darkness.
It's like slave think versus master think. That's also been divided that way too.
What are you talking about there?
It's called slave and master relationship. So slave think would be right brain, absolute right brain. Master think would be absolute left brain, which the end of that is absolute scientism. You see?
You don't want to be either, right?
No, absolutely not. And you want to use both sides. That way you're not either or.
Yeah, it's an old cliche. Yeah, it's an old cliche for a reason when they say balance is key.
Yes, balance, man.
Just
balance
doesn't get any better. Balance is key.
A lot of stuff in my life is screwed up because of lack of balance and a lack of discipline, which causes imbalance in life, which causes other shit to go wrong, obviously.
Just another thing on that masculine feminine thing, when it expresses itself through genitals, the male genitals are very out there, pronounced and known, while everything about the female is very tucked away inside and hidden. So that just kind of doubles down and relates to the whole like known versus unknown sort of thing.
Yeah, that is cool. That's interesting.
You guys ever heard of the 7 Hermetic Principles?
Which are?
I've heard of them.
Hermeticism is kind of a funny word to define. It's like a title given to us to like
studying the stuff of Hermes.
Yeah, it's different than that because like Egyptian stuff about Thoth is included in Hermeticism, and so is stuff relating to Mercury because all 3 of those are kind of combined into a figure called Hermes Trismegistus. But I think anything to do with any 3 of those gods, all being the gods of like record keeping and wisdom and writing and measurements, I think anything along that sort of association with those gods is lumped into something called like the Hermetic corpus, or like the body of work of Hermeticism. And I'm not sure who wrote it or anything. I guess it's actually anonymously written, and maybe somewhere in like the 2nd century AD. But the author called the 3 initiates, just anonymously, the 3 initiates, write down something called the 7 Hermetic Principles. I could be wrong about that by what when it was written, but it's just part of that body work, and they're pretty cool.
So what are the principles?
If you go Google them
already,
they'll come up easily. But I think that the way they're titled is a little misleading most of the time, and that you really got to talk to someone who's like gone through them and like kind of gotten the essence of the meaning out of them. So like the first one is all is mind, and I rather think of that one as all is one and one is all. I think that's like the message coming across there.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And then there's one like the principle of gender, but I don't like thinking about it in the sense of like Spanish words being like this word ends in O because it's masculine, this word ends in A because it's feminine. I like to think of it as like, oh, sorry, ambulance going. Okay. The principle of gender, I like to think of as saying like, you can't do it alone if it takes 2 to tango, sort of. In order to accomplish anything, at least 2 things have to come together and sort of complete each other, because they can't do what the other one can do for it, and vice versa. The other one can't do what the other one is going to provide for it and kind of complete it. Like a headphone jack needs a headphone port.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Right.
There's another one. It's like the principle of vibration, and that one's simple. That one's just saying when it comes to describing this place we find ourselves in, nothing is at complete rest. Everything is in some sort of process of change, as slow as it might be. Like for a rock, it's still changing. I think modern physics kind of would back that up too, with there being no such thing as absolute zero temperature of any object, because it would have to completely stop vibrating. Should I go on, or?
Yeah, man, I'm following. Oh, yeah. I just muted myself so I don't hot mic. Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
So I don't know. Okay. Well, if my memory serves me right, I think Another one is the principle of polarity, where it kind of says everything exists or is measured on to being some degree along a spectrum. And I'm cool with that one too. I like to think that there is no such thing as the color white or black absolutely here, and that everything is just a very dark or light shade of gray, somewhere in between to some degree, some mixture of both. I also kind of relate that to my actions, where you say, oh, did I do a good thing or did I do a bad thing? And when you really keep in mind that first principle of like all is one and one is all, and like the butterfly effect and whatnot, then you say, you know, I'm going to buy my mother a ruby necklace, right, for her birthday, and that's a good thing, right? You say, oh yeah, it's a very good thing. But, you know, the person who you're giving your money to and supporting financially may be some very corrupt, you know, slave labored ruby mine. So you're doing a good thing in a sense, and at the same time, the action of, you know, providing your mom something, it also benefited a very evil corporation. So what you do is good and bad to certain degrees, and it's never, and you could never really hope to perform a completely good activity, just because your actions will have consequences, and you can't plan for all the consequences your actions will have. They're unforeseen.
This thing, the Kabbalion, it sounds a lot like the Kabbalah, but I believe it's actually Freemasonry. They use the same principles. They use exactly the same thing, the Kabbalion and Hermetic principles. It's Masonic.
Yes.
So something is good and bad at the same time, or it's all subjective. I mean, you could think giving your money to a ruby seller is bad, but I wouldn't think that. I mean,
and it's defined as esoteric philosophy.
I mean, are you guys getting scared away just because the title of the book sounds a little bit like Kabbalah?
I'm not.
No.
Personally, I like the contents myself.
I actually looked it up. I looked it up. It's the same principles as the Kabbalah and Freemasonry.
Just on basis what you told, right? So it's really subjective. What is good? What is bad? If you do anything, you're doing good and bad. I mean,
but you can think of it. I mean, okay. You can take it like from a different perspective, man, where, okay, now like look at your actions, like buying your mother the rubies. Now, if I'm set on that's what I'm going to do for my mom, and if I actually think about where my money is going, well, maybe now I can make an educated like purchase where I'm not going to buy from these, you know, slave miner labor, whatever, you know, it's like, okay, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go from, you know, here or whatever. But that's what I picked up. Where it's not really subjective, it's kind of like telling you to, like every action has you know an equal and opposite reaction, like right Newton stuff. It's like careful what the reaction is before you apply the action. That's how I understood it.
Yeah, what's key in that is the lip. They say the lips are closed of knowledge. So shh.
No, there's no need to hush anything. These are my thoughts. It's okay.
Yeah, I think you took a good understanding from that. Maybe you surpassed the message it was even saying and took it to a next level. But I'm with you, man. It's at least.
I'm also with you. That's why I told you to go on, carry on, like from the beginning, because I want to see what you got out of it. You know. Like, because everybody understands the stuff differently. And that's the cool part. It's like, all right, what'd you get?
Let's see. Having a little bit of trouble remembering maybe the last two that I haven't mentioned so far.
As above, so below. Is that one of them?
That is a sort of roundabout way of saying, yeah, the principle of correspondence. And then as above, so below is like the sort of elaboration they give on that. But of course, the message that most people would take from that is that there is a very fractal nature to the place we find ourselves in.
Have you heard of Walter Russell?
Heard of him? Yeah. What do you deal with? Like religion and like, what he's dealing?
Yeah, this kind of stuff. Look him up. Look him up. Vibration, and like you said, gender, right? The principle of gender. Oh yeah, that's absolutely. It's called acidic and alkaline. You see, that's one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the principle, dualities of life, sort of thing. That they must come in pairs. They are like the Creator built them in pairs. Acidic and alkaline is one of them. The male and female. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I totally feel you. I find that the principle of gender and the principle of polarity go really hand in hand. Where it's like
very similar.
Very similar. But I do respect their differences. It being worthwhile to separate the two principles.
Yes.
Well, if those are the ones I can remember, I guess those are the only ones that I really think about too often. But as far as ever since I've heard of these 7 principles and read through them myself, I gotta say it. As Freemasonic as it may be, as long as I limit my application of the principles that they lay out to like the physical world and nothing beyond, just sort of physical, I find that they hold up in almost every case.
So it's Freemasonry light or something. What? It's diet Freemasonry.
You're not making sense to me. Maybe
I don't get it.
All I'm saying is that I do see a connectedness to all things.
Well,
all is one.
Yeah, that's on you then, right? We all have beliefs. We all think differently, so that's all on you.
Sure, bro. It's all on me. Whatever you say.
Are you a Freemason by any chance?
Me? No, I'm not a Freemason. Not even a little bit.
Okay, I was just asking.
But I wouldn't tell you if I was. Ha ha ha.
Really? Wow. Why not? Why wouldn't you?
This whole thing is part of the New Age. It's part of the New Age system. It's all part of it.
Yeah. Dishonesty goes hand in hand with Freemasons.
Yeah, Hermeticism, yeah.
No, dishonesty.
Dishonesty.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe if you say so.
I'm just trying my best out here, trying to expand my consciousness, learn some wisdom. I found them pretty cool to think about. I think they've helped me along my path. I'm not signing up for any clubs.
Right, but it's all intangible, right? It's nothing physical.
Oh, Freemasons helped you out? Is that what you said?
What did you just say? The Freemasons hooked me up?
Helped you out? You said along your path? Were you talking about Masons or were you talking about the teachings?
Oh, no, I was just talking about just like watching some YouTube videos and coming across a video talking about the 7 Hermetic principles. And I was saying that they've given me a lot to think about to expand my consciousness and try to achieve a better grasp on things. You can put anything to use as long as you use it the right way,
Yeah. You can use anything for whatever you want.
No, the Freemasons didn't hook me up.
So
I was just wondering.
We have a member in the room, Trillo Bites.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Welcome aboard.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know you. I was a part of like a different Flat Earth Discord, but it wasn't as active as this one. Then I found you guys online.
Cool. So are you already a Flat Earther then?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I got to turn off the fan. Can you hear me? Okay.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Who's this guy? What's his name? What's your name, man? Identify yourself, sire.
It's Trilobites.
Trilobites, that's right.
That's a
all
cool
right.
name.
Thank you.
Mr. Trilobites, why is it absolutely flat?
Because you can't have a closed, you can't have gas pressure in an open system. The Earth, if it really was, as they say, if it was spinning around while also orbiting the sun, while the solar system was also in some sort of curved galaxy path or whatever, while the galaxy was also expanding, that would be the craziest amusement park ride ever. And we would absolutely feel that movement or detect it experimentally. And it's like one of the ways I kind of like explained it to a buddy of mine actually was like, okay, so if you take like a helium balloon and you release it from our point of view, right, it's going to rise up. And according to like the sort of standard model, gravity is still acting on it, but it's too weak to keep it from rising up. So it's like if gas at our level, 6 feet off the ground, if gravity is too weak to keep it from sticking to its level, how the hell does gas at the edge of the atmosphere just stay there? You know? So,
good point,
and then
man.
Of course, what was that?
I said good point, good point. I agree, I'm with you.
And in terms of why it's flat necessarily, I guess it seems like, from what I can tell, it seems like we can see stuff that's way too far away, right?
Certainly helps, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny when I first kind of looked into this, like I was into conspiracy stuff already, so I was disillusioned with a lot of things, but I always thought that the flat earth stuff was a psyop.
Stupid. Yeah, same here.
You know, kind of like
the
birds
dumbest thing ever.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Trilobites?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the name is interesting, trilobites, which would be a kind of creature that is supposedly extinct, that, of course, the evolutionists like to use for evidence, but I'm assuming you don't believe in evolution. Am I correct?
No, I'm definitely creationist, yeah.
He's just a fan of STD.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to point that out, that, yeah, you have an interesting name. It's kind of like a, an oxymoron kind of thing, but, because they use it all the time. But, yeah, you don't believe it. So, yeah, that's what I assume. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly not. Before Flat Earth, I kind of went down the evolution rabbit hole a little bit. Like, I read a little bit off of, I think it's a book called, like, Doubting Darwin from Stephen Meyer. And they poked a lot of holes in it. But honestly, it's like once you take the flat pill, it automatically wipes it off the board.
Boom. Well said. Thank you. Excellent.
That's the one thing I like. To me, it's crazy because it's like I went down a conspiracy rabbit hole, and then eventually I got to the point where now I'm actually like an Orthodox Christian. But like Flat Earth was the last step in all of that. But it's funny because it should have been the first step. But when you present Flat Earth to someone who doesn't know any other kind of conspiracy theory, they just immediately close up so quickly. But if you can just take a random person and prove to them the Earth is flat, it's like that's immediately going to just take the curtain off and completely take the veil off from them. And it's unfortunate because I have like family members, excuse my rambling, but I have like family members who they get kind of nihilistic about their place in the universe. And sometimes I'll talk to them and we'll sort of argue about like, religion and God and all that stuff. And they always say, oh, they always have a hard time thinking humanity has a special place in creation, whatever you believe, because the universe is just so vast. And so badly, I want to just tell them, like, guys, space is the fakest shit ever. But I can't, because when you try to do that, like, they will just think you're crazy sometimes. They won't even look into it, and they'll just alienate themselves from you.
It's on them, bro.
Good for you.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Sounds like you know how to do your part sounds like you know how to do your part right, and you know, you can try your best to be relatable, but there's a sort of closed offness that I don't know if it's you know, I suppose our culture kind of encourages or kind of creates that sort of mindset in people. So good, you know, good for you, and it's too bad for them. Too bad, so sad.
Right. Yeah. I think you're right. It's unfortunately the truth. In a way, it's almost like people are definitely deceived too. But when it comes to the question of like whether you kind of climb your way out of it, partially it's, I want to say, a moral question, but it's almost less to do with the intellect or understanding and more to do with, do you actually want to know the truth, or do you want to find a comfortable niche in reality and stay there?
Yeah, and I have a lot of respect for someone who can at least say, like, geez, I don't know, you know?
Right.
But the problem is when they say, well, I know it's not that. No way. I'm not even going to give that the time of day.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
Just say, I don't know, and I'll be happy with that. And they can even say, I don't know, but I don't really have the time to try right now or listen to you. At least they say, I'm not sure. But when you're like so sure in a lie you've been told, and the only backing up you have is because someone said so. Like, I got in so many fights with my parents growing up because they love to use the line, because I said so. And I was like, that's worthless. You know that's worthless.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
I make a vow to myself right now that I'll never have a child and tell him because I said so as a reason for some order.
Right. That's just absolutely planting the seeds for rebellion, huh?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. No, please.
I was gonna comment like on what you were saying. It seems like you know, pride is the biggest blindfold for people, right? Just the unwillingness to look into stuff.
No, that's a good one. Yeah. Misplaced pride.
What were you gonna say now?
I was gonna ask the XO what his name is about, because I was looking into the meaning of the word ox this morning, and I looked at his name and I almost thought it said the ox, but it didn't, so now I'm curious.
Excellent. Yeah, that's funny because a lot of people do that. A lot of people call me the ox, and there's some sort of weird dyslexia thing going on. And I am dyslexic, so I understand what that's like. Before I had this name, people were getting that name confused too. So it must be me. That's the problem, not the name. But the XO is it means the executive officer, and the RO is the Red the RO is the Red October. So I took the movie Crimson Tide and the movie Red October, and I combined the two, and here I am in the waters.
Wonderful. You know, it's got me thinking. I only know of one symbol that's comprised of an X and an O, and it's called the Solar Cross. It's just a circle with a plus sign. You ever seen that?
I believe I have. I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but I actually get the X from the horizon, which is a horizontal line, and the Twilight Zone, which is a vertical line. Other than Elijah, nobody knows what I'm talking about, but that's where I use my X.
That.
Yep.
Tell me about that.
Well,
what is the Twilight Zone? I know what the horizon is, but what is the Twilight Zone as a perpendicular line?
Ooh, man. This is an advanced class. This is a really big deal. I don't even know if we should have it in here, but Elijah knows about it. Elijah, what you got to say about that? You still there? So the vertical line. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna bug Elijah. I've already bugged Elijah way too much today, so let me give him a rest. The vertical line in which we see light and darkness meeting is called the Twilight Zone. Now, most people don't know that because, well, we were told it's called the Terminator line because the television told us that. But the Twilight Zone is something very real. The first time I captured it was in 2018 from 7 miles high. I was on an aircraft and I saw the Earth's shadow. And at first I thought, what is that dark thing on the horizon? I was actually scared. It looked very ominous. And I thought, oh, wait a minute, that's That's darkness. As light moves away, as the sun moves away, darkness encroaches. And eventually the darkness encompassed me and was right on me. And on my left side, I had darkness. And on my right side, I had light. And I was in the Twilight Zone. And it's a funny thing, because when I was a child, when I'm watching those black and white Twilight Zones that Dad used to put on all the time, as I always had to watch what Dad wanted to see, I always wondered, what is the Twilight Zone? And of course, 30 years later, God answered me.
It's crazy. It's neat.
Amen. God is good. I'll show you the video too, since I'm not all talk. I'll put
that'd be
in
awesome.
the chat right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see
I'll
that.
put it in right now. 1 second.
It's crazy too, because like when you know about kind of the cosmology stuff, the whole alien phenomena and all the disclosure stuff takes on a completely different light.
Absolutely, dude. It's just laid out on the table so clear and flat when you understand, where to draw the line when people start talking about cosmology. It's just so easy for you and I to ask, like, yeah, well, how do you measure that?
Man, look at that shot from 7 miles high over California, headed south at about 500 miles an hour. The darkness has caught up with me, and the light is moving away. And there you see on the left side, I just panned to the left. There's darkness, light on the right side. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Am I lagging? Am I cutting out?
No, just a beautiful pregnant pause.
Amen, amen. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament sheweth his handiwork. All praise God.
Amen to that.
You ever see that movie, The Langoliers?
The Langoliers? No.
It's a stupid movie. It's like a science fiction novel, about these creatures from outer space that devour everything, and they look like a dark, ominous thing in the distance. That's the first thing that popped in my mind when I saw the horizon turn black.
Oh man, that must have been terrifying.
I was like, what's that? I was really confused. I never saw it before, and it's just darkness. Relax. Oh, okay. You see, the problem is when we're on the ground, we can't see it like that. We have no idea. We literally just fade in and out of darkness on the ground. Then you go to 38,000 feet, and it's literally a whole different level. How else could I say it?
Right. It's a lot harder to keep up the lie now that like people can actually do stuff like that on their own, or like have the zoom cameras and whatnot. Without all technology, it'd be so much more easier to lie about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the craziest thing is before I took that flight, it was the fourth flight it was the last flight out of 4, and the other 3 flights were completely overcast, and I got no footage of anything, and I just finally broke down. I said, God, I hate to ask you this, but I really want to see something, and I really am sorry to ask you this, God, but I want you to show me something. And I felt so bad because it's literally almost a frivolous prayer. We should make our prayers very important about things that are very important. And here I am knowing the Earth's flat going, I want to get to the next level. I already have evidence, God, but can you please show me something else? And this was one of 3 things on that flight that I recorded that were absolutely miracles to me that I never experienced before. I didn't even know you could see them that way.
Right.
And God answered my prayers, and after he did, I felt so bad. I was like, wow, God, you answered my prayers. I asked you for something very selfish, and I'll never forget it. And I still feel bad about it to this day. I thought, I'm not praying for sick children to get fed, or for mothers that have lost their husbands to be comforted. No, I'm here praying to destroy atheism. God, show me that flat earth, show me the sun close, and show me the twilight zone. God, I'm a selfish sinner, guys, and I need to be saved. There's no doubt about it. But even when we're not supposed to have our prayers answered, even when we shouldn't have our prayers answered, sometimes God still answers.
Right.
That's awesome, dude. That's great.
I think one of the hardest things, like in my case, I'm pretty much, I'm 100% sure God's real and atheism is a lie and stuff like that. But it's like, even though you know something, to me, that's kind of like when people critique religion and say like, oh, so you just have faith in something, so that's just believing something without evidence. It's like, no, it's like, I know God is real, but when sin is standing right in front of me, inviting me in, it's so easy to forget he's not. That's what being faithful to God is, at least to me, Like, you can know something, and it's like we can know all about flat earth and know all of these intellectual reasons why God is real. But if you don't see something for yourself, or if you don't somehow have a sign or whatever, it's so hard to internalize that in your heart versus your mind. I guess that's just part of the test, right? And sometimes we're lucky he gives us little breadcrumbs like he did with the flight for you, right?
He gave us all the solstice. It's like, hey guys, you want to see something crazy? You want a little you want a little reminder that this place is fucking crazy designed? All the bells and whistles. I'm gonna make the lights that are the same size in the sky cross over each other.
Right.
What would happen if we could demonstrate, and instead of using a laser, when somebody brings up lasers, I ask them, what if I showed you that the Earth looks like a laser beam when I get far away from it? And that usually, gets a weird reaction, like, what are you talking about? How's that possible? But when you think about it, on the horizon, that's obviously where the sky and ground or ocean appear to be converging, right? Well, if you get high enough and the sun is in the right position and it's gone down already and you're looking west, or that's my position. And in that same flight, right after the sun went down, I got a shot from the port side of the airplane. So from the left side, I'm looking out the right side, which gives you a nice reference frame and it shows you that you're level. So that's what the significance is. Well, as I'm looking out the passenger side, I'm looking dead straight to the horizon, and it is something I can't even describe other than saying laser beam. But literally, it shows that not only is the Earth a plane, and we're looking over the ocean, of course, it's the Pacific, but the sky is also a plane. Let that sink in.
Are you saying, like, instead of it being kind of like a half sphere firmament, you think it's a parallel plane?
Well, I would say for our limited abilities and the descriptive, usage of words that we have, that's literally the only description we can use. Is that not only is the Earth a plane of existence, the sky above is literally a plane above. I mean, if the heavens are above and the Earth is beneath and the waters are under the Earth, God is describing this as many levels. And it says that the Earth comes out of the water. So the waters were already there. The Earth was without form and void, as we say many times. The Earth came forward out of the waters that were there, and there are also waters underneath the Earth. And of course, God says the heavens are above. So in Exodus 24, God says that you will not create a graven image of anything, of any likeness that is in the heavens above, the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. So every single description as a whole is talking not only about flat earth, it's talking about the levels of creation, a very low level, a medium level, and several higher levels. And then when we get up in an airplane, we see the sky and the water or ground converging to a level point. So there is no other option. And here, people go, well, why would God make the earth flat? Because flat, watch this, flat requires the most precision. You see, when anybody's ever making something in a machine shop or with wood or with metal, they first have to get a center of down and understand a surface to have all calibrations measured, right? So everything is literally dependent on understanding a plane.
Yeah, that makes sense.
A ball, as far as the ball is concerned, there's no precision. And that's why they tell you, oh, it's just not consistent. Oh, well, there's curve there, but you just can't. Oh, it changes there and that. That's what, there's no truth, right? There's no up or down. There's no above. There's no below. There's no deep. There's nothing. There's not a single answer. There isn't even a claim from their paradigm. It's literally, for lack of a better term, Satanism, was when there is no truth. Everything is subjective. How could it be any more? How could it be any more satanic to say everybody has their own up? Everybody has their own down. I mean, what else could how else could I even describe this religion, bro? That's why it's the great deception. And I truly believe that God sent a strong delusion, just as he hardened the heart of the pharaohs. If you want to believe in a sycophant religion, God's going to give you what you want. If you want to believe the truth, God's going to help you know the truth. It's that simple, guys. And that's why this is a spiritual war. This has nothing to do with flesh and blood or evidence. This has to do with the thoughts and intents of the hearts of men that are hiding from God. 100%. That's what this is about.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's like the globe and the massive universe and like I forget, Galilean or like Copernican principle or whatever principle where it's like, we don't hold a specific spot. It's just the physical manifestation of relativism.
Precisely. Now, I'm going to send you something personally, fundamental, right?
You mean like fundamental Christian?
No, that's not you, right? You're fundamental. Who am I talking to?
You've been talking to
Trilobites. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were asking me if I was
Let me look. Okay, there's no. Who's the other guy? Yeah, okay, I'm looking for your name right now. I'm not on the screen, so just speak up real quick. Let me see you.
Oh, me. Sorry.
There you are. Yes. Yeah. Keep talking.
Hello.
Trilobites, my goodness, there you are. Yes, sir. I've been talking. Okay, this is just such a big room. Okay, so let me just send you something real quick. If Fundamental wants it to, I'll send it to him. Whatever. I'm not going to put this in the public chat. I'm not going to make this public. But anybody who wants it, they can get it. But I just don't want to make this public, and it's not going to be. It's going to go back on private pretty soon. We'll just put it that way. So hold on 1 second.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now Trilobite, this is a 1SQ message just sent to you. All right, so you're just gonna tell me what you think about that, and that's what I was talking about.
Sure, I'll check it out and then I'll get back to you.
No problem. Take your time. It's only 20 seconds. Trust me, you'll know it when you see it.
What?
No, fundamental. You were explaining that you try to tell people about space, and you were describing your family, talking about this, and
not sure it was. Might have been.
Was that you? Was that also you, Trilobites? So Trilobites, the only guy
that might have been
the whole
me.
time.
Yeah,
That
I
is
was
you.
talking about how you're unable to bring it up to family sometimes because they'll just alienate you.
Well, I thought you mentioned that you brought up space first, and that's actually what I always do. Now, I'm not going to tell anybody else what to do, but when I talk about this in any way, shape, or form, that's what I do. I bring up space is fake. That's the first thing I say. And then once we start working our way down, and people get upset, emotions start flying, and we'll get down to Earth, and I'll say Earth isn't an object. And so my point is that I never have to say flat Earth. In fact, there's no usage for me to say flat Earth because that's not what the Earth is. The term flat Earth is used to describe it in the antithesis of what they have taught us, right? So what they taught us was a complete fairy tale cartoon. And in order to shock that, there's a notion that is the antithesis of that, we say flat Earth, right? However, I don't have to bring it up. I never say the F word, but they, for some reason, always end up saying flat Earth. It doesn't come from my mouth. It comes from there.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. You can cover a lot of things without just directly making this specific claim. I watched that video, by the way, and you're right. In the beginning, it absolutely looked like a laser.
Woo! Man, let me tell you, when I saw that, okay, this was the last thing that God showed me on that flight out of 3. When I saw that, I was actually frozen. I couldn't pick up my camera for about 20 seconds. My jaw started to drop and I started drooling. And then I thought, what am I doing? Hit the record button. So I probably could have done a little bit better of a job, but I was in shock. And just as Nathan Oakley will tell you, this video doesn't give it credit as far as how it looks in reality. We all know that when you look at something in reality, the camera is nothing compared to the human eye. The human eye is like 30 cameras. If you ever look into how good your vision is, it is unbelievable what the human eye is. The most advanced camera is trash. So when you see these things in reality, I mean, you looked at it there and you were probably a little surprised or impressed. Well, times that by about 100, and that's what it's like in reality. And remember, I already knew the Earth was flat, so it wasn't like I was confused. It was like, oh my God, and that's it. It's just like, you can't believe it. When you see it like that at a different level, when no one has even ever shown it like that, I couldn't even find anything in history that was even close to that. Why hasn't the military shown us this? Why does the military not show us high altitude observations all the time? Isn't that weird? So some Christian guy had to go up into an airplane with no funding at all, no help at all. A poor Christian guy had to get in an airplane and film that. That's what's crazy. That's what is amazing to me. And that's why I'm so passionate about God and how important God is and how everything else is just a joke. Because once you have a relationship with God, nothing else matters. There is no comparison. And from then on out, you're going to literally do what God wants you to do a lot better than before you had a relationship, right? So it's just a literal self-fixing issue. You know what I'm saying? Once you realize these truths and you can start putting things together and you're saying prayers to God and he's answering those prayers literally on the fly as you're flying. I mean, I don't know how to describe it, bro. So when I saw that, I knew, my point is, I would never, ever get a better shot of the Earth. That was it. I knew I'll never get a better shot. I'm done.
Right. Yeah, that's an awesome story, man. Yeah, I had a similar kind of incident, sort of like that. Not as intense, though, but at a time when I was kind of exploring Christianity and looking at some of the apologetic stuff, I started to believe in God, but I was still uncertain. And that was definitely before Flat Earth, so like it wasn't 100% certain in my mind. But I remember I was just in my backyard, and I was kind of in a dark time a little bit. I was kind of coming up to a point where I'd have to make a decision in life. That was kind of a forking decision. And I kind of just wanted guidance and I wanted certainty. So I was praying. I said, God, please give me some kind of a sign, give me some kind of a personal certainty, so to speak. And I remember, like, right as I was saying that, I look up at the sky, and it was almost as if one of the stars just, like, took off really quickly. It was like a shooting star, except, how usually a shooting star has kind of you can see it travel for longer. Well, it was like that, but it was like, it felt like it was standing still for a second, and then it just went. It was really strange, and I know I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, but I definitely don't think it was a shooting star. And I thought, like, okay, that's pretty crazy. It's pretty rare I see stuff like that. Like, I never look up and see shooting stars. The timing was pretty wacky, but, I didn't think too much on it. But it's like now, knowing what I know about the Earth and all that, it's like those stars aren't just random things far away. So now even that little thing, like that moving star, that strange shooting star, means so much more to me now.
There you go. Exactly. Right. It's such a different level of understanding. And now when you're speaking to people and they say, well, what about all the other planets? Which you don't have to say, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I always say, yeah, last time I checked, I don't live on a star. Where do you want to take the conversation next? Yeah, we don't live on a star. And especially if they're a supposed Bible believer. Now, I'll be honest with you. Most of the time with atheists, we're never going to get near this topic. I'm going to stick with evolution. That's where their heart is. They're hiding from evolution with the ball Earth. I won't even discuss Earth with an atheist that believes in evolution. We got to keep it down to what they are really worried about. And I'll, of course, dismantle that. But when it comes to these Christians that say they believe in the word of God, they're the ones that actually hate me the most, because I'm a fundamentalist Bible believing Christian with a relationship with God, and I'm able to actually believe the words. I don't have to hide from them and then give people a 2-hour explanation about why God was joking and he really didn't mean that, and he just wanted to say that because people interpreted it that way, or yada yada yada. You'll get 1,000 excuses, right? And that's why I love this F word topic. I love the flat earth topic because I never have to use the F word. So when I point these things out to the Bible, like, don't you see, God says that there's planets. He's talking about the wandering stars. So do you think we live on a wandering star? So they're done. Like right then and there, they're like, they're done. They can't do anything other than go, oh, I'm going to have to look into this. Or, well, what about something else? They immediately have to evade. And it's just on to the next topic. Great. Let's talk about the earth. And well, where does it say the earth is flat? And I tell them, well, I didn't say the earth is flat. I said the earth is under the heavens and in the waters. And they'll go, what do you mean? I go, well, it says it right here. It says Exodus 24. The heavens are above, the earth is below, and the waters are under the earth. Do I have to describe it any way else? That's what it is. It's describing levels. And it doesn't say the earth is flat. It says it has topography. And it's funny because in one line of the Bible, it says there's plains and mountains. Well, plains and mountains. Wow, that's amazing because that's what I experienced. Plains and mountains. Yeah, flat spots. Oh, humps, mountains. Yeah. So that's what the earth is. It's the construct under the heavens, right? So this whole thing, when they do this to people and they convince them of this magical space cartoon, if you tell them flat earth, what does the psychopath do? He imagines a disc in space. Right. So now you've already implanted this other cartoon that they believe in because they've seen this cartoon in their childhood or somewhere. They've seen this joke. And now that's what they're thinking I'm talking about. And then I'd have to unwind that. Like, when did I say it was a disc in space? Well, you said the Earth's flat. What other option is there? Where's the edge? It's just this downward spiral. Exactly. Sonny has to deal. Sonny has to deal with that psychosis 10 times a day, right, Sonny?
Well, no, but I wanted to thank you earlier for giving me support on that object thing, and I looked into it further. So that's the purpose of bringing that up. So I don't know why the infighting about this thing about object. It has to be tangible. That means you can touch it, and it has to be definite. That means you have to know the size.
Correct.
And everything.
Correct.
So when you get into it further, so I'm done with that. I know what to bring up, but I like what you're saying. What you're saying about Christians, and I'll be honest, I don't claim to be a Christian. I don't know a whole bunch of stuff. I believe the creator that's talked about in Genesis is the creator. That's what I go with. The other stuff I don't know. I had a lot of experience in Christian churches, and baptized a Catholic. But I never went to Catholic. I went to Catholic Bible schools, but I never I also went to Christian churches. But I don't know about this being unsure. I think it's we each of us has our path that we have to take to God's grace, if you will, or whatever it is. So whatever understanding, that's one part of understanding of God and the Bible and what it is or what it isn't. There's far more that I don't know about it. The scriptures, not that they confused me, but the meaning of them confused me. And I used to get really involved in Well, I don't know. I looked into the origins of religions and things like that. So I from the very beginning I questioned the sources. You know, I don't think I ever really got over that fully. Like of not questioning the sources. So going, some things like with I don't know about the New Testament. But one thing I know I don't agree with is people who claim to be Christians that are fake Christians. They don't know anything about the Bible. They've never read it. They've never looked into other texts or other things that are out there or the history of religions like I've done. You know what I mean?
Hey, whoever's talking right
Sonny.
now. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, XO.
I'm just going to say this real quick. Sonny, you're 100% right, and we shouldn't trust any of them because it's men telling us what to believe, right?
Right.
But eventually, you and me, Sonny, we can have a talk, and it's a very deep discussion, but it's not something that has to happen today or tomorrow. It could happen a year from now. There's no rush, but there is a way to understand what God tells us, and I can't demonstrate it here. In fact, it is not permitted to do so on the 24/7 stream anyway. So it's going to have to be handled, right? Right. It's going to have to be handled in a different chat, the Bible room or something. But yeah, what were you going to say, sir?
Oh, I was just going to say, I'm not sure exactly who was, not UXO, but the guy who was talking before. Oh, Sonny.
Yeah, that's Sonny. Yeah, I'm Sonny.
So I'll tell you what, man, if you really are curious about the validity of Christianity in particular, a rabbit hole I would suggest going down to kind of prove it is prophecy. I don't know if you ever heard of the book of Daniel much, but I would look into that, and I would look into a lot of the Old Testament prophecies. Because when you really do look at them, they're startlingly accurate. Like the Book of Daniel, for example, has very accurate prophecies about very large segments of history and kingdoms and whatnot. And all throughout the Old Testament, there's constant prophecy with regarding the Messiah and like how he would come and how he would bring the God of Israel to the nations. And when you really dig into that and understand the continuity of the Bible, it starts to become pretty hard to deny Jesus Christ as the Messiah that was foretold. So I would suggest if you want to, I can maybe later try to send you some resources if you're interested in going down that. But
honestly, look, I've read a lot of those books. I spend a lot of time in the Old Testaments, like not the New Testament, but the original Bible, like that. I spend my time mostly in there. I also look at other texts, like I've read Enoch, gone through that, and there's a lot of contention about Enoch. I know that, but that's okay. I'm just trying to gather information, and to be fair, you guys probably have a lot more experience with actually spending time and studying the Bible in a way that you can connect the dots where maybe I haven't done that, and I generally live my life as like a very natural person day to day. I know there's a God. I know there's universal laws and things like that need to be obeyed or have consequences. Like I've learned that the hard way, so I think eventually whatever the intellectual process is of connecting those dots, let's just say in a literary sense, or just as far as our readings and understandings, eventually it's got to get into my heart, we have to connect the dots. It has to connect to our heart. So I'm doing the best I can. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think that's
regards to the heart.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the heart is one of the most significant factors in one's line of inquiry when trying to learn and know philosophical and especially theological truths. Now, when you get a chance to read the scriptures once more again and more thoroughly, one of the authors, the author of the Scroll of Yirmiyahu, Jeremiah, would tell you, this is the Lord speaking himself. He said, the heart is deceitful above all things. Who can know it? And you hear a whole lot of rhetoric coming out of the entertainment media, even the education media, about do what your heart desires. My heart will lead me to this and that. My heart. My heart is what I follow rather than the instructions from the Supreme Being, the Holy Lord, the Most High God, Yahweh. You see? So you do not want to let your heart be the arbiter of what is right and wrong, because the heart is unreliable, because the heart does not want truth. It's the mind that holds the truth, and you use your mind to seek the truth, despite whatever you feel, despite anything else. So please keep that in mind.
I'm not talking about my heart being something I feel.
I just have to put this back on topic real quick. There was a Glober in here, but they left. But there's someone in the chat. I have to point this out. Someone got very scared and offended when I'll take the blame, when I claimed that this is a satanic religion, when we were describing up and down and all this. And they got very scared of that and said, I'm not going to listen to this person saying the ball earth is satanic because it's not. And then they rage quit. I mean, that's a perfect example right then and there that they are too scared to look at the evidence. And that might have been a believer, which is rare. That's crazy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great point,
To be
Gregor.
scared of a remark being spoken by someone thousands of miles away, that's absurd.
I promise I won't hurt you. I promise you're safe if you come in here. Thanks.
See, like where I'm at, I appreciate what you're saying, and good to hear you, Gregory. It's been a little while, but like the point I was gonna make is like I think that we can all be on the path, but we are on different places on the path, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, some of us are different places on the path, and some of us are on different paths.
Some of us
now,
are
contrary to popular belief.
Yeah, some are not on
popular belief. There's only two paths. There aren't many paths to the same destination, because the fact is not all paths lead to the same destination, contrary to popular belief. Now, this is a very irritating truth that people, and many people, most humans, love to dance around and evade and deny. But the truth is the truth, including in regards to cosmology. So it is with regards to theology. In regards to soteriology, it's a $5 word meaning the study of salvation. The two paths are life or death. And Yahushua, aka Jesus, when you get a chance to read the Basaras, the good news accounts, aka the Gospels, you will learn that Yahushua, the Son of the God, made it clear in no uncertain terms that there's only two paths: the narrow path to the small gate of life, and the broad way to death. And there are few that find the small gate on the narrow path to life.
Yeah, and boy, don't we see that broad path out there on Earth now? It's amazing. You know, I'd like to say, Gregory, that's amazing hearing that come from a 20-year-old. I'm like, I'm really, yeah. It gives me hope in humanity. You know, no, I think it's great. You know, like I may not know all the thous and those and like all the scriptures by hand, or you know, or any of those kind of things. You know, you're very well educated in that field, and I respect that. That's good.
All glory to Yah. All glory to Yah.
Gregory, you have such a deep voice. I thought you were like 30 at least.
I
mean
woke
that
up
in
too.
a good way. That's not an insult.
Yeah. I just woke up too. When I wake up,
okay, yeah, makes
recently,
sense.
my voice sounds especially, you know.
You just woke up at 1:30, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, to kind of go off what Gregory was saying, just a quick comment. I think, like, you know, before I got into Christianity, I felt sort of the temptation in my heart to perhaps look into something else that was more individualistic in nature, something that was more kind of focused on, quote unquote, like leveling up my spirituality, gaining powers. It's like, to be honest, for a long time in Christianity, it really scared me more than anything. Actually, my heart was almost broken by the revelation of the reality of God. I think that's very common sometimes when you first become a Christian, because you get this new picture of the universe where suddenly you're no longer free. You no longer live in this giant... Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, that was my mother. Let me mute also.
Like where suddenly instead of being, it's like you have no privacy in a way. Like God knows everything about you, and you'll be judged for every little thing about yourself. And it's just this whole other worldview. And I think sometimes the comfort from Christianity will actually come after the heartache. So it's like you said about you find truth with the mind, not with the heart. Because sometimes you have to find the truth, and once you found the truth, you realize that your heart is in a warped, wicked, and twisted state. That's often like why we will pray to God to change and soften our hearts. Because it's like, even as a Christian, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but it's like I want to sin. I want to be selfish. I'd rather be a Satanist, not in the sense of like eating children, but in the sense of being individualistic and following my own path. It's like, I wish I was a Satanist, but I know it's wrong. My heart doesn't want God yet, unfortunately. Hopefully it will be softened, you know?
Yeah. Exactly right.
The heart guides the mind.
You said the heart guards the mind?
Guides.
Explain.
It's to do with energies and frequencies and the energy of the heart. I'll find the thing on it and I'll timestamp it for you. Hold on.
Well, personally, I would say it's a bad thing if the heart guides the mind. I'd say the optimal state is where the mind
I think
guides the heart.
I would think we would need to define the terms, because I think there may be some different definitions of what you mean, what can be meant by the heart.
Right. I guess in my case, when I say the mind, I mean just our rational faculties, and when I say the heart, I mean kind of the passions, like our yearnings, what we want.
See, that's like mind and body. Those are two different things. What I'm using as the term the heart is where when I experience God's truths deep down inside of me, that I know these things. Like, for instance, discovering that all of those thousands of miles over the oceans that I've sailed, to come to the realization with flat Earth that all that water was horizontal the whole time. That water was always flat, just like I always kind of knew it, but disregarded or didn't think about it. So when that kind of truth hits, and I go, "Oh my God, this was created just like the Bible says." I didn't need to read that to understand that. My intellect isn't what told me that was true. It was my heart. Inside of the core of my very being, where I believe God speaks to us.
So I understand the meaning. See, that's the thing that happens with communication. I understand what you mean when what you say. However, until you explain what you meant by what you said, I can only ascertain the meaning of what you said until you explain what you meant by what you said. Right. So when you just say the heart, to us who have enough knowledge and what the Holy Scripture teaches is that the heart is referring, in the English translations, of course, the heart is referring to not the intellectual side, but the emotional side, the emotional component of the human being. That's what the heart is referring to. So when we say the heart, we're talking about the emotions. Most people judge this or that to be true or false or good or evil according to their emotions, according to their feelings, rather than according to the evidence that substantiates the assertion, the knowledge, information.
So I here's what I believe. Those deep down instinctual things that we realize about God and God's creation, I don't believe and so I'll just use it. I'll define that term for myself then, because I don't believe that comes from our intellect or my knowledge center.
Yeah, because you're saying what you mean. No.
Yeah. So for me, the heart is something that it's not something I read in a book. It's just I know deep down inside that these things the truths are evident. And God says that himself, the truth is self-evident, right?
Right.
So that's not something I think about, or the something that I need to get an answer of yes or no in my intellect, in between my ears. No, that's something deep down inside. I feel it in my. That's what I call the heart.
So you're saying heart in the sense of core and deep-seated truths that you know. Deep-seated truths that you know.
I'm a Saki bastard as well. It's not good being Saki bastard.
That's information.
Sarcastic, just like my father was.
Flat English Bear, your hub.
He would say, is he joking or is he telling the truth there? Yeah. Not tell.
Oh my God.
I can't read you. People I know say that I can't read you. I don't know. That's not what I mean by reading me. That's what you want to read me for.
What's going on?
I'm a human being.
Yeah, okay. Sorted. Carry on.
Hi, guys.
Listen to that.
Just a quick point on what you guys are referring to in terms of the heart. Yeah, I think emotion and stuff like that, and internal instinctive internal instincts have a lot to do with it. But I think the heart is also directly associated with desire, inner desire and inner inhibitions. Scripturally, if we look at what the heart, what it says about the heart, it says the heart above all things is deceitful and desperately wicked. Now, if the heart was purely instinctive, then we know that, scripturally, Lucifer, who was the devil, he said in his heart that he will ascend above the Most High. Instinctively, that would be contrary to the instincts of his heart, because it says when he was created perfect till iniquity was found in him. So the instincts and the intellectual instincts, so to speak, of his heart should know that it's not physically possible to ever ascend above God. However, the desire came into his heart, and from that desire, his heart deceived his own self, his own intellect, to actually perceive and chase after the idea of ascending above God. So I think the heart has a lot to do with desire, as opposed to, in a majorative sense, as opposed to anything else in regards to emotion or intellect. I think it's mainly housed. The heart is mainly housed within desire, basically.
So where would you say that these instinctual things, that you get a message from God, or you get some knowledge? Because I feel like I've gotten knowledge from the source somehow coming through me. Like, it's not something I read. It's just all of a sudden it just boom, like down into my center of my being. So I guess it just depends on semantically what we're talking about, where that particular type of thing takes place. Is that in the mind only? Or is that somewhere else, another layer of our being?
The other gentleman that was talking about the heart. The other gentleman was talking about the heart and desire. What I would say, you would have to. I'm sorry, I'm carrying a big ass water bottle while I'm trying to talk. In regards to the gentleman talking about the heart and desire, desire can refer to either the intellectual desire or the the emotional and instinctual desire, erotica and things like that, or anger and fear and things of this sort, desire. Or it can refer to what he was talking about with the adversary earlier, spirits who do not have bodies of flesh but can don bodies of flesh as they see fit, put on bodies of flesh as they see fit, referring to the adversary. He desired to do what he thought and chose to do, right? Not according to the lust of any flesh, but according to, his mind. Because spirits also are intellectual, sapient creatures, and so they don't really have lust of the flesh because they don't have bodies of flesh. What they do is purely intellectual and a choice. And they have emotions also.
I think there's some understanding in saying that, in terms of non-physical bodies, non-physical entities such as spirits won't have a physical heart the same way that our physical heart pumps blood. But I think we all know that the heart that we're referring to isn't just a physical sense of the word.
Right. Not necessarily the organ, right?
Lustful. Yeah, not necessarily the organ. I think heart is definitely centered around desire, especially when it's talked about in the Bible. If we look at Pharaoh, it says that God hardened Pharaoh's heart.
Mm-hmm.
Pharaoh did not have the desire to take heed to the voice of the Israelites' God and let the Israelites go, and therefore his heart was hardened such to the extent that even after the plagues came and he let the Israelites go, he still chased them into the midst of the Red Sea. I don't think it was the Red Sea, into the midst of the sea, and
yeah, the Red Sea.
I think it definitely has a lot to do with desire, and even stuff like lust. I think also, I get where you're coming from, as in spirits don't have heartful lust; it's only intellectual lust. But I think the same thing can be said. When we
I agree with what you said.
God doesn't reach out through the heart, then.
What's that?
So God doesn't reach out through the heart, then.
Like this whole conversation, you gotta specify what you mean when you say heart.
I won't dispute that God doesn't reach out through the heart. Definitely, he can touch a person's heart.
No, he can make people feel his joy and comfort and gentleness and all those sweet and gooey things in his everlasting love. He can do that most certainly. However, what the Lord is focusing on is knowledge of the truth, despite and regardless and in spite of anything. That's what the Lord focuses on. He focuses on truth. He's a God, the one and only true living God, about truth. This is the truth. This is the reality.
I disagree once again, because the knowledge of the truth has nothing to do with what you do about the truth. It's more about your desire about what you want to do in reference to the truth. We know that the devil knows the truth. He knows the earth is flat, and he's deceiving us with the globe lie. He knows that God is God, and he's deceived himself and many other fallen angels to go against him and become an adversary. The devil knows the truth. He has knowledge of the truth, and in fact his knowledge far exceeds any human knowledge of the truth than what we can possibly think. Unless
what you're saying is not disagreeing with what I'm saying, though. It's not disagreeing with what I'm saying. It simply adds to what I'm saying. The Lord is about the truth. That's why he constantly told us that I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes unto the Father except by me. That's why he also said, those who worship me must worship in spirit and truth. That's why he said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So the Lord is about truth. And then what you said only adds to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose.
I think
I think there's a lot of people. Go on, sorry.
I just think a good point to bring up when it comes to finding truth and using the heart as a navigation tool. It's like, God can reach through the heart, and the heart plays a role in things, and the heart can lead people to God and away from him. But I think it was Sonny who said it earlier. Yeah. He was talking about when you find a truth, you just feel it resonate within you. And I think that's a bad metric for determining truth, because one of the things in Christianity that's a revelation from God is the Trinity, for example, how God is three persons in one Godhead. It's like, when I first heard that, despite it being a fundamental truth about the essence of reality, the essence of God, it certainly did not ring some kind of thing in my heart, or even intellectual intuition. It was actually very contrary. It's like, what? Three persons? And when I used to be an atheist.
I was going to say, yeah.
When I used to be an atheist, I was, really into Darwinism. Oh, what was that?
I was just about to say, well, you'll find that I and folks like me dispute the doctrine of the Trinity, but in regard to the existence of the God and what he is and who he is, especially his character, and what he has said and done, what you're saying is also applicable and relevant.
Right. Yeah, and you can bring up more examples other than the Trinity, but right. You know, when I was an atheist and I believed in materialism and evolution, when I would look at the world and look at all the animals, and I would think about it from an evolutionary point of view and think about things evolving, like that felt so true in my heart. That really resonated with me. Like I was like, yeah, look at it. It's so obvious. Look at our hands. All these animals have hand bones that are just morphed. It's obvious we evolved from each other. It just felt so right. But I was completely deceived. So it's like a lot of like, or for example, someone who picks Satanism, they become a Satanist and it just feels so right to them. You know, so that's why I kind of think it's feeling, right.
Furthermore, in regards to the mind, the intellect, and the heart, desire, you know, all these things working in tandem when one is trying to seek the truth. Something that most people don't know, the Most High, He enlightens us about the human condition. And you'll find, you know, many will dispute this, but regardless, you'll find that the authors of the Holy Scriptures are the only ones who have adequately summarized the human condition and adequately answered the question with the truth in regards to why are humans doing all this evil? You know, why is the world corrupt and fallen, right? And you'll realize that along with the flesh desiring any and all unrighteousness, which is what the Apostle Paul is referring to in regards to the lust of the flesh has an intrinsic lust for unrighteousness. It wants evil. This includes not thinking correctly. This includes not thinking correctly. The mind thinking fallaciously rather than logically sound. This is also why the Apostle Kepha, Peter, very much emphasized the necessity of being sober and of a sound mind. I think it's particularly in the second letter. Being sober and of a sound mind. When you study logic, you understand that logic is to think soundly. But when you are drunk, be it physically from, you know, whatever material that can inebriate your brain, or being figuratively drunk off falsehood, and falsehood that especially is euphoric and pleasing to the senses and pleasing to the flesh. You can be drunk either way and thus be of an unsound mind, an illogical mind, which also highlights how the God is also a God of logic, and how logic literally comes from the Greek word logos, which is used in the Greek text regarding the word coming from the God, which is the God. Logic is how the God thinks. And he's given us that ability when he breathed the breath of life into Adam and transferred it to all of us, his descendants. So one of the problems of the flesh is to think illogically, which is why so many people believe all this falsehood to be true. And then you have people in their flesh that get angry. Oh, you're so arrogant. Oh, you think you're the only religion that's correct. Oh, you think you have the truth. That's all the jibber jabbering of the flesh. They don't want to believe that their religion is false. They don't want to believe that they're wrong. They don't want to believe that they're guilty of sin. And so they fight it. And they do everything they possibly can to substantiate their position in opposition to the truth that is being spoken by a true disciple. And then even after they exhausted and y'all see this every day here in this room, after they've exhausted all their counter arguments against the person that's telling them, that's refuting them, they still reject the truth, despite all their counter arguments being exhausted. You see, So you see the lust of the flesh being demonstrated all the time. The fruits of the flesh also, that the Apostle Paul calls it. Fruits of the flesh versus fruits of the Spirit. The Spirit being the Most High God, you see. You see it all the time. A mind that does not think logically, does not think soundly. One of the fruits of the flesh. Yep, I hear you, Logos. TPTSB. What is that?
The powers that shouldn't be.
Ah.
Yeah, a lot of this stuff makes sense when you look into Tavistock Institute and those sorts of weirdo people and how they figured out how to manipulate us and things.
Oh yeah. Tavistock Institute.
Myself,
Society.
honestly, myself, I don't believe I have the audacity to claim myself a Christian. I wouldn't have the audacity. How dare I claim I'm a Christian? It should be obvious. It shouldn't even have to be said. That's up to God to decide that. That's not up to men. Me putting a label on myself as something like that, I think is audacious.
Well, you're right, but not in the way that you think you are. I know.
Wait. So you don't tell me how I think, please.
Well, you're telling me how you thought already by what you said. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
Yeah, you told me I don't think of it the way that I think it is.
But you don't know how I think, how you think. So how do you know I'm thinking that your thinking is wrong? You see? So tell me why you think you shouldn't call yourself a Christian. Tell us, rather. Not the only one here.
I just don't think that's my business. That's not. I don't care to like claim myself to be something that like that. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just like I may be one. I could quite possibly be one, but I'm not going to be the one that claims to be one. It's not my business. That's
so
men's.
Do you see how that's an empty answer?
Folly. No, I think it's men's folly. That's what I believe. I've been alive a really long time. I think that's a folly of men.
So do you see how that's an empty answer? I asked you to explain why you shouldn't or why you don't, and you just reiterated that you don't.
Why a negative? Why a negative?
I asked you to explain why you do what you do. Why do you not call yourself a Christian? And then you just reiterated that you don't. That was an empty answer.
Because I don't know if I am or not.
So I really was wrong about how you thought you were right about this, because you didn't even explain why you think you were right. You just reiterated the answer. So the reason that it's not good to call oneself a Christian is because that's not what the Lord Yahushua, aka Jesus, called his apostles. Contrary to popular belief, contrary to what you read in the English translation, the 3 times that the term Christian occurs in the Protestant canon, in any canon rather, I should say. You see, he didn't call them Christians. He called them Natsaim. If you anglicize it, it's Nazarians, followers of Yahushua HaNatsai, the Nazarian, the one from the city of Nazareth in the region of Galilee, Galilee, in the kingdom of Yehudah, the Roman province of Judea. That's what they call themselves.
Wouldn't you say that's the same meaning inferred from the title? I mean, I haven't looked into this definitively at all, just running with the conversation. But wouldn't you say that's the exact same meaning that's inferred from the title Christian, as in to be a follower of Christ? In whatever way that may be, given the fact that there's 30,000 plus denominations. What would you call a Christian to be then? What would you say? What would you say the meaning of a Christian is then? That it so much differs from the Nazarene.
Yeah, it sounds harsh, but I don't say this to be offensive or vicious or spiteful at all. Nothing. I don't have that intention. I would say that it's a counterfeit. Christians are counterfeit believers. You see. In the first, all the way back in the first century, the late first century, the term Christianoi, plural, Christianos, singular, was used in referring to proselytes and disciples and worshippers of various deities and idols, so-called gods and demigods of the Grecian pantheon or the Roman pantheon, or even the Persian, Iranian, pantheon. And so Christianoi was used in reference to all these things. And there were Christianoi, Christians, centuries before Yahushua was even born. Okay. And secondly, contrary to popular doctrine and belief, the popular language of the day of the Yasharites, aka Israelites, in the kingdom of Yahudah, aka Judah, aka Judea, was the Ivrit language, aka Hebrew. And so that's what the apostles spoke, including Yahushua when he was speaking to his disciples and all the other inhabitants of the land in the kingdom of Yahudah. So he would have said the word, and the apostles would have said the word, Natsaim, plural, Natsai, singular. You anglicize it, Nazarian, or Nazarians. You say, aka Nazarene, erroneously anglicized from the Greek transliteration. And thirdly, even the so-called Christians, the Christianoi, even from the first century, especially into the 3rd century and 4th century, the so-called early church fathers, they knew the difference between a Christianos and a Nazarios, and they made the difference. And the pejorative referred to the Nazarios, the Nazarenes, Nazarians, as Judaizers, or those who cling to the law of Moshe, because the Christianoi, Christians, were hell-bent on disregarding the quote-quote evil Old Testament God in favor of the good quote-quote good New Testament God, Jesus in the Greek, Yahushua, his real name, aka Jesus. So all these reasons culminate from linguistic confusion. Hold on. Okay. As I was saying, not only did they call themselves something else, the term, they never called themselves Christians, and the people who started calling them Christians were Greek speakers in Antioch, and it clearly says that they were called Christians, not they called themselves Christians, Christianoi Christians in Antioch. And then the people who promulgated the so-called Christian religion, Christianism, Christianity, was coined by Ignatius of Antioch. Ignatius of Antioch in the 1st century. In the early 2nd century, he coined the term Christianismos, which is Christianity or Christianism. He also coined the term Catholicos, which is where Catholic comes from. So all of Christianism comes from Greek-speaking and Latin-speaking Gentiles rather than Ivrit-speaking true disciples of Yahuwah in the name of his only begotten son, Yahushua. And then you have Christians today, no matter what language they speak, they ridicule people who are trying to worship Yahuwah, that's the Heavenly Father, for going to, quote, quote, the Hebrew roots of the scriptures, which is folly, because why are you ridiculing someone for respecting and adhering to the language of the autographs of the Holy Scriptures you claim to adhere to and believe? That's folly. So that's what the apostles called themselves. They didn't preach Christianism, Christianismos. They didn't call themselves Christians, Christianoi. They didn't go to Kirke or Kyriakos Oikos, that is church, or any of these things here. They didn't call the anointed one, the Mashiach, Christos, Christ, because the term Christ comes from the Greek word Christos, which is a Greek equivalent to the Ivrit word, Hebrew word Mashiach, meaning anointed one. You see.
Interesting. I'll just be reading up on the etymology of the word Christian, and it's definitely concurring with what you said there. What would you refer yourself as then? If not a Christian, then what?
I refer to myself just as the term the Apostle Paul accepted in Acts 24:5, Nazarian, which is the anglicized version, turned into English, anglicized, turned into English, of Natsaim, plural, Natsai, singular. So I'm a Nazarian. I'm a follower of Yahushua, the Nazarian. Yahushua HaNatzari, Yahushua the Nazarian, the one from Nazareth. All right. He shall be called a Nazarian, aka Nazarene, as the prophet said, as the prophecy was fulfilled. And then he himself called.
What scripture is that?
Huh? Say it again.
What scripture was that? Was that a scripture that you? Was that a scripture?
Yeah, he shall be. Yeah, he shall be called an Ansarian. Search up. I can't remember the book, chapter, and verse. Search up. You know, in the search engine, he shall be called a Nazarene. It'll pull it right up.
Okay. Yeah, found it. Yeah, found it.
And then that prophecy was echoed in
Matthew 2:23.
Yep. Yeah, Matthew, he echoed that prophecy in his account from the previous scriptures.
So, do you believe that? I always muddle up my words when it comes to the term of the Hebraic name of Jesus. Is it for simplicity? I always use the word Yahweh. I don't know if that's technically the same term, but is it?
You're referring to the Father, right?
Yahshua. Yahweh is the Father, is it?
Yahuwah,
Right.
the Father, and Yahusha, the Son. Yahuwah
Okay.
and
What about
Yahusha.
Jehovah? Is that one?
That's incorrect. That's made by the Masoretes, who wrote the Masoretic text, which is what most translations are based on. The Masoretic text written by the Masoretes in the religion called Yahudut, aka Judaism, which is simply the religion of the Parushim, Pharisees, continued on to the modern day. And so they made the Nakud, which is the Ivri, their word for the vowel points, the diacritic marks to mark the vowels in the text. And they made the Nakud for the expressed purpose. You can search this up. They made the Nakud for the expressed purpose to hide the pronunciation of the sacred name of the Heavenly Father. And so they add the vowel points and they change it from Yahuwah to Yehovah. You see?
Right.
Because they believe that the sacred name of the Heavenly Father is unutterable, which is not true. It's not taught in the Holy Scriptures written by authors inspired by the God. It's taught by men teaching doctrines of men as the commandments of the God, which is what Yahusha, aka Jesus, was rebuking the Parushim Pharisees in his day for.
Doesn't it,
When he was on the earth.
assuming that it's unutterable, also assumes that it has a name to begin with?
Oh, yeah. That
I don't
assumption
know
is
if
correct.
anyone
But to assume.
assumes God doesn't have. I mean, does he even have a name?
Oh, certainly.
Or she? Okay.
Oh, yes. Just as we humans have a name, why wouldn't the God who made us have a name?
Why would he though? I mean, I don't see why.
Because he's a person.
He's a person. Yeah, he's a person. Why wouldn't he have a name?
Oh, you mean Jesus? No, I thought you meant God.
No, the Heavenly Father.
The
The Heavenly
Father.
Father.
A person. Okay, when you said person, I thought you meant Jesus. Sorry, not God.
Oh, yeah.
But you think?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, a human is a person, but not all persons are humans.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I don't, it leaves me. But don't all the different angels in heaven call God by different magnificent names? El Shaddai, El this.
Yeah. Epithets. Yeah, different epithets. El Shaddai, El Elyon, Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh Eloi,
Yeah.
Yahweh Elohim, Yahweh Shalom.
Sure, nice to do the research in this channel, and I really appreciate you guys that do your research on these things, because some of us just don't.
Yeah.
You know, especially me. I haven't. I mean, I've read the scriptures, obviously, but as far as to dig that deep into them, obviously I need to. But yeah, thankful for you guys that when you bring these things forward. So
it's my pleasure.
Obviously,
very thankful.
Obviously,
all glory to Yah.
Yeah. Obviously, I'll do my own research as well. But yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
Very, very thankful. A lot of topics that I've kind of just shuttered away and thought were irrelevant and non-conducive to the expansion of my knowledge and my spiritual wealth. I've actually come to realize that it's actually quite the contrary after coming to this platform and hearing so many different viewpoints at such an in-depth stance. It's really helped me to kind of go back to the drawing boards and actually gauge exactly what it is that I need to learn and how I should learn it again. You guys have been really helpful in doing that. Not just, the flat earth topics, but many other different things.
Yeah.
I'd ask, do you believe that Yahushua is the Son of God?
Yes.
Amen.
He is the Son of God.
What was that?
Yeah, Son, but not God himself, just the Son.
Well,
Hey, Gregor,
the Son of God is the God incarnate. Go ahead, ask your question.
I'm just curious. Do you ever kind of do online debates or anything like that? And if so, I personally, as I already revealed myself as a Trinitarian, I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I don't know if you ever heard of Jay Dyer, but he's a really popular online Orthodox apologist. And there's a Discord server where he does open debates and whatnot. And if you wanted to, I could invite you there where you probably could find it too or whatever. But it might be interesting to debate with him. I'd love to see you guys go back and forth, honestly.
Yeah, thank you. Invite me, please.
Definitely.
Sure.
Do you actually think that Jesus is God, or do you think Jesus is not God?
I think Yahushua is the God incarnate. I always phrase it that way because that must be emphasized, because that's what the scripture emphasizes. He is the God incarnate, meaning manifested in the flesh. Excuse me.
He was just the Son of God.
So why don't you believe in the Trinity then? It's funny to hear someone say that they do believe that Jesus is God, yet they denounce the Trinity. I've never actually heard that before.
Yeah, those people for aloof. The apostles did the very same thing. The Trinity, as I can best reiterate it, and every time I try to reiterate it, I'm corrected about. Evidently I say it wrong, and so I'm going to try it again. The doctrine of the Trinity, the Holy Trinity, is that the God is three persons in one person, or in one essence, or in one being, or one state, and they're all co-equal and separate individuals, or not separate individuals, you see. And the reason I kept saying it in that funky way is because that's what I've been told. So if someone knows better than me, which they probably do, please help me understand.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Are you saying that Jesus and God are both the same person?
Yahushua are both the same person, because Yahushua is the Word of the God, which is with the God and is the God incarnate, manifested in the flesh.
But why would he have to come? Why would he have to come as a son then? Why wouldn't he just come as God?
Well, we believe that
did he have to come as a son?
God is three persons, so it was one person of the Trinity came down to represent the Godhead.
If he was just going to allow himself to be incarnate into the physical realm, why would he need to do it as a son?
Because he had to leave my purpose. I'm going to answer this real quick, and I'll get out of this conversation because I'm actually not allowed to speak about this conversation for more than 30 seconds. But the reality here is, Sonny, real quick, is that God had to lead the perfect example, and that is how he fulfilled his own law. But you guys can.
Okay, so what does the term son mean to you guys? When you say
depending on the context, it's figurative or it's literal. In the case of Yahushua, he was both. You know, he was literally the son of the God. His father was not a human. His father was the God, and he was a son of the God because he was a perfect, obedient child of the Heavenly Father.
So, in literal sense, what do you mean?
In a literal sense, his father was the God.
Yeah,
that's his father.
Literal father.
Yeah, right. And he's right because here's why he's right, because Old Testament even confirms this in Isaiah 53, Isaiah 43:11, Isaiah 9:6. So several times Isaiah is going to constantly tell you only God is the Savior. So there's no other option. So by default, he is correct.
I think.
And then on top of that, if you accept, I'm sorry, just real quick. On top of that, if you accept Ron Wyatt's testimony of him finding the blood of Yahushua, aka Jesus, on the right side of the mercy seat of the Ark of the Covenant in Golgotha in Jerusalem in the 90s, and that his blood was only full of 24 chromosomes rather than 46, 23 from the mother, 1 from the father, a Y chromosome, not from a human male, and the blood was still alive when he found it, then there's that also.
There's so much to dissect there. I can't really tell which way the branch is splitting. So are you believing that there is? are you saying that there is only one God, and when there is only one God, God divested himself into his own Son, or have the Father and the Son always coexisted with each other, and then at the right time?
The manifestation, the incarnation of the Word of the God happened, all those, all this millennia ago, all those centuries ago in the first century.
But if Jesus, I don't know, if Yeshua is the same being as God, why would he refer to him as the Father, like he's a separate being?
Because he's his father.
Like
he can
he's
do
the son,
both.
though. Why would he not just go, I'll just
Gregory, let me say
refer to myself on this matter?
Right,
because
that is
I'm the
thing,
same
is that
person as the Father.
Right, because only God can do that. Is something no man can do. Only God can be the Father in heaven and the perfect man on the earth, who is the Savior. Even at the same time, it's not even comprehensible. That is something so very special. Only the Creator could do such a thing.
Right. So that's just a paradox I'm going to have to live with. I may just have to live with that paradox forever, because I don't think I can ever reconcile that as a human being.
I think because we're trying. Right, let me just use this word. I love Gregory. Watch this. I love using this word. There's a big echo. It's called anthropomorphization, and it's when men try to put limits on God because men have limits, so therefore God has to have a limit too, and that's the problem. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So this is what throws people for a loop, particularly when I explain it in my words, according to the scriptures, of course. It throws people for a loop because Yahushua is simultaneously speaking as the Son, and he speaks in a way that sounds subordinate to the Father, but he also speaks as the Father. So Yahushua, the unique begotten Son of the God, can do both, because he is both fully man, and fully the God.
Correct.
So he can speak as both.
Yep.
Matrix, you're hot miking.
So who died on the cross?
The Son, the incarnation of the Word of the God.
But I thought you said the three persons are co-equal.
No, I was explaining the doctrine of the Trinity. I don't believe the doctrine of the Trinity.
Okay.
I think one good thing to bring up is that different Christian denominations, we have different kind of ideas of the Trinity. Like, for example, in Orthodoxy, and I might misquote this, but in Orthodoxy, we kind of talk a lot about energies, essences, and natures and whatnot. So we would say that the three persons of the Trinity are three distinct persons, but they all share the same nature, that is Godhood. So, for example, when you asked, well, if, why the Son go down to be a human, why not, God himself? When you say God himself, God the Father not incarnating, yes, that person hasn't incarnated as a person, but Jesus Christ, I know some of you would disagree with me calling him Jesus, right? but he is unique from the Father. But the fact that he took on human nature and his nature, he took on a human nature and his nature is God, so he has this kind of dual nature. It's still God incarnating. And I think another thing to point out, and I'm just bringing this up because it's something I didn't know about for a long time, but the concept of Christ dying in order to pay off our sin debt, personally, that's not what I generally believe in. In Orthodoxy, we kind of have a different conception, and don't quote me on this, but in general, we don't necessarily think that by Christ dying on the cross, he took our punishment. We actually believe that God taking on human nature and dying like that and descending down into Hades actually broke the curse of death from human nature. So it's not that necessarily Christ paid off my sin debt. We believe that he actually helped revert my nature so that I'm no longer bound to death. So, and again, Greg, I know I brought this up already. That I really do hope to get on that Orthodoxy Discord, because I would honestly love to hear you talk with some of those guys. It'd be really interesting.
Yeah.
Can I ask, what would be the difference between paying for your sin and breaking the curse of death? Because in the Bible it says that the wages of sin is death. And because God knew that we were intrinsically going to sin from the moment we are born, he knew that we were condemned to death. So for him to be able to break that curse, because we are born into sin, that's our curse. As mankind, every single being that becomes alive in this earth through conception and is born, they are born into sin. So that is in and of itself a curse unto death. And you're saying that you don't believe that the cross is not to pay for our sin, but is to break the curse of death. But I would argue that to break the curse of death and to pay for our sin is one and the same, because the wages of sin is death. Now, those wages being paid, which would have been our death, God, Jesus, has now broken that. He's now paid those wages and broken the curse of death. So I don't see how I don't see what you're saying. I don't see how there's a difference between saying, oh, Jesus didn't die for our sins. He didn't die for our sins, but he broke the curse of death. That is one and the same thing.
So
a quick and essential addition.
Oh, can I chime in real quick, Gregor?
Go ahead.
I can't fully answer that right now. Whoever was just talking, sorry, I didn't see who was talking. But like I said, I have limited time. I actually I have to get off here in a minute. But we believe, for example, and I speak kind of for Orthodoxy, that it's not so much that Christ paid for our sin debts; he opened the gate in order to avoid hell. Like, for example, I don't necessarily believe that the lake of fire is the same thing as like Hades, where people went to in the Old Testament. Like, we believe that everybody went into Hades, even the righteous saints of the Old Testament, they still went down into Hades. And we actually believe that Christ descended down and was able to rescue them from the grips of death, or Hades. We kind of use it synonymously. I actually believe that nobody's in the idea of a lot of people's idea of hell,
heaven
like
or hell,
a fiery lake. I don't even believe that's really a thing yet. I think everyone's in Hades when they die, and then in the final resurrection, everyone will be resurrected into an eternal body. That's when we'll go back to our immortal, non-corrupt nature. And thanks to Jesus Christ, we are able to become immortal. Even the sinners, even the people who are unrighteous, will still take on immortality like a pre-fallen state. And at that point, based on God's mercy, he will judge who gets to go to the lake of fire or who gets to, be in his kingdom. I just wanted to add that there right now. But I have to get off here in a minute. So,
Peace to you. Have a blessed day.
All right. God bless you guys. See ya.
Thank you, bro.
Two things.
God bless you.
In addition to what you said earlier.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Two things. In addition to what the other gentleman said earlier, who was explaining the redemption operation that the Anointed One fulfilled, I just said the key word that I'm alluding to, redemption. Redemption is referring to something or someone being paid, something or someone being bought out of possession of something else, or someone else. That's why his blood is redeeming. His blood paid the price of sin and thus redeemed us out of the hands of the adversary in sin and death into the possession of the Heavenly Father, so that we may receive the free gift of salvation, believe in the gospel, and then repent, and then obeying his instructions. All of them that apply to us.
I just want to use this as an example, Gregory. And yeah, I see what you're saying, Gregory. I think you're on point when it comes to understanding that only God can be the Savior. And that's why I'm supporting you with this conversation, because trust me, Gregory and I don't always get along. And if he was wrong, I would point it out. But I want to point out that God, when people try to limit God, it's always a huge issue. Now, there are some things that God can't do. And of course, Gregory, and most of you guys know this, God can't lie. And I'll just leave it at that. God cannot lie.
He can do everything that is logically possible.
Correct. That's truth, right? Because God just in nature cannot lie. So there's things you can do that God can't. Well, that doesn't matter.
If he can lie, then he's the supreme being.
Right, exactly. God is.
He can't make a married bachelor, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So God is beyond that notion at all. There's no searching for his understanding. My problem is that I don't understand why people would ask me, well, why would God, talk to himself, Father, why have you forsaken me? I mean, my cat over here who has 2 brain cells, so I can tell he's talking to himself. But furthermore, for evidence, I've talked to myself. I'm not that smart of a person. And lastly, if I was going to question God, wouldn't the creation of the heavens and the earth be a lot more impressive than talking to himself? But what do I know? Go ahead.
I like that. Thank you, XO. I like that. Yeah.
Wait, I didn't catch the notion of what you were saying. Was that in defense of Jesus and God? Talking to himself.
Explaining the apparent paradox in talking to himself. We can talk to ourselves, but the Father can't talk to himself. He can create all of this, but he can't incarnate himself in the flesh.
Wait, you're right. That's actually worse than anthropomorphization. We're saying God can't do the things that we do all the time.
Right.
Well, here's something I brought up. Can 2 persons inhabit the same body?
Yes, God.
Technically, yeah.
God can. I know that. Yeah.
Okay, so if 2 persons, hold on. Wait. I mean, if 2 persons can inhabit the same body, then 2 people can have a conversation even though they're in the same body.
Right. Before I get interrupted, there are hundreds of people that come in here every day preaching the globe, and I can tell there's multiple people inside of them. Thanks.
Well, that's not what I mean.
I was going to say.
That's not even actually what I mean.
I'm just saying.
Go ahead.
I mean, there's Siamese twins. There's actually a Siamese twin that actually they have the same body but have 2 separate heads. So technically you can say they're 2 separate persons inhabiting the same body because they share the same body itself. So if that's possible with humans, could not the Godhead share Godhood, but be 3 distinct individuals?
Jesus had 1 head, not 2.
So the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are triplet Siamese twins.
I didn't say that. I'm just using it as an analogy. I'm just saying if it's possible, then a human.
I'm using humor.
I think.
Yeah, but your example, biologically speaking, is it actually sharing the same body? I mean, if you have 2 heads, would that be considered as one body? Right? Because a body has 1 head.
Well, they share the same DNA. They share the same heart. They share the same lungs. Now they do have 2 distinct brains. I'm not denying that, but I'm just using that as an analogy. So if it's possible,
to be honest, there's even sometimes.
Go ahead.
There's some Siamese twins that have 2 separate, that share the same body, have 2 separate brains, 2 separate hearts, and all the rest of it. I know there's a case of a Siamese twin that they're literally the left-sided Siamese twin can control the left arm and everything on the left-hand side of the body, and vice versa for the Siamese twin on the right. I'd say that's definitely 2 persons in one body. Similarly, like the other gentleman said, a lot of Globers come in here and he said he can tell there's a lot more people in them. I think what he's meaning to say is that we've got such things like demonic possession. So of course, more than 1 person can inhabit the same body. But I think that analogy is somewhat. I think that analogy is somewhat defunct. Whilst I get that notion, I think that analogy is somewhat defunct when it comes to the reality of there being God the Father and God the Son, because that's two separate bodies. That's two completely separate bodies. So that's not two people, two persons sharing the same body. But
and two separate persons, because the linchpin is: are they multiple persons in one person, or multiple persons in what? And I've heard that it's three persons with the same essence, the same deity. So these three individual persons are all deities. So there are three deities, not one deity.
And it's not contradictory. If you say two different people are the same people, that's incoherent. You know, or two persons are the same person. That
like the law of identity.
Yeah, it becomes a law of identity issue, right? So, but if you've got if the Godhood is separate,
who made the law of identity? There. Go ahead, sorry.
He did. You know, he didn't make it. It actually came out of the nature of his own being.
Right, it's eternal. Logic is eternal because he's eternal. It's in him.
Great. Right. Any thoughts on my
the
question?
Trinity violates the law of identity if that's the case, but otherwise it doesn't, because he's the one person, or he's the only one who could do it. Is that what you're saying?
Here's another analogy. C.S. Lewis described it this way. Imagine if you had a two-dimensional being and you stuck your three fingers into its realm. In the two-dimensional being, it would see three objects, right? It's missing a dimension to be able to determine that it's actually one being. You understand the analogy? And this is just an analogy, by the way. So it's an example. So God manifests himself in time and space by manifest in three distinct persons, but in the Godhood, in his realm, it's one entity, or one being, or one essence, or whatever.
Not to distract from your point, because I want to focus on the point. This isn't distracting from your point. This reference, sometimes people have a misconception of time. Time isn't this intangible and invisible component to creation. It's a convention not made by humans, but made by the God. See, if there were no sun, moon, and stars, there would be no time. You see, so it's not necessarily one entering into time, because it's just a convention that he made.
That's not true. That's not true. Before the sun and moon and stars, there was time. God exists outside of time, but it says in the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth. That beginning specifies a point in time, and that was before he had made the heavens and the earth.
Right, because the only thing you can say is the beginning. Yeah, I think we agree.
Date is just a measure.
We just got to untangle the rhetoric.
We definitely agree. Definitely agree. And what was I going to say? But also on that point as well, it says that evening and morning were, and that was before we had the sun and the moon. So of course, time existed before the sun, moon, and stars. However, I'm not denying that the sun, moon, and stars are proponents of measuring time.
Right, it's the mechanism
that's the divine time that God has instilled within the creation.
Well, knowing that this is the God inspiring the author to write what he wrote, so it isn't the author who is writing according to his knowledge, who wrote that passage, that historical record according to his knowledge. He was writing it by inspiration of the God telling him what to write. And so, of course, the God knows better. He knows exactly what time it is, whether the sun, moon, and stars exist. So, yeah. Or don't. So, yes.
I agree. It's funny. I may come across as if I'm not a Trinitarian, but I'm actually personally a Trinitarian. Funnily enough, I'm a Trinitarian. I'm just, as I said, coming onto this server, I've realized I need to start challenging what I think with a lot more integrity. So
I want to say
just
something
asking
about
questions. Go for it. Yeah.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I apologize. Gregory's just so vicious on the mic. I have to cut in. But I don't have a problem with that necessarily. But I will tell you, I don't use that term ever because it's not mentioned in the Bible directly. There are witnesses, of course, in heaven and earth. I don't have a problem with you saying that. However, it does give opening for an argument to attack you. Not that you're wrong, but then people will say, well, you're saying God is three separate beings. You're believing in multiple gods. Obviously, that's not what you're claiming. You're claiming that gods are three different personalities in one. So let me point to Exodus when God said, well, this is God's words, and I don't want to misquote, so I'm just going to get a little bit of wording here, is that God said, I will destroy the Egyptians. So when God told his people to take the lamb and put the blood on your doors, that is so that God would see personally that you listened to him. He would pass over your place of house, your housing, pass over your house and go on to the next one to destroy the children of the murderers that were obviously destroying the children of God. And that's what happens if people continue to ignore God. He's going to come down and do it himself personally. So that is God who did that person. That is not an angel of death. That is God. God said, I will destroy the Egyptians. I will smite them. So is that part of the Trinity? I don't know. I don't use that term, but God is the Father. He's the Son. He's the Holy Spirit. He's also the destroyer of evil. Thank you.
I will give Exo the credit. He speaks better than me.
Gregory, any thoughts on my question?
Say your question again.
I wrote it in the chat, but when Jesus died on the cross, where did he go? Hades, Tartarus, or Gehenna?
He went to the abyss, aka Tartarus, aka the bottomless pit, and he heralded in victory. Right, heralded in victory his accomplishment of his operation of salvation for humans, his beloved humans, to the evil spirits, the fallen angels imprisoned in the abyss.
Thanks.
So you have Sheol, the Ivrit word, Hades, Gehenna, and Tartarus in the Greek. Sheol and Hades both mean the grave. We all know what the grave is. You die, you're buried in the grave. That's it. Gehenna, which is the Greek transliteration of Gehinnom, the Ivrit word Gehinnom, which is a region outside of the city of Jerusalem where people would throw their trash into a fire and burn up the trash.
Well, before
so Gehinnom is
the Valley of Hinnom was where Jews burnt babies to Molech.
Oh yeah, right. So right. So that place is the name of that place is used figuratively to refer to the lake of fire. So you have the lake of fire, you have the grave, and you have the lake of fire, and then you have Tartarus. I'm saying a term that's interlinear in the context. Tartarus, which is the Greek term referring to the abyss, meaning the abyss. So you have the grave, you have the lake of fire, you have the abyss. The word hell shouldn't be in the text. It's misleading, especially with the popular connotation of the term. It doesn't help.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be there. It should be the grave, the lake of fire, or the the Ivrit name of the place, Valley of Hinnom, Gehinnom, and the
abyss. Because hell is obviously the one that rules over the frozen wasteland, the half-dead zombie woman that rules over the frozen wasteland from the north. But a lot of these words have been inserted on purpose like that through John Dee and the other guy that had the last edit rights on the KJV. Like church isn't in the Bible; it comes from Mother Cersei and
Kirke and Kyriakos equals, right?
Yeah, these other words. So people have to do their homework on the etymologies.
Yeah. Same thing with Satan also. Satan and devil. Devil really doesn't mean anything by itself. You have to research what devil means in order to know what devil means. Satan is a name in the English language, but it's an anglicization of the Greek word and the Ivrit word, the Greek word satanos and the Ivrit word shaitan. These are not names. These are simply nouns, meaning adversary. Shaitan, adversary, satanos, adversary. So the word Satan shouldn't be in the text either. It should just be the adversary. And the adversary can refer to the evil spirit who is the head of all the rebellious spirits and all their unclean spirit demonic children in the invisible world, the spiritual realm. And it can refer to humans, and it can refer to the Most High himself, because he is an adversary of all those who are an adversary against him. So the Lord can be an adversary against all those who against sinners. Humans can be an adversary towards one another, or against the adversary, or against the Most High God. And evil spirits are an adversary against the humans and the Most High God, and all life, and all creation. So there's another confusion that needs to be untangled. Same thing with devil. Devil, concordant with the Greek word diabolos, simply meaning accuser. You see how you only find the word devil only in the so-called New Testament. Devil is, an English derivative of diabolos, simply meaning the accuser or slanderer. You see. You have all the names, all the actual proper names in the text that have been substituted with erroneous anglicizations. His name wasn't Jesus, his name was Yahusha. His name wasn't Joshua, his name was also Yahusha. His name wasn't Moses, his name was Moshe. His name wasn't Joseph, his name was Yosef. His name wasn't Jacob, his name was Jacob. His name wasn't Methuselah, his name was Matushalach. His name wasn't Enoch, his name was Hanok. And I can go on and on. His name wasn't John, his name was Yehochanan.
What about Thomas Judas Didymus?
Say it again.
What about Thomas Judas Didymus?
Thomas Judas Didymus. I don't know the authentic term for Didymus, but Thomas was Tomai and Judas was Yehuda also.
Because Thomas means twin, and so does Didymi.
Okay. So I'm not aware of Didymi. Good question. Didymus. So Tomai Yehuda, whatever if it is the authentic term, I don't know. So Tomai Yehuda, such and such, Thomas Judas Didymus. Andrew was Andri. Mark was Marcus. Luke was Lucas. Matthew was Matityahu. Saul was Shaul. Solomon was Sholomah. You see, so on and on. So when people talk about errors in the translation, the most translations are riddled with minute errors. There's small errors, but still significant. When referring to someone's name, referring to the identity of the person in question in the text. But when people talk about errors in the translations, there's many errors in the translations. More than people have realized.
The original group were called the Followers of the Way, weren't they?
That's what the apostles called themselves. They called themselves Natsarim, plural, Natsari, singular. If you anglicize it, Natsarian and Natsarians, right? Or followers of the way, or disciples of Yahweh, or brothers and sisters.
Gregor, can I make a point?
Yeah, go ahead.
And something to be clear, and most people don't get this, the translations are not inspired. The original text were.
See?
Just to be clear. The original, the translation, the chapter and verses are not inspired. Translations are not inspired. The original text. Okay, just to be clear. I think people think that the King James Bible is the only inspired English translation. It's technically not inspired. Technically,
not even the authors say that. The authors of the KJV disagree with the KJV supremacists and only. You read the preface of the original publication in 1611. They say that this is not perfect. And then KJV supremacists nowadays, they don't have the original translation. They don't have the original publication. They have a revision from the 18th century. It's hilarious. If they had a 1611 KJV, they wouldn't be able to read it. And it has more books than the collection that they have now, and it containing the books that they say is anathema. It's not inspired. So what they're really saying is not the original publication that's supreme. It's the redacted revisions that are supreme.
Hello.
Any new ones? Nope.
Are we still talking about the Trinity?
No, we
switched.
I mean, if you've got a question, bro, I'd love to hear it because I'm sure any answers that are going to be.
I accidentally muted myself at the end of my sentence.
Yeah.
I said we digress from that.
Okay.
Not only yourself.
I think my mic is lagging.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering. So, in the law of identity, I guess you don't have to follow it, or the Trinity. Like if I break a piece of bread into 3 slices, still it doesn't violate the law of identity. But if I say that the bread is the son of the other bread, I don't know, it's just like weird. But I mean, I guess you could make it like that. Like you could say like solid liquid gas. You know, like I can't say, because if it doesn't violate the law of identity, the only analogy I could think of is like solid liquid gas. You know, because there's 3 different states.
Paul Baker has got some questions, I think. If you want to speak up, Paul, do so.
Hey guys.
What's up?
Oh, I just thought I'd come in here and see what's happening, and I seem to be getting attacked in the comment section.
Oh dear.
But I mean, I used to be a flat earther, and I switched to the globe earth about a month ago. So
why did you become a flat earther in the first place?
Well, I made a video about it, but I basically I liked the idea actually. I didn't know anything about the flat earth. I didn't know anything about conspiracy theories, and I looked into the flat earth about in 2016, and watched a few videos from Dave Murphy, ODD, and Eric Dubay, and that kind of got me hooked really. And then I found the flat earth debate with Nathan Oakley and kind of ran with those guys, and I just like the idea that, hey, maybe we are important, maybe we do mean something, because the globe model's kind of telling us that we don't mean anything. So that's basically kind of what drew me in. And
so how did you fall away from flat earth?
Well, I did observations. I live in Auckland, New Zealand, and I did a lot of observations. What I did was try to emulate what Ranty Flat Earth was doing. So I bought a camera, and I live on the shores of the Manukau Harbour, and I've got about 12 square miles of harbour to look at. So I originally focused on some cement towers, which were about 12 miles away, and then there's the Auckland Airport, which was 10 miles away from where I was looking. So I did that for about a year and a half, and to be honest, I never really caught a black swan image. I never really.
Well, how far did you see in your image?
Yeah, how did you verify the distance?
Well, through Google Earth. I was originally out in Cornwallis, and I had clear sight through to the Wholesome Cement Towers in Onehunga, and then which was 12 miles away, and Auckland Airport, which is right on the harbour, which is the runways.
So you were seeing 12 miles, and what was your observer height?
It was various heights, but mainly about 4 feet, 5 feet.
Right, then you got a black swan because you shouldn't have seen past about 2 miles from 4 feet.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand that argument, but for me, when I did the math, and I actually had a lot of talks with Flat Earth Math, if you guys know him, Charles.
Oh yeah, I've known Charles for 6 years. Yes,
yeah.
That's me know him. Yeah,
and Ruhif. And quite a few others, so Wolfie 6020 as well. So a lot of people had seen my videos. I caught some amazing footage of planes landing in mirages, also landing on top of what seemed to be the water. But I understand compression, and I did notice that. But I was basically, I plugged the math in with refraction, without refraction, and I don't know. I wasn't convinced, and then COVID
Why
came.
weren't you convinced?
These footsteps.
Well, I didn't. Because the math didn't work out with the curve calculator. So what I was seeing,
some of it didn't work out with the curve calculator.
Hold on, let's let him finish because we got. Yeah, hold on, keep going, Paul.
Refraction, with refraction added and knowing how refraction works, it just, I wasn't swayed either way. I listened to all of Nathan Oakley's shows. I used to be called Flat Earth New Zealand and then NZ. But my old channel's gone. But I did quite a few observations and also on the Auckland Harbour as well, looking from Te Atatu Peninsula through to the Devonport Naval Base under the Auckland Bridge, and I never really found anything that kind of
Hold on, somebody's out, Mike, and guys, real quick, hold on, just make sure that everybody's got on mute. Just let them talk.
So basically, I didn't find anything. I don't know. I wasn't convinced either way. I found some days I found I could see further, and other days I couldn't. And I understood that a lot of that had to do with the atmosphere. It's quite confusing, refraction.
Right.
And I did understand that mirages do actually block objects from being seen. So because I understood that, I found that myself. So at that stage, I was kind of on the fence, and then about a year ago, I just changed my name from Flat Earth New Zealand to NZ, and I put myself on the fence because I wasn't sure. Like COVID came out, and there was so much misinformation, and I concentrated on the COVID pandemic and what was happening here in New Zealand. So I covered that. I made a lot of videos about it, what was happening, and I know there's a lot of deception, a lot of it's political, but I was just confused, right? I was really confused. So I put myself on the fence for a while and just started to do a bit more research. And then I looked into the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and also there was a lunar eclipse happened about a month ago. And I've got a good camera zoom, so I decided I'd film that. And, I could clearly see it was a shadow moving across. And so at this stage, I was like, oh, yeah. And then I was looking at the orientation of the moon, and in the north opposed to the south. And I kind of tried to model that on a flat Earth, and it just did it. I don't know.
You got confusion,
Okay, we're going to go down a path real quick, guys. I know everybody's jumping at the bit to ask him what he meant by how refraction works. I'm sure that's on the mind of Gregory right now. But real quick, Paul, there seems to be another issue here, and I have to point this out. But before I let these guys just go at you, which I hope they're nice to you, Paul, because I can tell that there's some very concerning issues
By the way, I can't stay long, but I did make a video about my journey. If people want to.
Yeah. I appreciate it. I just want to touch on a few things. I'm not even going to talk about the shape of the Earth right now. Hold on. My point is there's an underlying issue here, which I could be wrong. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I shouldn't do this, but I have to assume something, that you still believe in this naturalistic evolutionary paradigm that they teach.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you don't believe in evolution. Okay, so you know that they're lying about evolution, correct?
Well, I don't know, but I can't verify any of that.
Oh,
I understand the scientific method. I understand.
I know. I just want to make this real quick. So you don't believe it.
It's not that I don't believe it.
I don't want to be mean, Paul, but I need to see. Do you think that you come from animals over a long progression of evolution? Do you think that's where you come from?
I don't know.
Right. Well, that's the point. That's the point, is that if we can't figure out the easy things that are so obviously right in front of us, how could we possibly understand things that are outside of what we can do? And that's where I'm going to leave it, Paul, is that there's many issues here. And the problem is that men have confused you. That is correct. Thanks.
Oh, exactly. And I understand that. And how do I explain it? I went from a full-on flat Earth into all the conspiracies. Yeah, this is not right. This is not right. And then I understood about the misinformation, the censoring of the internet with COVID and all the rest of it. and I think it's really hard to decipher truth from reality, and I believe that our history is a lie. I understand that. There's so much about our history that they can't explain today, like ancient relics. Just some of the things that they've, it's just not possible. They can't make like the pyramids and a lot of the stuff. They just can't replicate that today. It's like so I don't know whether we were put here. I think we were put here by I don't know who, but I'm doing a little bit more research and I'm going down another journey. But what I have to realize for myself is I didn't want to label myself anything really. And do I call myself a glober? Not really, but what I've decided for myself is that I don't. Well, from what I've seen and what I've observed and verified for myself down here in New Zealand, is that some of the things like lunar eclipses, etc., it's just not possible on any flat Earth model. So I have to move myself away from that and and do more research. So I'm still skeptic of so much shit. There's so much of the government, political bullshit, and all the rest of it. And I respect flat earthers. That's why I've come in here. I spent about 3 weeks making a video about my journey through the flat earth, and still 100% respect all flat earthers. And I even support. I even supported Nathan Oakley's GoFundMe to help him keep going, and things like that. So I'm a researcher, really. Yeah.
Okay, so Paul, you at one point in time believe the Earth is level and not curving. What caused you? Why did you choose to believe that the Earth is curving again? Or why do you not believe that the Earth is not level?
Because flat Earth, I just said lunar eclipse, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the orientation of the moon in the northern and southern hemisphere. I live in New Zealand, spent time in the UK, and everything was backwards over there. And it only just sort of dawned on me when I was looking into it.
So eclipses,
no flat Earth map after all these years. Lunar eclipses, not possible. I can't see how it's possible on any flat Earth. And so, I mean, I had to take myself away from it.
One thing at a time. So why is a lunar eclipse not possible on a level Earth?
Well, what's causing the shadow across the moon on a flat Earth?
The shadow across the moon?
Yeah.
Why do you believe it's a shadow?
Well, it's 100% a shadow. I filmed it, seen it.
How do you know it's a shadow?
Because I've seen it.
Just because you see blackness coming across an object doesn't mean it's a shadow. It can only be a shadow. It can only be a shadow. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, when the lunar eclipse is occurring, right, you have the full moon. It moves in front of the Earth, and there is something moving across the moon, right? And I know it's not a solid object because I've seen the outline of the moon. It's a shadow. I filmed it. If you've got the right exposure.
You're presuming that you're on a ball, first of all. Right there. You presume that you're on a ball, and you presume that the moon is a ball, and that something is moving behind the Earth and casting an image, a phenomena on the surface of the moon, or that it's between the Earth and the moon. You're presuming all that.
Well, I know what a shadow is. I know what the umbra, penumbra is. I know how all that works. And
well, you see, Paul, right there. That's the problem right there.
Yeah,
that's the problem right there. Someone is telling you.
That's a problem for you. That's a problem for you. It's not a problem for me.
No, you don't understand.
It's modeled perfectly on a globe Earth, right? But it's if it was modeled on a flat Earth, it would have been shown. You guys would be covering it, saying how it's not possible on a flat Earth. It can't be done on a flat Earth. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, Paul, listen. You're monologuing. Please be concise, okay? So the problem is that someone just told you the fallacy and the error in your conclusion, and you just whistle past it. So that's why you keep.
There's no error. There's no fallacy. I don't believe. It's a fallacy. You believe that, mate. You believe
it's a fallacy because you presume. Paul.
Most of us in here do.
Okay, so it's a fallacy because you're presuming many things with your conclusion. You presume that the cosmos is. No, it's not.
You presume
no, it's not. It's not the science. I'm not presuming that the Earth is flat. I believe it.
You do.
Listen.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I believe
that's another problem you have. You're not listening.
Can you verify that shadow is from the moon? Can you verify that?
Oh no, I can't.
Okay. Then
that's a presumption. You're not believing that it's
caused by the moon. Do you guys know what a lunar eclipse is? It's caused by the.
Paul, can you please listen? I'm getting frustrated because every time I begin to speak, can't speak. So the problem is
you're telling me I'm assuming things, mate. Fallacies and stuff.
Because you are.
I mean, no, I'm not.
Where is
you are. You're presuming.
Where is the sun in your position? Where is the sun?
But why is the Earth flat? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, where is the sun? Tell me.
Yeah.
Why is beside the point.
Where is the sun in equinox? Where is the distance to the sun when it's happening equinox? Tell me.
Where's the distance to the sun at the equinox? What are you talking about?
Yeah. How much the sun is far from the Earth?
Your mic.
Sorry.
Supposedly 93 million miles. Supposedly.
So you believe the sun is 93 million miles away?
And how we prove that?
I don't know. I've done demonstrations though. I've done demonstrations.
You believe?
Do you know how they arrived to that distance?
I've done experiments. Yeah. I've just made a video about it. I've done experiments showing how a solar eclipse works and why we have an umbra which is a smaller shadow and the penumbra which is a larger shadow. And it's modeled. I model it perfectly. It's modeled perfectly on a globe model.
Okay, Paul. Okay.
And it's just
You just told us you don't know how to prove the sun is 93 million miles away. Thus, you are believing something to be true that is unsubstantiated.
Just like the flat Earth, mate.
That's your presumption.
Man. No, man.
That's your presumption once again. You presume that there's no evidence.
Do you know
how you believe
the
Earth is level?
Man,
you got to listen, Paul.
I am listening.
Okay, we prove that the Earth is level because we don't measure curvature anywhere. And the absence of curvature that we measure disproves the so-called Earth curve calculator that tells us what we should measure if there was curvature. Given that we don't measure what the Earth curve calculator tells us we should measure, therefore the Earth curve calculator is false, so false that there is no curvature. We don't measure curvature. So when we believe that the Earth is level and not curving, that's not an unsubstantiated belief, that's a substantiated belief.
And listen,
have you done any measurements yourself? Have you done any observations yourself?
And listen this, that's
I haven't done any measurements myself.
Listen this, man. That's right.
The point still stands.
No, none of you guys have done anything. All you do is watch Eric
No, I haven't done the measurements myself, but the point still stands because what I believe is substantiated by evidence that other people have gathered when they measured the supposed presence of the curvature of the Earth, which there is none. The point still stands.
It's your belief, yeah?
Okay, it's my substantiated belief. It's not a presumption.
So is mine about the globe model and about the lunar eclipse.
You haven't measured curvature, so it's not a substantiated belief, Paul. You haven't measured curvature, so it's not a substantiated belief.
Sasha's trying to say something, lads.
Yeah, that radius, what he's telling you, that we cannot find the curvature. Listen this, they presumed that the Venus is almost the same size like the Earth. That means they knew it, that our radius. Of course, but they never prove it. They presume that the size of the Venus, and then they calculate the distance to the Sun. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that, and I don't care about that. I can't validate or verify any of that.
Okay, the question
I don't care about the radius.
The point still stands whether you care about it or not.
Who cares about radius? Because because that radius was that sphere. They compare to Venus that it is the same size like that sphere Earth. Do you understand that? That means,
and I understand that their position has changed.
Use the size of the Earth, use the size of the Venus, and they calculate distance to the Sun.
So what?
Okay.
So what?
So
Don't
what?
let him trigger you.
Listen this. That means the Sun is not 193 billion. It's 186 in my calculation. Because if I make that Venus is 2 times bigger, then everything is going double. You know. And it's not 400 times bigger Sun than Moon. It's 800 times bigger. You know?
But you guys don't know anything either. You haven't measured anything. You don't know what's up there. So how do you know?
Yeah, you're so hell-bent on believing that all our beliefs are substantiated. But despite us telling us the evidence that substantiates our belief, you won't listen and you hand-wave it and you just whistle past it. This is your problem, not ours.
My problem is I've been in the flat earth for 4 years. 5 years, actually. 6 years. 2016 I started out here, and I know every argument. I know all about the scientific method. I know the fallacies, begging the question. I know it all,
Evidently
mate.
you don't.
Right? I do. I do know it all. But But no. Wow. Why? Why am I?
What about the photograph?
Don't start abusing me, mate. You start fucking abusing me, and I'll piss off, mate. I'm not, the fallacies, you guys are wankers, mate.
This has devolved way too much moderators.
Nah.
Can everyone shut up, please?
Yes, thank you.
One thing I hated and why I stayed in the
I'm talking, bro.
because I hated
everyone. When I said everyone shut up, I meant everyone, not just some people. Everyone shut up. So, Paul, I just wanted to ask you, do you know what the elephant hurling fallacy is?
No.
I thought you knew all the fallacies.
Oh, the Texas sharpshooter fallacies. I don't care about any of that stuff, mate.
Okay. You see that right there? You just don't care.
No, I didn't ask anyone else to talk.
It doesn't matter.
I just wanted to talk about this point, yeah? So, you either know all the fallacies or you don't, right? So if you don't know that fallacy, you don't know all the fallacies. So when you made the claim that you know all the fallacies, you understand that's
you guys are making the fallacy claims, not me. I don't make any claims, mate.
No, but you said you know the fallacies.
Well, I've heard them all before, but I mean, I'm not interested.
Have you heard the elephant hurling fallacy before?
Okay, what is it?
Okay, so it's where you pretend that a piece of evidence has more weight than it actually does. For instance, watch this YouTube video; it'll prove my point. Isn't an elephant hurling fallacy?
Fair enough.
So, I mean, yeah.
I know you guys love to pick up on every little word people say and kind of go down that track.
Words mean things.
No, but what I'm saying is that people make illogical arguments, which is why logical fallacies come up.
Yeah, logical arguments like the flat Earth. It's just not possible, mate.
Did I pick you for the word or?
I don't know. All I say is, okay, I have to go, but all I'm going to say is you guys go and actually research what the umbra penumbra is, research what a lunar eclipse is. Yeah?
Yeah, we've done all
that. And
we know it better than you, buddy.
No, I don't think you do. I don't think you do. But,
no,
but
we do,
what I want to know
is thinking so.
You are telling me that they presumed and that was right.
I want to know how it works on a flat Earth. That's what I want to know. Yeah?
Okay, so when someone tells you, you have to be quiet and listen.
Let's hear it.
Well, you either do or you don't.
I want to hear how you guys think a lunar eclipse is possible on a flat Earth. I want to hear that.
Oh, he's asking you a question.
Do you know what a Selenelian eclipse is?
Yep. And it's caused by refraction.
How do you know that?
Look, I've just researched it. I know what it is.
Oh, crickets.
So, I mean...
How do you know what it is? I know what it is. How do you know what it is? I know what it is.
Well, you tell me what it is, yeah?
He's made a claim. No,
look, you guys are strawmanning me. Sorry, I'm not strawmanning you. Sorry. Yeah, you are, because I've asked you about a lunar eclipse, and then you asked me about a Selenelian. Come on, bro.
I'm asking you about the... I'm asking you, I said, do you know what a Selenelian is? No, I'm not. I'm asking you about the thing you said.
And I asked you about a lunar eclipse, mate.
What is a Selenelian? You said it's caused by refraction, right? So I'm not strawmanning you. I'm asking about that claim. How do you know that is the case?
Okay, I retract that, but I want You're straw manning me. You're deflecting.
I'm not.
No, you are.
All right,
tell me how that is. Oh, you can't. Don't ask me questions.
Define a straw man.
I ask you a question.
If you're gonna,
answering a question with a question, mate.
If you're gonna accuse me of straw manning you, if you're going to accuse me of straw manning you, I want you to know what a straw man is. Can you define it for me?
Oh, come on, mate. Don't go down that track, mate. I want you're deflecting.
What, you don't know what a straw man is?
Yeah, I do know what a straw man is, mate.
Then define it.
Deflecting. No. I asked you what a.
You've made a claim that I straw manned you.
I know what you guys do, mate. I know what you guys do. I asked you a question.
What?
Right?
Yeah, you accused me of things, and then when I asked you to back it up, you accused me of deflecting.
No.
Pathetic.
No.
So what's a straw man?
Mate.
You're deflecting.
It's called deflecting, mate.
Yeah, I know it's called deflecting. Stop doing it. What's a straw man?
Lunar eclipses caused.
What is a straw man?
On a fuck you guys, mate. I know what you guys do, mate.
You can't define straw man.
No, sorry. I asked you a question. How does a lunar eclipse work on a flat Earth? And you start asking me a question? Come on.
There's like hundreds of different ways it could work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, literally.
Well, why hasn't it been modelled?
Because we don't claim a model.
Beside the point.
Now do you know what a straw man is?
If you could model it, you would model it, mate. So,
bro, what's a straw man?
On a flat Earth.
You don't know something.
No. We need to. We can't just be accused of things and then blow past it. What is a straw man?
Right. No, mate. No. I'm not going down that track because I know what you guys do. You pick up.
Would you like to retract?
No, you're straw manning me again, mate. Deflecting.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to define a straw man. You can't do it.
I'm not. Why would I say straw man without me knowing the answer, mate?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
You're a numpty.
What is a straw man?
Don't start abusing me here, bro.
Bro,
clown.
I'm asking you to define a straw. Do you know how much quicker it would have been had you defined it 5 minutes ago?
Look, I'm not getting into that. I know what you guys do. You pick up every little word and you go down that track. It's straw manning.
We correct error that is said. And we correct
You've accused me of straw manning you twice, and you can't even define it. Do you know how ridiculous that is?
Listen, this Paul. I don't know what that means, but if you explain, maybe you will realize that nobody did that, and what will happen then?
Paul, what is a strawman argument?
I'm not answering you. I'm not going down that track, guys. I asked you a question.
Because you don't know,
and
dude.
you
Just
came
say
back.
It. It's not a big deal,
mate. No, I'm not going to. I'm not. I'm not going down that track, mate.
He's literally crying like a woman.
Like a child.
Oh my God.
Who's that? What are you guys? All you guys.
Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? I've just asked you.
All you have to do is just answer
what
the
is
question.
A straw man?
I'm not going to.
And if you get it wrong, we'll correct
because you can't. That's fine. We can move on. Then do.
Look,
I know why. It's
I
literally
asked
square.
you a question about a lunar eclipse, and you asked me another question.
The cube. It's literally a
cube. I've already answered your question.
No,
you said, how does it work? I said, yeah, it's possible in 100 different ways. I don't know who else is talking, and I don't know why.
Show me one way.
You said to me, how does it work on the model? I said, we don't have a model, so we can move on.
You said it could work in 100 different ways.
Yeah, it could work in 100 different ways. It's based on the assumptions that you make.
Assumptions. There you go, mate.
Yeah, you guys that's how models work.
Contradicting
him off, man.
So many times. You guys can't handle it.
Do you know how models work? Can you tell me how a model works?
You guys are terrible, mate.
How do you start with a model? How do you start with a model?
Look.
You don't know, do you? You don't know what a straw man is. You don't know how to start with the model.
No, I'm not going
to know anything?
I know what you guys
Can I answer the question?
know anything.
I know what you guys do, mate.
Paul, you said that you... Paul, please, one question. You said that you was 4 years in Nathan Oakley show.
Oh?
You said that you was there, that you are also giving money for him. You said also that you are respecting guys here. And did you say that?
Yeah, but you guys are now disrespecting me.
Yeah?
I know what you do, Paul. You ask questions.
Everyone else shut up for a second. Everyone else shut up for a second. I popped in. Everyone else shut up for a second, please. I popped in and I was talking. Yeah, I was talking for about 20 seconds, and you accused me of strawmanning you, right? So this is you making a claim. I then asked you to define it. Yes, that's what happened. Then I asked you to define it, and you refused.
Yeah, and I retracted it. Like I said, I retracted it. I asked
fucking liar. No, you didn't.
I did. I retracted it.
No, you didn't. You retracted something else.
I will come back to my question. That was like this. You're 4 years there. I cannot understand that you are asking for a model, and you was 4 years in Nathan Oakley show, and you need to know that we are never ever will claim the model.
Well, how are you meant to falsify
based on fallacious
a well-known and established model?
Because
now replace it with another model.
If you are honest in this,
you guys don't know how science works.
If you're honest, man, if you're fucking honest in this moment, nobody can do that in the fucking world.
I've asked 2 questions. I've not had one answer.
Nobody can make model.
Settle down, mate. Settle down. Settle down, mate. I asked 2 questions: how a lunar eclipse works on a flat Earth, and then I have one guy saying there's 100 different possibilities.
Yeah.
But yet you can't give me one. But yet you can't give me one.
Do you remember what the full answer was? Can you please repeat my answer to you?
Faraday effect.
Can you repeat the answer that I gave you?
You see, there's about 100 different possibilities.
No, what was the full answer, please? Not just the bit that you think is important.
Well, you tell me again, mate. There's so much yelling and screaming.
Okay, and I want you to really remember this because I don't want to have to say it a third time. It depends on the assumptions you make. Hopefully that's clear.
That I make?
Yeah, if you're constructing a model, you're the one making the assumption.
Yeah, what I'm asking is, we see this effect
really didn't understand
of the
the
moon.
answer to this question.
No.
It depends on the assumptions you make, which will determine how you interpret what you observe, specifically.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you guys...
See, right there, that's dishonesty.
No, I'm off, mate.
I'm
going
and you're just going to hand wave what I just said?
You guys are a waste of time, mate. A waste
Just hand wave what I said, right?
No wonder nobody ever comes here.
I speak to you, you just hand wave.
Yeah, guys.
Bye.
Thermodynamics.
Don't let the dog hit you on the way out. Dickhead.
That's what I'm talking
Excuse
about.
me, straw manning you fucking prick.
I literally just spoke to him, giving him what he asked for. He just hand waves. Yeah, whatever.
Can't even define what straw man is. Wants to accuse me of straw manning. Dickhead.
He worships it a lot.
So that's what he does. That's what he's been doing. I mean, he at the beginning of the conversation, it was explained to him that his observations at the height that he did, 4 or 5 feet, that's a black swan right there, and he just hand waves past it and just continues on with his position of simultaneously being incredulous and being certain. It's ridiculous.
It's easy to deny reality.
Does he even know what refraction is, by the way?
Oh my God, he said
I don't know what he knows. Every time we ask him a question, do you know what this is? Do you know what that is? He said he doesn't know. So he probably doesn't know anything.
4 years in Nathan Oakley show, and you coming here to ask for flat earth model? Are you crazy? Are you kidding? Are you was there listening 4 years? I cannot believe in that.
Like, just ignore all the evidence that we have gathered and measured and observed, and just hyper focus on a model. We don't live on this model that we constructed with our hands. We live in reality.
And how does refraction cast a shadow? I mean, that's a good one there.
That is a good one.
That's a real good one.
I mean, have you heard that before? I haven't heard that before.
Hell no.
I must feel bad for the guy.
But listen, that lunar eclipse will prove that Earth is globe, because it cannot be flat. But curvature we will never ever find in our lives. Never.
Like, once curvature is gone, people don't understand that you have to wipe away the whole model. You have to wipe away the whole cosmological paradigm. One of the most fundamental pillars that the model stands on is gone. You have to start over.
I still can't get past this. How does the sun reflect a shadow by way of refraction when they're both in the sky? I mean, that's the most heinous thing I've almost never ever heard. It's so ridiculous. You can't just cast a shadow by way of refraction. That is so ridiculous. Refraction refracts light. It doesn't refract shadows. Holy fuck.
And he knows that it's a shadow. How he knows? He made an experiment.
Observation.
It is a Faraday effect.
You got anything to say, Mr.
Logris?
No, he's being shy.
Electromagnetic in nature. Super electromagnetism.
Yeah, that guy got a few boys boiling in their blood, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a good troll, that one. We got this Cal 2 guy. Got anything to say, Cal 2? Any questions?
Maybe.
Yeah, speak up.
I'm just thinking. Give me a second.
Okay. That was a second, by the way.
It's a figure of speech.
Possible.
Can I hear the flat Earth argument against gravity?
Oh dear. I'll let someone else take that one. I don't like sophistry.
Oh, that's a nice easy one for me. That's a nice easy one. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you say that, but like the argument against it, you know?
It doesn't.
Shouldn't he define gravity first? Shouldn't he define it so we know what we're denying, or saying it does or does not exist?
Sure. The force that.
Well, I mean, if you said to me like, you know, what's your argument against unicorns? Yeah, they don't exist. So it really is that simple.
Okay. Oh, right. Got it. So then,
It's even worse.
Yeah.
It is in violation of the laws of thermodynamics.
You're sort of out of date too, because it hasn't been called a force for over 100 years.
Okay.
Natural forces.
So there's a whole new gravity.
Okay. So should I be asking what
fields,
like the gravity, the curvature of space that makes a force? Is that
Bending
what I should be
space
asking?
time, it's not a force.
that is not
Okay. Yeah, but it creates a force between us.
No,
between
there is
mass.
no force.
Okay, so then what would
Gravity
make
is
you
not
fall
a
to the
force.
ground? Or
Right,
anything
so-
fall to the ground?
The way I describe it is this. Okay, things are returning to their natural state. When you pick a rock up, it's returning to its natural state, and it's moving because of its density, essentially. And that's it. Density and buoyancy are all you need. Cause and effect, job done. You don't need to bring in any mysticism.
This has a magnetic nature. For matter organizing itself.
Okay, so then do you have
It is not actually force, but it is the effect magnetic cause on matter. It has proven that.
like when you
Bring it
talk
closer
about
to the
affect
microphone, get
the
again.
down vector acceleration.
When you talk about something like an object,
the acceleration of 9.881 meter per second. At MIT University in USA, they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration, this down vector force, which you learn gravity in cheap ordinary school.
wait, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Gravity.
Okay, so
it does not exist.
Okay, so
Yeah, but you said something about
at
at MIT they're teaching.
They teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. The ground negative and the sky positive. The air we breathe have a field, electric field, and also magnetic. Giant.
I highly doubt they teach this, but sure.
Yes, they teach this, and this equation
regardless of what they teach, the
formula
reality is
is
reality.
actually much more
Okay,
precise.
but it's just I'm saying that I doubt what he's saying is true.
The gravity theory formula.
So in regards to the current
calculation for the down
gravitational
vector.
rhetoric.
Yeah.
Hello, mic check.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So in regards to the current gravitational rhetoric of academia, mainstream academia, the explanation of gravity is a reification fallacy. It's a fallacious description of reality. It's not something that's too complex for us common folk to understand. It's nonsense. It's fallacious nonsense. Supposedly, gravity is the effect, downward acceleration, aka gravity, the effect of the curvature of space-time, which has an unknown cause, or a fictitious cause, which they also can substantiate the existence of. Okay.
Why
This is
is that?
fallacious because it reifies. This is fallacious because it reifies space and time. Time and space are not physical. You cannot curve them. These are concepts and conventions, abstract concepts. You can't bend an abstract concept. That's nonsense. You reify an abstract concept into a physical thing that can be curved, and then assert that this curvature of these abstract concepts, reified into physical things, are causing the downward acceleration to the center of mass, which is also unsubstantiated. So
Yeah,
it's a
even
reification fallacy based on presumption.
Even Einstein said in his papers that it was merely a mind experiment of his. It's just something he thought up in his head. It's a possibility or whatever. It was an assumption. Basically, it comes right out and says the words mind experiment. It's what he said. So how that could possibly be reality, I don't understand. I mean, it's just something the guy came up with in his head.
We've used his equations to predict and calculate things in reality to very high degrees of precision. So I think it's true. Like I think it reflects reality.
So just whistle past. See,
You can't bend time. You can't bend
fallacy.
Yeah,
So
you
whatever
can't-
you think so whatever conclusions you think you got, that's so whatever conclusion they think they got from the equations, it's not an accurate description of reality.
You're breaking up real bad.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to understand.
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, you sound good to me.
No, he's breaking up a lot.
I'll just be silent for now till I get to a better place.
All right, let's talk about puns and postdictions, right?
Take your time.
If I say that the sun is going to rise tomorrow, and it's because unicorns farted the night before, and then the sun rises the next day, is it because unicorns farted?
Well, that's kind of a straw man because
No, it's not. I'm asking you a direct question.
well, it's a straw man of my argument. I mean,
It's
the
not a
implication is
straw
that
man.
that's-
I never said that you said this.
Okay, but
I'm
it's
asking you a question.
okay. No, there wouldn't be a correlation between unicorns and the sun rising.
Well, no, there would be a correlation. That's the point.
Oh, yeah, there wouldn't be a causation, I guess, is your point.
Sure. Okay, good.
Yeah, so the experiments that I would be talking about that would reflect reality would be like this one where they observed a distant star behind a solar eclipse where the star should have been behind the sun, but because the light was curved around it, they were able to see it, and this was found to be evidence as space curving around the sun's gravity.
So it couldn't have been the light that was bent instead of the space, huh?
Well, no, but the whole thing's nonsense. Like,
yeah, it is. I know,
so they couldn't see a star behind the sun, even though they don't know where the sun is. They don't know where the star is. They don't know what the sun is. They don't know what the star is. All of those are assumptions, and then they make their claims based on those assumptions. Do you not see how loose this is as the proof?
As I said earlier, fallacies based on presumption.
Maybe all these people need to look first in history of the how they realized how they made the space and everything, solar system, distances, and everything. Maybe they will find out how they did that.
Yeah. Right. The phenomena that you observe does not necessitate the current rhetoric that they spew.
Learning,
that's the point.
Learning about light is not important in life.
Hey, Sasha, you ever seen that movie, Hellboy: The Golden Army?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah, to Sasha. Sasha, you ever seen that movie, Hellboy: The Golden Army?
That's the second part?
What's that?
Hellboy has two, I think, parts of movie.
Yeah. All right. So if you see this Hellboy: The Second Army, there's this character in it that sounds exactly like you. I just want you to know that voice has been used before.
I'm from Croatia, Eastern Europe. Maybe my English is get back in.
It's so awesome though. Every time I hear you, I picture this thing talking. And it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool character too. You would.
I need to rewatch that.
You goofy man, Frog.
Sorry, man, I can't help.
Now I'm looking on YouTube some scene or so. Yeah, but where is the curvature?
Cow left.
I imagine a 1800s, those missing person notes. Missing curvature.
Did he just have a discussion about gravity and then he just gave up?
Yeah.
Spiral.
If they don't have gravity, they need to call Houston.
What's the name of the character?
He's part of Hellboy's gang so he's on Hellboy's team. It's Hellboy 2: The Golden Army. I can't remember his name, but he's a spirit trapped in a suit, a type of like a aquatic suit. It's weird. You have to go see it. It's cool though.
Then use magic.
Gee whiz, what happened to the joint?
Well, one came in and refused to answer any questions, and then another one came in and he was told that his education was basically garbage, and that gravity is not a force.
Yeah.
Shame. Fine, shame.
All these globies who believe in gravity, I test them. Experiment made with sulfur hexafluoride gas in a bucket.
Well, they like the big superhero movie stories, you know, gets in their heads.
If you think about it, natural phenomena that you observe in nature, like, you know, electric thunderstorms and, you know, floods and sunrises, they're so in your face. Why would there be this, you know, this imperceptible thing called gravity that we all have to sit and bang our heads against the wall about?
Yeah, because that
doesn't behave coherently and it's selective of what it affects, like a person. You know, it pulls down oceans but can't pull down a drop of dew off a blade of grass. You know, can pull down the ships that float upon the aircraft carriers that float upon the ocean, but can't pull down the clouds. You know, and it's simultaneously pulling and pushing away. You know, pulling things towards one thing, but pushing things away away from other things. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, why would the aircraft
And then this all began from some sort of primeval. Right, and then this all began from some so-called primeval atom that is simultaneously expanding and contracting. It's just dumb, and when you become aware of how much falsehood they have programmed us to the point of making us delusional psychopaths, it pisses you off on how successful they have been.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Globe Delusion Recovery Center. A representative will be right with you.
They are so hell-bent on holding on to this idea that this is not, you know, this is not the only place that we can call home. They want to believe that one day they will get in a space rocket and they will go to Alpha Centauri. And there they will find women with 3 tits.
Or some other variation. Yeah.
I have to say, I consumed so much science fiction in my life. You know, my mom and I were always having this argument. She would only read stuff that was autobiographical, and I was with my head in science fiction. And she would say, "Oh no, I can't read that. That's rubbish." And even though I know the genre so well, I think I must have read every possible science fiction classic that exists. And for me to come to the realization that, yeah, that's not happening. It wasn't as if I was giving anything up. It was as if I was gaining. I was finally understanding reality. Why must people struggle so hard to hold on to that? It's can't understand it. Is it because they really want to believe that man has the ability or the capability? They think the science is it's so way up there that we just can't grasp what NASA, what those wonderful scientists can achieve.
Yeah, that part right there is just cringy to me. I'm like, they believe in these people so much that it's going to fulfill their dreams and fantasies about a space life. Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, the video with the moon having a reflection of the world maps.
But the universe is so big, and so everything is so big. Why would
Right? Yeah, just like that's the same thing as like the Earth is so big. So what they're saying is, don't look there because it's too big.
It's crazy. I mean, it's just crazy how people they've got this big. I mean, I know because I used to be there. I used to love space, and I used to think, oh man, these exoplanets they're finding and all this. And when it very first started mentioning that kind of stuff years ago, and yeah, I was like, I can understand how they're all caught up in this huge just deception. But it really, I guess I can kind of understand the deception and how hard it is to cut loose of it all. And it is difficult. And I can see how for some people, it's just going to be impossible. They've been indoctrinated. They look up at the sky. They see all these stars. They see what they think is this massive universe because they've been told that's what it is. And they look up and it's instant verification. Yeah, that's what I see. I see this massive universe up here. And, it's just a very difficult thing for people to start from ground zero and forget about everything you've been learned. Because basically that's what you have to do when you finally come to the realization. You have to let it all go and start from ground zero and build it back up. But some people just can't. They can't do that because they feel like they live in this reality. They live in this universe. It's like they look up and there it is. How could this all be a lie? It's just, I can relate to the difficulty they're having. It's just not something I had difficulty with, but some people, I guess I can relate to it, but it's pretty sad because they've done one hell of a job with this indoctrination. They really have.
I do think it helps if you've got some religious underpinning,
Well, sure. Obviously it does. And there's so many people today, you ask them if they believe in God and they say, no. Everywhere I go, you hear the conversation and so many of these young people are convinced that there's no God because they've been told this horse shit, not to believe in God. Well, where is he? Why doesn't he answer my prayers? Why would he let this happen? I mean, they got all these excuses why they don't want to believe in their destiny.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would be happier with a response like this. Like if someone said, I don't want to believe because it's too damaging to my paradigm and I wouldn't be able to cope. That would be a much more honest thing than them saying, no, I know it's right. I know what these people said is right. It's true. Right. It would be more honest just say, look, I don't really want to know. Like, okay, flat earth, well, why are they in here? That's weird to me. People that are so afraid of their own paradigm that they're actually in here.
For people to be honest, Sonny, that's a hard thing for people to be these days. Now, I don't get it. I mean, honesty is the best policy, no matter how you look at it. But yeah, you're asking these people to stop, take a look at themselves, and try to understand why they think the way they do. and to be honest about it. And
a big reason is they're infantilized these days, and that's a massive problem.
So they want to believe that because they want to believe that mankind is capable of achieving these
fantastical things. Yeah.
They think they're smarter because of all of this knowledge. They don't know that most of it is bunkum.
Yeah, that there's really very slim pickings of knowledge in there at all, and a lot of times we see it's only it's like a stream of movies or little captions that you would see, or little scientific, like whatever, like stuff from freaking Sesame Street to all the space movies, like all that stuff all hooked in together. It's almost like that's where their doctrine is, from all of that.
Yeah, we've been fed all that stuff, the movies, the animation, all of these science fiction. We've been prepped for it. We've been prepped for space ever since the genesis of this whole movement of NASA and all that. They were ready. I mean, Disney did it too. I mean, how many of us have all that those Disney cartoons? How many of your kids watch that? Cinderella, Sword in the Stone, all of that stuff, all the fantasy. We've been prepped for it for all our lives.
Yeah, the indoctrination was really well done. Really well done.
It's not just the concept of space and space travel. It's also vampires.
Yes,
all this magic shit, and it's all of that. I mean, if you want to occupy a child and encourage them to use their imagination, there are things right here, right now, that you can. You don't have to send their little heads into, impossibilities and make believe.
No, they do, but they sure do. That's the first thing they do.
So if you look at their doctrine, part of it is to destroy the family and to destroy childhood.
Well, they're taking advantage of the childhood because they're naive, they're gullible, they're in that learning process to where everything they see and they're just absorbing all this stuff.
Yeah, well, see, they had to separate the parents from the mix, so that's how they did it.
Yeah, and when they just feed them a bunch of garbage, and they're in this super state of absorption and learning. Yeah, they're doomed.
They told children in some school that they shouldn't make Father's Day cards. To be more inclusive, they should. I don't know what they tried to supplant that with, but that's what they did. Because some children don't have fathers.
Also, it's not fair to have Father's Day for the children that don't have fathers. Scenario, I guess. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they prevented the children who do have fathers from making a card for their dad.
Because the other children that don't have fathers can't make a card.
Exactly. I don't know. It must be heartbreaking to be raising a little child in this time.
Oh, yeah. It's got to be.
Yeah, I see child abuse out on the streets, even right now.
Oh, yeah. It's got
people covering their children's mouths with a mask,
And June, it's the month of shame and revenge.
I wonder what the long-term effects are psychologically and all of that for exactly what you just said, Sonny.
It's going to be really bad. It's going to be really bad. It's going to be a mental illness apocalypse.
I can't disagree with that because, yeah.
A father wrote a letter. There's a there's an area in London where it's all about being gay. And he took his son there, and it also happens to be where the theatres are. And I mean, there are shops there with strap-on dildos right in the windows, and all the paraphernalia. And a father took his son there, who was 7 years old, and there were two homosexuals, and they kissed like very passionately. And he said his son had such a reaction, he couldn't look at it, and he asked his dad to take him away from there. He was in tears. He'd never seen a thing like that. Couldn't have anticipated it.
That's damaging. That's so damaging.
That's on his dad for taking him to a place like that to begin with.
They were going
irresponsible.
He was taking his child to a theatre, so yeah.
Totally irresponsible.
So just a thing like that, just it's completely against a young child's sensibilities. You don't have to go and sit with a book and teach your child that, this is how he should perceive it, or that's how he should feel about it. That was just the child's reaction. So I was listening to a guy on YouTube, and he said LGBTQ++ is a eugenics. It's not a PSYOP, but it is correlated with eugenics because, 2 women and 2 men or trans people won't be breeding.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a fair statement to make.
I think so.
It sure is.
Well, if people are removing themselves from the gene pool, then of course it's eugenic. And that's there's no other way to define it, really.
Yeah, and the guy went so far as to say that the eugenicists cheer when another one falls.
It is very cruel to do it to children, though. I mean, if you're doing it to adults and the adults are dumb enough to fall for it, that's one thing. But we know that children are a lot more impressionable and will often regret choices they made as a child. So that bit I don't understand.
Yeah, the scripture that Whitsitt always quotes about misleading a child, be better off with the millstone wrapped around your neck and thrown into the ocean rather than to mislead a child. I mean, that pretty much sums it up, because the ramifications of the misleading of such a child in that learning stage of their life. Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, I don't even know what to say about the whole thing. It's gotten the depravity's gotten so bad. It's just almost unbelievable to me.
Miles the Liar Davis, Sly Spunk Monkey Sparkane, and OLM. Oh, loser, there art thou. June 2021.
But the Mary Schweitzer situation is often represented as she found soft tissue. And she didn't find soft tissue.
Are you high right now?
What she found was effectively fossils of soft tissue.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you Fossilized soft tissue, eh? That doesn't exist. It's a contradiction in terms. You dumbass cracker. What's Mary gonna find next? Married bachelors, achromatic rainbows, bright darkness, perhaps? How about the pinnacle of oxymorons? Ball-tard intelligence. A Nobel Prize is awaiting. Nut. Did you know that Dr. Mary Schweitzer was interviewed live in her lab on 60 Minutes in 2010 in front of tens of millions? Watching her stretch out flesh under a microscope from a 68 million year old T-Rex femur. Then, trumping that a few seconds later, showed soft, pliable blood vessels in an 80 million year old hadrosaur. I wonder what those little round red iron containing thingies in those soft, pliable blood vessels were. A real mystery wrapped in an enigma, I bet. Let's take a listen.
What happened next happened by mistake. Mary put some fragments of the bone in acid to dissolve away the outermost layer of mineral. But the acid worked too fast, and all the mineral dissolved away. Being a fossil, there should have been nothing left.
Did you hear that, Miles the Numpty Muppet dipshit? Leslie Stahl has a more well-dot acumen than your dumbass. And you're a self-purported seasoned biologist?
But there was, and it was elastic.
Elastic? So according to Miles the moron here, these are elastic fossils.
Like living tissue.
This is the piece.
No. She showed us video she took under the microscope.
That's really what happened?
Yes.
That's the dinosaur bone?
Did you hear that, moron? She said dinosaur bone, not fossil. You bumbling, ball-tard bonehead.
Without mineral now. That's what was left.
It looked like the soft tissue she would have expected to find if it had been modern bone.
Uh-oh!
This was impossible. This bone was 68 million years old.
So you see this, and you think, what?
Shitstorm. Because the Evotard's dumbasses are in a sling. As if they weren't already. By one of their own high priestesses.
You say,
I didn't want to tell anybody.
You'd be ridiculed,
yes.
right?
And so I said to my technician, okay, do it again. I don't believe it.
And yet, in sample after sample, they were there. Things that looked suspiciously like flexible, transparent blood vessels.
Say what?
She finally mustered the courage to tell Jack.
She said she dissolved the bone away.
Dissolved what away, Jack?
The bone away.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
The bone away.
I thought you said that. Let's continue.
Hey, which one is
this? And,
yeah.
I was like shocked.
Who's playing this? Which one is
How
it?
could that be?
How could that be? That's right.
A real mystery wrapped in an Evotard enigma, eh?
Somebody
I'll
tell me
take a
which
wild
one is this?
flailing shot in the dark at her. Perhaps the bones.
Someone put the link.
Are young, and your pseudoscience fairy tale of a myth long ages just got Jack Yard.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Jack. FYI, Jack is Jack Horner, paleontologist. Jack was the inspiration source for the Jurassic Park character Alan Grant. Jack served as a technical advisor for all the Jurassic Park films.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones,
Look at that.
blood vessels, and even what seemed to be intact cells, pose a radical challenge to the existing rules of science, that organic material can't possibly survive even 1 million years, let alone 68 million. Mary, Jack, and their team published their B-Rex findings in a series of papers in the journal Science and were promptly attacked.
Well, yeah. Here they come to save the day. Evotards!
Critics said their samples might have been contaminated.
Hey, Leslie, how about if the critics themselves were the contaminated samples?
Or that the supposed blood vessels were actually something called biofilm, a type of slime.
Critics bio confirmed.
But as Mary showed us, she's been able to replicate her findings. These are pieces of an even older dinosaur, a well-preserved 80-million-year-old duckbill. When she dissolved it away in acid...
Let's put this under the scope here.
Well, look. Is that a blood vessel?
This is a blood vessel. You see the branches right there? And look at all of them. And it's so consistent over and over and over again. We do this bone.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Just making sure.
She doesn't claim that her fossils are young.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
They're not fossils, you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging window licker. They're bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million years old.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones...
Look at that.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million
This
years old.
bone.
You get it, Sassenach. And we don't much care for what she claims. Only what she can scientifically validate. We want to see her scientifically confirm the dating game. Should have better luck sprouting Japanese maples from her armpits.
She was questioned. She wasn't believed to begin with, so people thought she'd made an error.
Yeah. She wasn't believed by who? Evotards.
And what she'd found was a different method of fossilization.
No, she didn't. What the fuck, dude? So while Mary was analyzing soft tissue and bone, she discovered a new method of fossilization? This is akin to Louis Pasteur finding a different method of nylon production in his work with wine and milk, for fuck's sake. This clown is just making shit up on the fly, with his continued clumsy greasing of the numpty dipshit skids campaign for his fossilized soft tissue train wreck of a dumpster fire.
That wasn't what people had known about before, and allowed for the preservation of soft tissue in a fossilized form.
Folks, the only fossilized soft tissue, my word, ever discovered was in betwixt spinning space monkey ears. The technical name is silicified sphere-tard gray matter. The colloquial phrase is fossilized bald-tard brain tissue. As we all know, it's chemically inert.
The soft tissue is not preserved. It's not that there is soft tissue remaining.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Deny, deny, deny. Fanatical, blind melon chitlin religitard.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones...
Look at that.
Blood vessels, and even what seemed to be intact cells. Flexible, transparent blood vessels.
There were blood vessels, and, I was like shocked.
Son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
I've not heard a satisfactory explanation of how soft tissue was preserved for 6.5 million years. Can you give me...
Can you prove that it was?
Now, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane wants to add his 2 cents and challenge the discovery of soft tissue in dinos. It wasn't a mere 6.5 million years either. It was 68 and 80 million years, respectively, with Mary Schweitzer's discoveries. But that's mere child's play. Hold on to your fossilized brain tissue, baltards. The world record holder for allegedly antiquated, anachronistic soft tissue. 550 million year old Russian beard worm. From Mcdulsky, Westall, Foucher. Microstructure and biogeochemistry of the organically preserved Ediacaran Metazoan Sabalidites. Journal of Paleontology, 2014. The Sabalidites' organic body is preserved without permineralization. Minerals have not replicated any part of the soft tissue, and the carbonaceous material of the wall is primary, preserving the original layering of the wall, its texture, and fabrics.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
In January 2017, Dr. Mary Schweitzer showed up on Steve McCrae, Steve McClown of the Clan McClown's Great Debate Show, for a Q&A. I took that interview and publicly deconstructed every single claim Mary and all the brain-dead panel evotards made. That, and I don't know how you could characterize it any other way, comprehensive thrashing was sent directly to Dr. Mary Schweitzer at North Carolina State University. She didn't and has never responded, and hasn't appeared personally on YouTube since. That video is in the description box underneath this video.
Has anybody found soft tissue, okay, from dinosaur fossils? Has anybody found it? Okay, I want to hear everybody say that. Just come on. I want everybody at least give an opinion. Have they found anybody in the world, have they found soft tissue in dinosaur fossils?
Preserved soft tissue. Soft tissue that. So,
correct.
Has anybody ever found dinosaur?
Just a yes or a no. Let everybody answer real quick, Miles. Then go on.
Has anybody found dinosaur bones? The answer is no.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Their bone.
We do this bone.
This bone was 68 million years old.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
Look at that.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million years old.
You get it, dumbass crackerneck. Moreover, from the aforementioned thrashing, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, the internal parts of the T-Rex bone look just like a modern horse. There was no extra mineralization. It looked like a horse that died about 10 years ago and sat out on the prairie. Uh-oh! Again, Mary Schweitzer, if you look at the bones of these dinosaurs under the microscope, they look just like your bone. Uh-oh! Mary Schweitzer, if I show you a 2 medicine formation bone, Brachiolephosaurus, it's from a different part of Montana. You will see that bone completely secondarily mineralized. That bone represents fossilized bone. In that sense, our T-Rex was not. There was no secondary mineralization. It was lacy, light, and unaltered. I could hold a piece of it in my hand, put it against a bone from a horse, and you couldn't tell the difference. It was weird.
Fatality.
Furthermore, I have 30 references beginning in 1993 to the present, sitting in front of me from the most prestigious peer-reviewed journals in the world. Journal of Paleontology, Nature, Science, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PLOS One, Proceedings of the Royal Society, Bone, Acta Histochemica, Nature Communications, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, and Proteome Research, all directly confirming dino soft tissue. You blind, melon chitlin, unread, willfully ignorant, numpty dipshit. Now the bald-tard schmuck biologist is going to shift focus to Mark Armitage. Mark, a microscopist, published his work in 2013 on soft tissue he found in a Triceratops horn that he dug up, and was richly rewarded for his efforts and dedication with a pink slip by his employer, California State University Northridge. Gotta love it.
University employee, and you are, and it sounds like he was a lab manager, so not a particularly highly positioned university employee, but if you are using your position to promote something which the university disagrees with and disapproves of, what he should have been doing is presenting his work to the scientific community for criticism and for questioning and for repetition and analysis and so on.
Monkey boy. That's exactly what Mark did. From Mark Armitage and Kevin Anderson, soft sheets of fibular bone from a fossil of the supraorbital horn of the dinosaur Triceratops horridus. Acta Histochemica, Volume 115, Issue 6, July 2013, pages 603 to 608. And by the way, that's a peer-reviewed journal. You know something, Wendell Licker? Allow me to give you a news flash. A Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week helpful tip. It's well past painfully obvious to anyone that can fog a mirror that you're absolutely clueless about whatever you speak of, no matter the topic. You don't even have a Formica deep surface understanding of the topics that we've listened to you spew out from that incoherent, unread, bald-tard blowhole of yours today. It's friggin' embarrassing. Isn't it time to get back to your true vocation? Picking up cans along the side of the road. Supervised. Now we have Mr. Rotating Engines. Oh, Alem. Oh, loser, there art thou. See previous numpty clip. Opening up his incoherent ball-tard blowhole and bashing himself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
Oh, yeah, more information about Mark Armitage. He did not find a Triceratops horn. He found a bison horn.
The only in-print suggestion of a bison horn associated with Mark Armitage comes from a commenter named Deadlead1001, your sub-average bonehead on a debate evolution thread from Reddit. You would think, and I'm just spitballing here, that the referees and or editor from Acta Histochemica might have done their due diligence and made sure where the soft tissue was coming from, so as to not allow the journal to become a laughingstock and implode. You think? You dizzy doofus clown f*** of a moron?
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Yeah, I think the word soft is confusing you. It's soft tissue that has fossilized, so it's not soft anymore.
Oh, shit. here we go again.
They're not fossils, you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging window licker. They're bone.
This bone was 68 million years old.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
You're busted.
One from literally many hundreds, and we'll keep it in the family here. From Mary Schweitzer.
Gay.
I was enjoying that.
Yeah, now which one is it, please? Somebody text it in the text so I can find it. Thank you.
Bone, 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 bone.
Couldn't tell if no, that's me who played it. It's the same one that Quantum posted in the chat not too long ago.
Yeah, Froud, where are you looking, man? It's been put in the voice text about 6 times.
Dude, I'm cooking dinner. Okay.
Okay. Gotcha, man. No problem. Yeah, it's
What's for dinner, Fraud?
Oh, there's lots of things. Would you like the lady to tell you?
Yeah, go ahead. Can I have some?
Okay, we're gonna make some new potatoes. We've got some rice in the cooker. We've got some beans on the stove. We're going to make some cauliflower casserole and then top it off with a nice healthy salad.
Very nice.
Sounds great.
Someone's
No
been
meat.
watching their Master Chef.
Where's Arian when you need him? Just kidding.
Syrup fruit salad.
Arian once asked me what I was cooking because I said, yeah, I'm cooking. So I'm here and, in the kitchen and then here again. And I wouldn't tell him.
You wouldn't tell him what you were cooking. That's hilarious.
I said, I'm making food. And he said, what are you cooking?
Just food. Food only.
You should have told him you were cooking from a vegan cookbook. So he said.
Oh no, yeah. Don't say that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
At least he's not quote unquote cooking with a microwave.
There must be a frozen ocean.
Why?
In beyond the 60th parallel. There must be
where did
ice 12.
Where did
An
that come
ocean
from,
of
man?
ice 12, you know, ice which is heavier than the water, and it's at the bottom. Very big ocean of ice.
Back to frozen oceans. From the kitchen to the frozen oceans. Here's Geppy Get.
It is ice which is not floating. It's different.
Where's that?
Beyond the 60th parallel, towards Antarctica.
But ice is meant to be less dense, right? So then it floats.
Yeah. So if you try to sink in that water, you will find ice at the bottom, solid.
Super cold ice.
Yeah. It's not rising.
I was just going to say, you haven't really lived until you've put yourself through 2 years of macrobiotics. And if you don't know what macrobiotics is, it's the art of mixing the most disgusting milkshake.
You know, the funny thing about freezing a cell, freezing the ice crystal water, cut the cell membrane. But when you keep dropping temperature, that ice turns to ice 12. That crystal is getting smaller. It reverse, like going in reverse, that crystallization. That ice very
I want to put that kind of ice in my probiotic smoothie.
Oh, I was I believed in it when I was doing it, but then I sort of just fell off the wagon and stopped doing it, and I still do it to a degree. But it's not like I was when I was much younger and I was a bit of a...
Could you actually notice a discernible difference? Because I've always had a philosophy that, like, you know, if someone says take this pill, it's going to get rid of your headache. You take the pill and it doesn't take away your headache. You don't use that pill again. It's like the same sort of thing with life. I kind of see, did I feel a major difference? Yes, no. Okay, keep it involved in my daily routine. But with probiotics, it's a long game that, you know, it takes weeks to months to start to feel different. Which,
oh yes, it's I would say it takes like minimum 3 months. But my mom used to say that she could smell the because I used to use a lot of Brew's yeast powder for all the B vitamins, the iron, and everything. And she used to say that because I always had very long hair. She would say that when she was sitting next to me, she could smell that in my hair.
I could believe that. Women are very in tune to that kind of thing.
Hey, Ariel, tell me about your hair again. Go back to hair. What were you talking about now?
So I used to... my diet consisted of... in the morning, I would make like a shake with algae and like raw eggs and brewer's yeast and loads of things, cod liver oil, stuff like that. So it was quite disgusting to taste, but I believed in it. When I was a kid, I had like... I lived in an extremely warm place in Durban, and I would get cold. So I think I was a bit anemic, and like I don't know if I was.
South Africa.
My mom is an excellent cook, but she would never go to the, you know, supplementing your diet and stuff like that. She was more on presentation and like wowing everybody with like a fish mousse, stuff like that. So I got into this. So I got into this because I had a friend who couldn't fall pregnant, and she fasted for 2 months. She was a farm girl. She was really healthy, and she was quite flat-chested. And then after the 2 months of fasting, like her boobs grew. She got pregnant. So she was like a health food guru, and when I befriended her, she like got me into all of this. So when I was taking all the supplements, but especially Brew's yeast, it's got a very distinctive taste. And my mom used to say that she could smell it on me, like in my hair and on my skin.
Yeah, it's similar to like people who drink yeast and alcohol. You can smell that alcohol in their breath, the yeast.
I guess they say you are what you eat. So I don't know. Maybe that's a true statement. Who knows?
It's the same with like garlic as well. People who eat garlic, then you can smell it on their skin.
Yeah.
It's just in varying degrees, you know?
Yeah.
But they say garlic and I think onion are really good purifiers. They're really antibacterial and stuff. Good blood purifiers.
So technically that means it just enhances the kidneys' function to cleanse the blood then, right?
The what? The kidneys? I
The-
guess I'd have to see what the pathology is or the pathway. I don't know. They say that it's really antibacterial, natural antibacterial property.
You're not allowed to be antibacterial now. It's discrimination.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I identify as vaccinated.
I wonder if you can get away with that. You're vaccinated. Well, I identify as having had both shots.
Yeah.
You're a trans-vaccinated person.
and I defy you to tell me any different.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I identify as taking both doses of the Pfizer vaccine. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that way you can still get that like really cringy tattoo on your arm, but you don't actually have to have the vaccine.
You should also get the reward money, you know, the $1 million that they're offering as like a sweepstake for the lucky person that gets the jab.
And also the $100 from Auto Center, and also the free joints from Oregon, and also yeah,
because you identify.
Just go around collecting it all. Just cruise the United States for a week, just picking up free shit.
That's funny. I know. Oh, man.
Hey guys, we have a new guy, Hunter Dark Flame. Hunter, you there?
Yes, I just I came in from VC check-in.
Do you identify as trans-vaccinated?
What?
Don't worry.
Did you say trans-vaccinated?
Yeah.
I identify as trans-vaccinated.
No one's allowed to tell you that. No one's allowed to tell you that you're not allowed to identify as such. You know.
How do you guys feel about the vaccines, actually?
We shouldn't really talk about it, to be honest. I think that's why we're being a bit cheeky and just. The problem is that when you go deep into it, you risk your channels getting shut down, which of course is completely against the idea of freedom of speech. But anyway,
it's not good for you.
I mean, yeah. I mean, they came out with a lot of information about it, but yeah.
But
yeah, I mean, they only stop you talking about things for your own freedom.
Yeah, for my own freedom. Yeah, you can't talk about it, but you know.
Exactly.
I can say this about medicine and about injectables. It's the placebo effect. You can literally give somebody a sugar pill, as long as they believe that thing is that's the thing that they need. They will start feeling better. And when they market medicines, if you come to me and you say there's something wrong with you, and I say here's a white box with a white pill inside of it, your belief will be less than if I gave you a silver and green box with a pink pill in it. But if I give you a box that is like yellow and silver and grey and white, and it's like inside of it is a two-tone capsule, then you're really gonna feel good after you take that capsule. But if I present to you a middle-aged man wearing a white coat who's just been scribbling on a clipboard, and he turns around and in his hand he's got the most magic of all magics, a syringe. Now you're just going to be healed on the spot.
And all of your worries are instantly gone.
That is literally how it works.
And with pills, you could stop taking them if you started to have an adverse reaction, and then you could cease that medication and try a different one. But once it's injected into you, good luck trying to choose alternative treatment.
100%.
So anyway, to our new guy, you sound pretty based, to be honest. Normally, when we talk about this stuff, Glover comes in and they're kvetching. So it's interesting to hear you kind of giggling along with us. So what's your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
Honestly, I kind of came in just to see other people's opinions on it, because I'm just the type of person that loves to, see people's opinions on stuff. I fucking love it, and that's usually what I do. I mean, I get bored and I'm like, hey, let's go check out this. I mean, I've been to like Cultit servers and stuff and just learned what they thought about cults and stuff. So I just kind of go around on Discords and try to learn other people's opinions on stuff.
Yeah, we get accused of being a cult quite often. And obviously to the cultish members of the Globe cult, everyone else looks like a cult. But the problem is when your cult is bigger than everyone else's group, you don't think you're in the cult, right? So
yeah,
they'll accuse us of being a cult, but I mean,
if you want to see a cult, go and look at Scientology,
Yeah, well, the thing is that cults have certain kind of behaviors. And I would say one of them is like complete inflexibility with changing one's kind of way of seeing the world. Now, 99% of flat earthers used to be Globers. So it's a weird cult if they've all changed their mind. Do you know what I'm saying?
Just on the Scientology thing, there's a bigger cult called Scientism, and it's when they say scientists believe, because you might as well be saying the pastor believes or the Pope believes, and then you must believe, because belief is usually tied to a religion or some kind of cult-like dogmatic thinking. So there's this religion called Scientism, where you're not allowed to question certain aspects of science, and they use a lot of pseudoscience, which is actually not applying any practical experiments. They just make up claims, and when you start to look at this topic, you'll see it is probably more laughable than Scientology.
Yeah, I'll actually have to look into that, completely honest.
Scientism. Yeah, there's a great video. It was called Scientism Exposed, and they're starting to show how certain scientists get bursaries or research grants if they agree to certain narratives. So a whole bunch of scientists then started publishing fraudulent documents. So it's completely baseless, but it ties in with some kind of social narrative, like proving that men have always been suppressing women. They found some research from the 1800s, and it passed all the peer review checks without one person actually checking the information. And it was cited, and the moment it was cited by other publications, they then exposed that it was completely fraudulent. It just went along with a presupposed idea, and because it was in agreement with an existing idea, it got pushed through the peer review process. and they've shown like fraudulent skeletons. There's been frauds in geology. There's been frauds in astrology. There's been frauds in all these different areas that we quote unquote call science that don't ever have experiment, because you can't do an experiment over 4 billion years. You can't do an experiment from the Big Bang. You know, those are things that we speculate or hypothesize. So it's a fascinating topic, this.
If you don't mind me asking, since, you know, I don't really know much, what's your guys' opinions on the Big Bang? Like, I don't really know how everything works here.
The same as Norse mythology.
Oh, okay.
We don't even believe that space is the thing, so pretty much
It's
all of that stuff
creationism.
is nonsense.
The Big Bang is creationism.
Oh, okay. So, if you don't mind me, I don't want to seem like too much of a burden for asking questions. If you don't mind, I'm just like trying to
you caught
get
us
a general basis.
You caught us on a good day, so go ahead.
Okay. What are stars exactly? Like, you know.
We don't hold a dogmatic position on that, really.
Oh, okay.
But they're definitely not billions and billions of miles away. We definitely don't believe in the narrative that they're like hydrogen balls that are way bigger than Earth or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like,
There's this one fundamental tenet that we've identified called the second law of thermodynamics, which basically states that high pressure is going to move towards low pressure, or heat is going to move towards cold. And in the same way, we cannot demonstrate a ball of gas if it's not contained. We're told that stars are balls of gas inside a vacuum. And pressure should want to equilibrate always. So even the concept of what they tell us a star should be doesn't really make sense, and it's contradictory to the second law of thermodynamics. So when you really start to look at the science and piece the science alongside a story that we've been told, it's when we start to actually look at the science, there's something called sonoluminescence and all kinds of things where you can create light using sound vibrations in water, and they twinkle like a star. They call it star in a jar. So on topics like this, it usually means that you're going to have to do a lot more research onto each one of these little things: sonoluminescence, star in a jar. The Bible describes that stars are placed in the firmament for signs and for seasons. So they're placed so that we on the earth can see when to plant crops, when it's time to move on, when there's going to be drought, when there's going to be heavy rainfall. So the stars are a mechanism. They're like a clock in the sky, and they all move together. Whereas if they really were little balls of light at all different distances, they would move at different speeds in our sky, called parallax. So we should see this parallax in the stars. We never see it. They all move together like a blanket, like as if they're attached to a ceiling. And how do we do light here on the earth? We have to have a light socket. We have to have some place that gives us the energy. So therefore, maybe lights have some source. But we are told that they're balls of gas, and balls of gas can't just exist a high pressure ball of gas next to a low pressure without some kind of barrier to stop that pressure from equalizing.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, that was a bit of a rant. Did that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. I was trying to keep along.
So we ask everyone who comes in here, we ask them 3 basic questions just to get an understanding of how they believe what they believe. So I'm presuming that you believe you on a ball. So
yeah. But I
let's
mean,
just-
I'm very open, like minded, so I don't mind like factoring in other opinions.
So if you're on a ball, there would be, so you're on a ball that's spinning in space. Those are the three main fundamental tenets that we ask everyone. First question would be, how have we ever measured that the earth actually curves underneath our feet, so that we can determine that we're actually on a physical ball? And the second question is, we're told that the sun is stationary in the sky, and we see day and night because the earth spins on its axis. So how have we ever determined that the earth spins on its axis? And then the third question is, we're told that we've got a high pressure here on the earth, and that there's this infinite low pressure called the infinite vacuum of space existing right next to the earth, which is pressurized. And how can we demonstrate pressure without containment? And nowhere can you ever demonstrate any kind of stable pressure or high pressure without a container. So the very first question, do you know of anyone who ever measured the curvature of the earth?
No.
And that's a good answer. If you don't know it, a lot of people come in here and they'll start throwing out nonsense about airplanes and the ISS. And, we're talking about actual measurement and not calculating. How did someone measure it? If you lived on a ball, like, this should be one of the most famous things. The guy who measured it. Okay, so now we move on to the second question. Which is strange, because we believe we're on a ball, but we don't really have a reason to believe it if someone hasn't shown that it is actually curving under your feet. So the second question is the axial rotation. How do you think we could measure that the earth is spinning underneath your feet at about, say, 900 miles per hour, which is basically faster than the speed of sound? How has anyone ever measured that, or how could we measure that?
I feel like we couldn't.
Why do you think that?
Because I feel like we just don't have the right technology to even actually measure it. Or find
Would you be able to tell if you're standing on a treadmill that's moving?
Yeah, and like, wouldn't we notice it, kind of?
Absolutely.
Have you ever climbed onto a moving treadmill?
Yeah, I have been on a treadmill before.
So, for example, the earth should be moving under your feet like a treadmill. And if you walked the wrong way, or you jumped onto it incorrectly, or you were trying to race with it, it is something that we should experience. Now, a treadmill is moving at like 10 miles, and then you want to fall off like that. And it's like going fast, 10 miles an hour. Now, the earth is at 900 to 1,000 miles per hour. So infinitely, quite considerably, at least 100 times higher than that treadmill, which from being stationary to climbing onto the treadmill would be the same thing as leaving the ground and coming back to the ground.
Yeah.
So it should actually be quite easy to measure. Like, we take a hot air balloon, or we throw something straight up in the sky, and then it should make like this big arcing semicircle and come down so many 100 miles away because of the distance that we moved away while the projectile was in the sky. there should be many ways that we could show that this ground is moving, and all demonstrations show that we're stationary. All accelerometers have a 0 value when at rest. And it can get more complicated because remember, we're spinning on our axis, but we're also orbiting the sun, which means for half the day, we're spinning on the axis in addition to the orbit around the sun. And for the other half the day, we're moving against the orbit of the sun. So there would be a constant acceleration and deceleration every 12 hours. So it wouldn't be the stable, constant motion which they want us to think it is. As we're circling and circling the sun, and the sun is moving, there's multiple vectors and multiple variables that we'd have to calculate. So those should be able to be measured by something in some form. And even Einstein said no optical experiment could show the rotation of the Earth. So they had to assume that here on the ground, everything appears stationary, but it's because we're moving so fast, which doesn't really make sense. Because on a windless night, on like a completely calm night, you can feel how stationary you are.
Yeah, because there isn't like really any opposing force happening.
So isn't it strange that you have this belief, most people, even ourselves included, we all believed we lived on this ball that spins in the vacuum. And then when we start asking or had people ask us those questions, we realized that they're actually just a belief and that there's no evidence for it. There's no way to prove these things, but we just have to believe them.
Yeah, because we kind of just accept it blindly in school. Completely honest. They're just they're just like, hey, you're on a fucking globe. Deal with it, you know?
And then if you ask a question, you know, all your friends look at you like, why are you doing that? And the teacher will give you some little short answer. And then you think to yourself, okay, well, I've got more questions, but seeing how that reaction occurred, maybe I'll just keep my questions to myself. And then you just move on. They presume that someone's standing upside down and that water is sticking upside down on something. And then if I take a glass of water and I turn the glass upside down, it never sticks to the underside of the glass. The water will always fall to try and find its level. So that's probably one of the biggest things, is that water is level. It's 100% level. We've used it for leveling devices. They call them water levels. We use spirit levels to determine level. And level means no side higher than another. So level has to be horizontal with no side higher than another. And it's so level that they call it sea level. And the seas make up 71% of the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And we used to call it the known world. So it's about what we're allowed to know. It's the known part of the world. But that water is level and is 71% of what we're allowed to know. Means 71% of it is flat. Yes, ground, we have valleys and we have mountains. So land is not flat. No one here will say that land is flat. Land has many contours. But the general overarching condition of that whole continent is that the left-hand side and the right-hand side is level when they meet the sea again.
Yeah.
And then they level between continent to continent. And then the continent rises out the water again. And then it comes back down to level on the other side. And then it's level again. And all of those water levels are level. They're on one plane. And it's the most amazing thing if you can see it. If you can understand, if you can see level. And you can see level.
Yeah. I never really thought about it that way. If you don't mind me asking, when did you start believing flat Earth?
So I first heard about the topic in 2015, and I laughed. I thought it was the most crazy topic, and I could debunk my friend in a matter of minutes until he told me water level. Then that really got me scratching my head. But I went to go look for every piece of evidence about satellites, and I went to go look at all the answers about gravity. And what was peculiar is that the more that you dug, the more you see that they start everything saying, okay, if we assume that the Earth's a ball, then X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And then you're always like, well, why are we assuming? Like, why do we have to start off with an axiom or a set of assumptions and then go forward from there? Why isn't this definitive? And then when you start to look, you find that, okay, for this example, we're going to make these assumptions. And then for that example, we'll make different assumptions. Whatever conclusion we need, we'll just work backward from there. So we know that gravity attracts, and it pulled everything to the center to create balls, but it also holds things in orbits. So now which one does it do? Does it attract to the center, or does it make other matter form an orbit around it? So then you should have multiple moons at multiple levels rather than one giant sphere.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of, so in this example, they needed to orbit, so it's gravity. But in this example, they needed to pull to the center, so it's gravity. Then pulling to the center got replaced in 1906 by the bending of space-time. And bending of space-time is quite a ludicrous concept in its own. Like if I said to you, how many seconds in a kilometer or how many miles in an hour, you can't directly mix space and time, distance and time. It's normally one against the other. How many miles in an hour?
Yeah.
But they tell us that the bending of space-time is now gravity, which pulls things to centers and creates orbits, and then also repels things. That's why the moon's moving further away from the Earth, because gravity attracts. Makes perfect sense, you know? Like every little thing that you start to look at, you just see that so sometimes the moon is pushing further away from the Earth. Sometimes the moon is perfectly locked. And then other times it's attracted to centers so that it becomes giant spheres. So there's 3 different ways that gravity can react to something, but it's all the same thing. It's all called gravity.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm saying yeah so much. I'm taking it all in. I'm just,
No, I think you're being very honest. I think you're trying to understand this.
Yeah,
but what you got to, I would say that the first thing is that you can't mix 2 models or 2 ideas on top of one another. So the idea of this ginormous space and these spinning spheres around suns and all this chaotic collisions and asteroids and all this stuff. That's one model, and that's unproven. It's usually speculative. Then what we're doing is testing what we do know and what we can see here. And it seems like the Earth is the basement of the universe, and that every little pinprick of light above us is like the ceiling of a giant warehouse. So you're on ground level, and there's one ceiling above you. So this whole idea of spinning in space and all this other bullshit is actually very unproven, and that's where the belief lies. But your actual experience when you go to the beach is the horizon's flat. So you experience this place flat, and you experience it unrotating. You experience it stationary. And you've never experienced a vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. So all of their claims are, you've never experienced them personally.
Yeah. I haven't.
But you can believe it. And we all did. Until we start to actually look and see the science and see what you're experiencing and what you're told you're supposed to believe. They're incongruent. They don't line up. They don't match.
Black Swan.
Yeah, go for it.
Me?
Whoever said Black Swan there.
Yeah, I admit it. I'm the one that whispered it. I wasn't intending on doing it, but I could do. I didn't want to stop you because you're doing so well. You're doing so well, Flat Earth Solar. But
I'm monologuing badly, so yeah. Someone else jump in.
It's okay. And the new person, I want to say, this is kind of a hard pill to swallow for most people. Keep in mind that every one of us here used to believe in the globe. Okay?
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Because, that's kind of what everyone was raised to think,
Right. So what we did is we went out on Earth and to test the claims of this radius. We're told Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Well, because of that claim, that requires a certain amount of drop over distance. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a very famous image that's taken from a video, and we can put the video. If someone could drop the Black Swan image in the voice text, that'd be helpful. I don't have a good image, a good copy of it.
What image? What are we talking about?
Can you, the Black Swan image, can someone drop that in the voice text?
You need to copy that, man. You need to have that readily available. I do. Listen, I'm going to be smacking you like no other right now.
Yeah, but check it out. The more I make copies, but it's so blurry, like they can't read it.
They can't read the Modus Hollums. Best one. So just copy all three of those.
Yeah.
Should I be looking in voice?
The live stream voice text, it's right underneath live stream, right up above the live stream where you joined.
Okay.
Tell us when you get there and you see the image that Justin put in at 51 minutes.
All three of those are the flat Earth, are the Flat Earth Black Swan. But the first one tells you the modus tollens. If P, then Q. Not P, therefore not P. Q is of course the square root of the observer's height. Okay, which of course, if you understand, this is all measurements. Okay, we took all of this measurements straight from the globe because that's like we had to learn it, right? So
see, even that image is really hard to determine.
It really is.
I'm gonna put a copy of an image, a screenshot I took from the original video. Hold on here.
So let me
I
just
have this one too.
contextualize.
So I'm
Let me
gonna do this one too, because like I said, it has nothing to do with the towers. It's all about what you can see in the picture.
And Hunter, this next image I'm putting in there right now, it's from the BMSLB channel video that I dropped at 52 minutes. That's the original video. The image that you see that I just put in at 53 minutes, if you click on that image, can you tell me where you see the horizon? In other words, is the horizon in the oil rigs, is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
It looks like it's after the.
Okay. So, well, all we did is we took the math that they gave us based on the geometrics of this globe with the supposed radius of 3,959 miles. And the Modus Tollens, that little formula there, which is the observer height. So what is it? The square root of the observer's height times 1.225? So this observer height, the camera is 1 foot above the water. And you can find that if you just, later on, you can go through the video. You can look at the timestamp that my image has at 53 minutes after. 2 minutes, 22 seconds in the original video. And you can find the exact spot I took the screenshot from. So you see the distance to that furthest platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Would it be safe to say that the horizon is back behind that? Probably, let's just say conservatively, 10 miles?
Yes.
Okay, so what we have here is we have a horizon that is 10 times further than where the geometric horizon must be with the radius they gave us.
Okay. I get what you're getting at now. Yes.
This is the first question that we asked. Who has measured the curvature? So we went to go and measure the curvature. We used their formulas to find out what that curvature would be. And then we saw more than 10 times that distance. And this has now been repeated over and over and over.
Can we point it out that was minimum also? That 10
that other picture, the horizon behind the sun.
Well, this is only one observation. You know, there's other. I even have a screenshot from the same video when the gentleman raises up when he pivots the camera up. See, he has the camera pointing right at the water, right? So you can see how high it is. It's right there. He just pivots the camera up and then he zooms in. As he's zooming in, you can see the islands even back beyond those oil rigs. And those islands are a minimal 29 miles away. They're clearly visible also. But just the 10 miles away of the original video, where the platforms are, that 10 miles would make the radius of Earth something like 264,000 miles. So they're not just off a little bit. They're off in magnitudes.
That's the distance to the moon, even further.
And then so now to slam dunk this thing, I'll show you the screenshot of the islands off in the background. Let me grab those one sec.
So thank you guys for taking the time to explain this for me also.
Oh, dude, it's our pleasure because we really want to make sure you get the truth. Literally. I mean, personally for me, I don't want you to be lied to. Okay?
No, honestly, it's thank you for listening because we never get to this
point. Yes. Please, yes. We really don't get our points across because no one truly wants to listen to them.
Yeah, I feel like it's. Yeah, I feel like. Honestly, I'm the type of man. If if you're trying to take the time to tell me about something, I'm gonna fucking listen. You know, because
That's what I want.
Everyone has different opinions on everything. I might as well, dive into it.
And like I say, we are not truly accepting anyone's opinions here. Okay, I don't believe anyone. I've done the research, my personal self, so I'm telling you on my personal behalf, not anyone else. I'm not speaking for anyone else. Okay, but what I've personally done in my personal research.
And no one here is going to tell you to believe them. They're all going to say, do your own research, test what we've just said, go out there and look at the ocean and try and see across a bay and see the other side where you can see the shoreline. And there should actually be a hump of water between you.
Huge.
So go and do the test yourself, because only you can convince yourself of what's true and what's false by doing your own testing. And everyone in this room went and did their own research and, now has found a great community where we can share information and post information to save information that's being censored and removed from all different sources out there. So this is like a repository of really highly intelligent people and often highly qualified people, but almost under little hidden names and, trying to keep their careers intact.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb, the fact that, they have to hide their names because of something they believe.
This is the most polarizing topic. If you use these two words together, it's like you're summoning a bad spirit. It is, if you say to someone flat earth, they will turn into a completely, generally speaking, they turn into a different person entirely.
Yeah, 100%.
An argumentative version of themselves that is unwilling to hear any truth. So it's actually quite refreshing to meet someone like you who comes into this saying, all right, I'm here to hear you guys out. Like, tell me what you guys have heard, because you wouldn't be here if you hadn't heard something.
Yeah, and to be fair, you're like one of the first ones in a long time that has said they're open and is actually presenting as being open. Because we have people tell us that they're open, but when it comes down to it, it's actually this globe thing is, and I'll just put it out there. This globe thing is a religion. What I mean by that is that it's a blind faith in something without any empirical proof. So that puts it in the realm of beliefs, philosophies. So what we do here is we're in the really is realm here. So I don't care what somebody says. It doesn't matter what somebody says. It matters what they can prove. Right? So the thing about this is you can take your trusty little Earth curve calculator. Look at that calculator, and for instance, if you live near some water, do you live near a body of water, by chance?
I live near a pond. That's about all.
Right. Okay.
I'm like in the buttfuck of nowhere in Texas. I'll be completely honest.
Okay. Probably have a lot of flat plain areas, though.
Yes.
Yeah,
next time you're near that pond, just put your eye perspective as close to the water as you can and see how far across that water span that you can see. And then you'll see that water is level. That's a simple demonstration. I've sat across a giant, I get the sea where you have one of those, what are they called? Like a lagoon. So there was a lagoon that was about 3 to 4 kilometers long, then a little sandbank, and then the ocean behind that. and I lay down in the lagoon with my eyes virtually in the water level. And you could see that the water level and the sea and everything all the way till the horizon was on the same plane. Yes, there's ripples and there's bumps and there's waves and stuff that distort it, but over the general, putting that water in line with the horizon, you will see it is level.
Yeah.
How you measuring mountains?
Oh. What?
Reference to sea level. But you cannot have the sea level reference everywhere if it's curving.
Oh yeah, you're right about that.
All elevations are to sea level.
Listen, another example. You're on Delta on river, Mississippi, and turn around in opposite direction. How much drop you have to the source?
Probably not that much.
It's like more than 1,000 miles. I think that's Mississippi. From the source to the delta, you will have a lot of curvature. But turn around from the delta to the source, you need to have that drop. But how we will have drop because river is going in direction to the sea.
And it'll only drop a matter of feet, sometimes 50, 60 feet from the source to the delta. And then that can span over hundreds of miles. I think the Nile River only drops by 1 kilometer over more than 200 and something kilometers of river. So the drop is not equivalent to what this giant bulge should be. You should have rivers flowing up over a bulge, but we know rivers always flow downhill, back to the sea level.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you finally got my head wrapped around it, to be completely honest.
Only logic, nothing. This is not observation, nothing. This is logic. How you and me can have drop if we are in opposite direction, and we are all both on the top because everyone is claiming that we are on the top of the earth.
Yeah.
How I can have that 8 inch per mile square? You are like 40 miles. I don't know, somewhere. We are on the water. Water is the best example. Let's say that I'm on that oil rigs and you are on the beach. And that means that I cannot observe because you are observing that, 8 inch per mile square. I cannot observe in your direction 8 inch per mile square in the same time. It's impossible. It's paradox.
And remember that picture that we've showed you of that black swan, only that second marker, the habitat, the very back oil rig, is at the distance that we've been talking about. Now, the horizon is well past that, but we can't say for sure where that horizon is. All that we've said is we can see that mile marker of that second habitat is more than 9.2 miles, and the horizon should have been at 1.2 miles, and 9.2 to 1.2, there's a considerable difference there, just to that second marker. And when you start to look into this, you'll see that lighthouses were built to shine light for up to 40 miles and 60 miles to the horizon. And then you look into the military and the Navy, and they've got laser targeting equipment to shoot missiles and rockets above air missiles, above ground missiles. for over 100 miles so that they can paint a target at over 100 miles away to shoot a rocket at it. But if you were on this ball that was supposed to be curving away by, they say, a 6-foot observer height, your horizon should be at 3 miles. So if you put a person at 18 feet, like a ship height, then the horizon would be at 9 miles always. So why would they have all of this equipment to shoot other ships at 100 miles? And sometimes well beyond that. They have unclassified weapons as well. So there's, for any laser targeting or painting of an object, you have to have line of sight. So they've got line of sight to that distance. So we've just spoken about this black swan completely destroying the radius by more than 9 to 10 times, because that horizon is well beyond that last platform. But we've got other technology that supports even up to 100 times further. So this isn't like we're out by a percentage. This is out by like tens of thousands of %. So it's either to conceal more land, or it's because this place is flat, or the water is level. And they don't want us to know that if it is level, there might be other ponds out there. There might be more land. There might be more resources. There might be new continents out there that are unpopulated. So this whole agenda of overpopulation may be BS. There may be more freshwater reserves.
That's
more
bullshit.
gold.
We are not overpopulated. I think that somebody said that we can stay in Texas, all of us.
Yeah. I was also gonna say that that image that Sunny post is actually a really good reference image. Oh, and also, what was it? The person that said my name.
Hey, I was just curious. At this
Which
point,
one?
The one that says yes, and it has a laser pointer going all the way across the ocean to that other.
Yeah, that's from down below us here. There's lots of information that's in the laser. There's long distance. I don't know if you've seen the A through Z. Different categories of information down below here. So there's all kinds of information. So fundamentally, I think what the Black Swan really shows, by just totally demolishing the radius, it does that. But not only that, what it is fundamentally is it's showing that there is no geometric horizon. The sphere Earth requires there to be one. There has to be a physical geometric blocking of your view at a certain distance. What we're finding is this is not true. There is no geometric in any of our observations, like with the Jay Tollins Media infrared photography that he's taken from aircraft, see a perfectly flat horizon. He's claiming that's all the way to Hudson Bay, 1,200 miles. I can't verify that it's that distance, but it's hella far. We know that. The laser, all of that is basically just showing that there's no geometric horizon. It doesn't exist, as they told us. And the problem with that is it has to be so if it's a ball. There has to be this geometric horizon, and it's not.
Yeah.
Train tracks are also an amazing proof.
Yeah. I was just looking at that in chat too. Posted it.
Generally, they're always leveled. Even sometimes they go inclined by a couple of degrees to get over a little mountain pass, and then they'll go back towards a consistent level. And some of them are considered completely flat across an entire continent.
Yeah, what's really funny about I went train hopping with my friends once. Did not end up well, but Yeah, no. We got it. We hopped on the train, then we're having our little bit of fun. Then all of a sudden it pulled over. We saw cops at the front of it, and we just fucking booked it. But yeah, no, the train tracks one is also a really good, like, observation.
Sunny, you said about Tolan. I found that video. Before it was so easy to find. It was second, third one video. Now it's on the 34. You need to scroll to find it.
Not really sure where it's at.
You can look in voice text if you want.
Oh, okay. I can't really find it. I'm sorry.
It's about this.
What's the image I should be looking?
Maybe you have no role to see.
Oh, there we go. Is that the one that they just posted?
That's Sasha. 13 minutes after our.
Oh yeah. A lot of these videos have really good fucking observations in them. I think I'm gonna have to hop off, but I will definitely hop back in sometime later today. I have to go finish up on some of the work I have, but
it's 24/7 every day.
You guys live stream this?
Yeah.
What's that?
Oh yeah, you guys do, don't?
Yeah, it was nice talking with you, though, and I hope you look into this a little further. Come back
I was saying,
anytime.
so you guys like live stream this chat 24/7?
Yeah.
Yeah, two channels. Two channels on YouTube at the same time. Yeah, so you were recorded the whole time.
Yeah, and it's on Twitch, Periscope, a couple others probably.
Okay.
And there's a lot of listeners that don't participate in the chats, but they tune in the background to hear the conversation. Like I said, you're going to find some really intelligent people in here sharing all kinds of different topics which they've done extensive, sometimes decade or multi-decade research into certain topics. And then they come here and they share a lot of links and a lot of actual source material so that we can all go see it ourselves. So that it's not, no one has to believe what someone says. You've got to come to a place like this with evidence, with proof, with something tangible. So come back and also visit the other links down below. There is a lot of resource material in this Discord.
Yeah, one last thing I want to add in. Honestly, I feel like because I'll admit, I've joined a couple of other Flat Earth servers, and I feel like if more people would, like, stop trolling and just take time to listen to, people and get their opinions on stuff, I mean, maybe they wouldn't get so aggravated, Just seeing it from their point of view. Okay, but I'll see you guys. It was nice chatting.
Yeah,
hey, really, with you, good conversation. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
Cheers.
Finally, one good one.
What a difference that is, huh? From what the usual.
Wow, you guys were able to talk to this guy for over an hour or so without bringing up the Bible. That's a miracle in itself.
Yeah, and he was in the voice chat for a minute too. He was really good.
Guys like that are seeds. They're going to germinate and they're going to bear fruit somewhere else and could potentially bring a lot of other unrelated groups to this topic. You guys read that one thing that I posted above where it's a quote from Henry Bergson. Fortunately, some are born with the spiritual immune systems that sooner or later give rejection to the illusory worldview grafted upon them from birth through social conditioning. They begin sensing that something is amiss and start looking for answers. Inner knowledge and anomalous outer experiences show them a side of reality others are oblivious to, and so begin their journey of awakening. Each step of the journey is made by the flowing of the heart instead of following the crowd, and by choosing knowledge over the veils of ignorance.
It sounds like my journey, or all of us, I guess. I think I could speak for all of us with that. If we're here and we're having this process of awakening, then we're going through this process that you just read.
Well, for some people, they appear to be awake, but they're not really. What they do is they're following a different crowd. Unfortunately. The auto-believers who just believe every conspiracy ever.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I got to be ever mindful not to do that. I think we learn if you're here long enough, it gets tiring going down every single freaking rabbit hole. You got to be very cautious.
And most of them that it's acknowledge.
Many times what will happen is if you look at a lot of the conspiracy theories that we were given by the powers that be, the moment you apply like the scientific method to them, you really can't validate most of them.
Right.
In fact, almost all of them you can't validate. Like it's just like there was a document that the government gave us. Okay, so the government told you about this. So why would you believe it? So we do have an issue of like people who being awake is the fad they want to follow, so to speak. And they're not really awake. They're just following, an edgy fad.
Trying to be in with the cool kids.
Yeah.
I like that thing that Jeranism had on there. Don't want to be one of the cool kids. It's a long day, flat smacking on the plane.
I keep wondering if there's like this perfect sentence that can unwrite their warped perception. So spelling or casting a spell over someone with words is how we got into the mess of believing that you're on a ball. And therefore there must be some sort of a opposing word combination which can be just as powerful to unwrap that spell.
Right. I think about that.
And
so far, what I've come up with that works the best sentence is all the information that we're getting about what's above us and where we're on is coming from a government agency. That works on some people.
Good, that's strong. That's right at the core of. But that's like what do they call it? Attacking the source or poisoning the well. You're trying to erode the confidence in the source of the information.
Right.
But there's got to be some, I've watched it with Nathan's questions, how his questions got more and more refined. And as they got into a certain word combination, they almost trap the person because the question has been well thought out, kind of elucidating its flaw in the way that it's questioned. And by doing that, it took away the power from the person who's now going to answer. And it is like a spell or an unspell. Kind of like if a passive-aggressive person says to you, they're looking at the plate that you're eating and they say, you're going to eat that. And they're kind of in your space. If you look back at them and you say to them, are you actually asking me if you want to take this food off my plate? And you look at them in their eyes, you've diffused them with a question. They were passive-aggressive, but you were actually aggressive. You confronted them on their question. If you do that 9 out of 10 times, the person will say, no, I wasn't saying I'm going to take it. If it was left over or something. But if they looked at you and imposed themselves and said, you're going to eat that, and you just looked at them and said, shook your head and said no, they would have taken it in a powerful way. So it's like using a sentence or a question to disarm.
Well, fuck yeah, I'm going to eat your food if you don't want it.
There was the analogy that I could think of, on the spot.
It's true, but I'm going to still eat it.
It's like these 3 questions are powerful. You ask them to someone, it slows them down, forces them to think. They normally arrive here wanting to teach us. And it's a powerful way to refocus, like the ball's in whose court. When you're asking a powerful question, you've now placed the ball in their court. So you're steering, or you're kind of driving the interaction. And there must be a perfect sentence out there. You can just say it to them, and then their eyes, they shake off all their balliness. And then they go, you're right. Damn, you're right.
All their balliness. I bet somebody's working on that. I bet someone's working on that paragraph right now since you mentioned it. I bet there's some wordsmith. There's some wordsmith out there in the Flat Earth community, and they're writing it right as we speak. I can't wait to see
draw it like an animation around their head, like little sparkles and stuff, their balliness.
Mm-hmm.
Like spinning spheres with orbits and stuff.
Yeah, you know, like how in the old cartoons where someone gets smacked in the head, there would be stars spinning around. These would be little balls flying out.
Little moving black holes and galaxies and stuff.
Oh no! And then they'll grab for that. No, I can't get rid of black holes and galaxies. No, I can almost see them grabbing for it. No, don't go
Putting
away.
it back in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've got to cast the spell stronger to try and get it to leave, you know? Like banishing this cloud from their head. But it's got to do with the ego. Someone, I think Ariel was talking about it the other night, where she was saying psychedelic drugs have a way to make you completely egoless. So you're able to process information without even presenting your ego at all. You don't care what you look like. You don't care how other people are perceiving you. At that moment, you only care about what's going on inside you and what you're feeling. And it's got nothing to do with anyone else. So the ego is like disengaged. And it's the same thing with this information. People that come in here with egos don't want to hear and learn.